now I wait my whole lifetime for you. And now I wait my whole lifetime for you. I ride the dirt, I ride the tide for you. I search the outside, search inside for you. To take back what you left me, I know it'll always burn to be the one I seek, so I may find. And now I wait my whole lifetime. I'm outlooked on, yeah, and I'm so I now wait my whole lifetime for you. So on, I wait my whole lifetime for you. The more I search, the more my need for you. The more I blast, the more I bleed for you. You make me smash the clock and feel I'd rather die behind the wheel. Time was never on my side, so I wait my whole lifetime. I'm outlooked on, yeah, I'm outlooked.
nice. That is the cover of course, Outlaw Torn. Metallica's been doing this collaboration thing where they're like, they're uploading a bunch of cover songs of their songs on on their channel from other people on their channel, and that was the most viewed one at 22,000 views. I think it sounded pretty good. I haven't listened to any of them really. This is the only one I've listened to. That one Outlaw Torn cover. That's pretty good. I like it. It has an interesting, different vibe to it. Perfect cover. You bring your own spin to it, but you keep the feel of the original. How's it going, ladies and skeletons? How's it going, Millie Away? Hey, Anthony. We got a lot of tabs here, including this one. I can't wait to hear what Antimatter Morty thinks about SSG Skull. I'm guessing he thinks it's pretty weird. We can add that to the tab. But also, hey Repsy, how's it going? Also, Meerkat has been streaming since like 6 a.m. or something. So we got that. You can watch that if you want. I'm sure he's going to cover everything better than I can. And also I have editing to do in the background. You know how it is. You know how it goes. Let's get right into the content.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. What's up? No more music. Stop.
Speed it up.
Stop the music. Cut the music.
Maybe 1.2.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Swaycast existence on level 1.
Oh, wait,
experience episode, whatever this
1.3.
is. Today, we're going to recap the last, I guess, like 2 days of DSP being an awesome streamer. And yeah, I guess that was it. I was going to do this yesterday, but I had an awesome experience with Microsoft support that prevented me from doing it because I had to sit in a call and wait for them to actually do something. And guess what? They actually didn't. But we got over that.
Speaking of,
God bless their souls. They were
speaking of, I was planning to hang out with the family yesterday, which is why the stream was cut about 3 hours short.
In the comments I told him that before watching the VR chat he should watch the video where SSG says his 2 iconic lines, all of us are autistic and you're never going to break my mind.
Perfect. That's something to be proud of, Anthony, to know that you've had such an impact on the online space. It's something I pride myself in as well.
Very well-intentioned but ill-equipped team of people, as we have grown to expect.
Okay.
Anyways,
so he's gonna start with the RTU roast. No, it's fine, because RTU sucks.
Big ups Microslop. Another story I have to tell is from this morning. So I'm a very early bird, because the early bird gets the worm, and I'm like, give me some worm.
What was I saying?
So
I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah,
like 7 o'clock, get some coffee.
Oh yeah, I was planning on hanging out with the family on Friday, but that got canceled. So I cut the stream short for basically nothing, but I had no way of knowing that they would cancel. My mom broke her toes. Mom broke her toes. How do you break your toes? So we had to reschedule.
Have some number 2, as everybody does, the shit shave shower.
Toes are broken.
And I'm doing my number 2 style, and then I get a surprising message on my Discord from your boy Shroom Dukem, who is probably one of the 3 people to actually try and farm Review Tag USA for clips and for laughs.
And it definitely creates a psychological damage on old Shroom. He is quite deranged at this point as a result of watching too much RTU content. Get well soon, Shroom.
Go follow him on Twitch, by the way, if you like that platform. And what happened is, he told me, Richard, your dear friend, Mr. Dickey from the USA, is watching your video on stream. The Banana Song video.
This is what I'm going to do next time.
The Banana compilation video. And I was like...
Next time anyone tells me that RTU is watching one of my videos on stream, I'm going to private it just to fuck with him. Because fuck him. You don't get to watch my videos. Fuck you.
Dude, I love razzing my friends. So I'm going to razz my buddy Dickey by putting the video to private. And while I'm doing my number 2, I managed to troll your boy and make him seed. So we're going to watch that first, and then we're going to go over to his stepbrother, Philly.
You tune in like it's a fucking reality show. It's like, what's going to happen in Big Brother. I don't actually know, but like Real World or whatever. You know what's going to happen in these shows, but a lot of people still just, they can't get enough of it.
Different things that they say about...
What? Oh, no.
What? Huh?
Eat it. Oh,
With
no.
a spoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not. It should have been this. It should have been this one. Eat it, Dickey. Eat it. Oh, no. The number 1 detractor after Kevin, or as he proclaimed himself. That's what he claimed to be. He just got razzed. And I'm sure he's going to handle it very well and not be on the verge of tears. Let me enhance this for you, because you need to see the live and raw Review Tech style reaction.
With the quartering.
Does everyone hate me? Am I just legitimately unlikable and have a terrible ruined reputation? No, it's everyone else who's wrong. Let me guess. You don't belong here, Rich. Go away.
I know that guy.
You knows that guy? Who do you know?
Nobody wants you here.
Who?
Bruh.
Shut the fuck up.
He made it private so I couldn't watch it.
No,
You're
way.
not one of
He'll
us.
never do that to his dear friend Dickie.
Oh well.
You're
Dude,
not
they're
a
so fucking
detractor.
miserable
Get out of the
talking
community.
about it. Yeah, is it still
You're a
down
fraud.
No, I put it back almost immediately. I did change the name though to a thing that was supposed to be razzing Rich even further, but he didn't see it because he's that good.
Yep.
And all I had to do is literally just like switch the privacy, man. Oh, he hates me. Come on, why would you hate me?
Instead of being
It's not like I offered to adopt your children once you eventually get so fat that you can no longer exist. But at least they would have a dad they wouldn't be looking down on and being ashamed of.
Hell
real
yeah.
estate, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it's real estate.
You.
Yeah, he's living in my head rent free.
Yeah.
I was seething so hard. I was so mad at him. I was so mad. Oh my god, this guy's watching my video. That is just a compilation of DSB videos. I'm so mad. He's gonna get so many views off of this.
Sitting there
What am I sitting there? What am I doing?
with clips of someone else saying you can't react to me doing a clip montage.
I didn't say he couldn't do
Yeah,
that.
well,
How am I
like,
supposed to say he can't do that? I can totally do that.
like that's the only time he's entertaining is when there's an even bigger dipshit in the room, which is so rare, extremely rare. You would have to only be talking about DSP, which you are.
You can do that.
You know,
Oh,
it takes a special kind of dipshit to make RTU look good, but without that, it's just RTU.
he clapped at himself telling me to suck a dick.
It's like Wings on Locale. You know what I mean? Everyone loved Wings when he was on Locale because he was like relatively normal. But then outside of that environment, he's just fucking boring
so badass.
and just a sad sack, self-defeating, whiny baby.
Video, so someone else can't watch it.
Whereas on Locale, he's like the only one coherent enough to ask any questions.
No way.
That's also a smart move too. Definitely worth it.
Thinking about him while taking a dump? When else am I supposed to think about Review Tech USA? It just makes things a lot easier. No, I missed out on so many views because I privated the video for legit less than a minute.
Nobody.
So epic.
My brutally honest review of. Okay, listen.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast guy.
Oh god, Dreamcast guy in slow mode.
It's got a One Piece laugh.
Here, and this is my brutal.
You got
Cat, and me and him went back and forth when I was still on X.
No, we didn't go back and forth. I went forth on you, and you went down. Like, that's the thing. There wasn't, like, a heated battle. Everybody was shitting on Review Tech USA, and everybody was hitting him with ratios left and right on Twitter, and I was just one of those guys. There was also Kinda Sav was on there, Cerulean was on there, Shroom Dukem was on there. Everybody that had a Twitter, essentially. Even 8-Bit Eric. 8-Bit Eric was tearing Review Tech USA a new asshole, and
That's
he was just
funny.
taking it like a cuck. There wasn't no back and forth.
He's another one who said stuff about my family.
I did. I don't take anything back.
Honest review.
That's the thing. Did I ever flag a YouTube video of his? Did I ever flag any of that stuff? Nope.
So, what? You never flagged the YouTube video. I admit that. You never flagged any of my
I
videos.
also record this. I have just finished the game. In fact, about 30 minutes ago, I finished killing.
Oh, he meant because I shit talked that he blinded his own daughter. I think that's what he means, which is a fact, by the way. He did blind his own daughter.
Going into this after the.
I'm not
Oh
joking.
yeah, I made some new
There's no
videos.
memes about
I
it.
believe also too,
They're pretty fun. Let me show you.
he was on another podcast with other dudes.
What happened then?
Didn't they kick the guy because they didn't like the fact that he had a left-leaning take?
No.
No,
It was not an ideological thing at all.
I could be
No.
wrong. I'm sure some
You are wrong.
Some of you were really into this shit.
they're talking about Steve of the Dead. Didn't they kick off some guy because he had like left wing opinions? It's like, no, he celebrated the murder of like an innocent man for just like unseemingly unknown, like assuming psychopathic, sociopathic reasons, and that created issues with the show, and so he volunteered to leave or something. I don't know. Hey, come on, Rich. Oh yeah, we all got that cancel culture going. We're just canceling people left and right just because they're happy that an innocent man got murdered. The least controversial opinion you could believe. Oh no. Unfortunately, while I was away, Sheet Metal fell ill. The individuals watching him did not notify me and did not take him to the vet. Oh man. Please avoid discussion during streams. God, man. Grief. Grief is hard. Grief is hard. It's different for everybody.
Okay.
And
I think he's loading. He's buffering. No, you're wrong.
Pause. Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
No, wait,
The
hold
Steve thing
on.
was not ideological
Hold on, it's been 8 seconds since I pressed the applause button.
at all. It was, if anything, it was a matter of self-awareness. Because we've known that Steve is a left-leaning individual, and he's been very open about
Yeah,
it on
that's
Twitter. He's
fine.
been getting in fights with many, many people across time and space
Oh.
for years, since he was on, before he was on, and to the extent where we just had to mute him eventually. But eventually, like, it crosses a line when you make fun of a guy that I didn't even fucking like, Charlie Kirk, but he made fun of him for getting fucking killed in front of his children and his family and thousands of other people and millions of people watching the fucking live stream.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it was like, okay, man, I guess you don't fucking get it.
Like, when it happened, like, I pulled it up on stream. Like, we were shocked.
And if you don't get it, forget
Like,
it.
who looks at that and is like, yeah, Nazi down, more to go. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, like if Charlie Kirk is radical, then you're gonna just want to fucking kill me too. Because goes without saying, man.
I'm not gonna sit you down and like school you on this shit. That's it. I'm done.
Damn. I didn't know it was so decisive. I thought they at least had like a conversation about it.
Expectations, the fact that this is such a strange experimental Capcom project. The things that are just at the tip of my mind is that this game is way more fun than I thought it was going to be.
He's super defeated, bro. I love it. I love it. And all I had to do is do nothing. Nothing.
Loops I've played in many, many years. The fact that we're doing combat.
Well, I mean, I did put the video on private.
The guy who had like a left-leaning take, and they
John Cena, maybe.
A left-leaning take
Yeah.
is that I want you to die.
Muted it,
That's
I
what the
think.
left is
Yeah,
now,
no,
huh?
we killed him, actually. We literally murdered him in reality. You got your info wrong. But Review Tech USA, he's a truth seeker who always gets shit wrong.
Also, just as an aside, have you seen fucking this? Speaking of Pragmata, this is his thumbnail, guys. Guys, this is what Phil is doing now. This is what he's like literally doing right now. What the fuck is... What is happening? I'm so confused. And like, you can even see like there's still part of his little mustache there. So it just looks like a little Hitler stash. It's like, Phil, why are you putting your face on top of the faces of little girls? This is not funny, man. This is not cool. This is just weird. Just weird.
That's crazy. Because he believes shit that people tell him in stream chat, and they're just trolling him and lying to him. So that's based. I wanted to share with you this thing that happened.
I just
This
wanna
was the
share.
funniest shit that happened to me all day. So here, Phil is going to have a take about the quartering, and then we're going to watch the Street Fighter thing together, I think. Is it on this stream? The Street Fighter trailer. Or this is the Metro trailer. Anyways, let's hear his take on the quartering first.
Between the quarter.
Yeah,
Let's
like,
do shout-outs first for...
like that's the creepiest thing I've seen since he stopped using fan slides in his intros, you know? Like some of those slides that would like go back and forth were just like horrifying. They're just like ridiculously bad to the point where it's like, Phil, you know you're being trolled, right? Do you not get it? Do you seriously have such a huge ego that you think everyone who submits anything to you likes you? So you look at this and you're like, oh, there's no way there could be negative. They like me. And it's like, dude, it's so bad. It's just making fun of you. But now we got it again with the thumbnails. RFK Jr. once chopped off a dead raccoon's penis that studied later were on a family road trip. Well, I'm sure there's more context. Something like that sounds like there's more context involved that they're just leaving out.
Re-ups, big ups Baladi for 23 months.
I'm just going to assume anytime anyone reports on anything political that they're lying and that their real story is something you have to find if you dig in deeper.
Shroom Dukem for the Twitch subs. Big ups, dude. Zitro for 40 months. Golera for the sub. And the Demonodin Colt, that's how I'm calling it, 25 months, who says, I disavow this, kind of sav, more kind of fat. No,
Oh.
not fat at all.
That's mean.
Well, you could see she's not fat. She's very much in shape, by the way. If I wasn't married, I would be in those DMs immediately. Big up Swaggy Davis, 19
He's
months,
married?
and Wooden
Oh.
Ox, 23 months, dude. Big ups.
Who is
Anyways.
an internet content creator who very much is into politics. He is very conservative, okay, and deals in those circles. He always does other content as well. He does like Magic the Gathering content and
Conservative.
stuff like that. But today he's mostly focused on culture.
Phil is unaware that the quartering Jeremy literally says he's not a conservative. Like, he literally says it in his own words. I'm not a conservative. But sure, let's just take him at not his word, okay?
culture wars and politics, and he finds himself on the conservative
Fucking
side.
moron.
Of things, okay, the reason that people
He finds himself on the conservative side of things. So, my God, you're such a fucking mark, man.
associate that with me is because
I hate you and everyone like you.
many years ago he did an interview with me at a time when I hadn't done any interviews. Okay,
Ugh.
a lot of people say that he gave me a softball interview,
Yes?
and
Yeah.
to this
I mean, he might as well have been fucking cutting his nails like while he was doing it. It's some of the most disinterested I've ever seen anybody be talking to DSP.
more of a
He just wanted to have an interview with the lolcow. It doesn't fucking matter who that was. He wouldn't care. Like, he actually did not care at all.
conversation. Sure, he did ask me questions.
And of course, DSP loved that interview because there was zero pushback on anything. Oh, something also I don't think he's going to mention in this thing, or maybe we skipped over it. He's going to have a May the 1st marathon. So the Mega Man thing, he's going to do that on May the 1st. I think that's a pretty good idea. I guess everybody's going to make fun of you for jerking it off exactly 10 years ago. So you might as well pretend to make fun of yourself. But don't forget that it still bothers him. Don't forget that it still makes his wife cry, supposedly. And also, he banned people for bringing that up. So it's still toxic. And it still bothers him. So if you make fun of him, he's definitely not going to go along with it.
some drama stuff, but for the most part, it was just a nice conversation with the guy. All right.
But the
It
guy.
also wasn't that long. What was it, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that?
Gundam literally
this was
proved it
long
because
before
Quartering
all
literally
the
told him
side-scrollers
that
interview
he couldn't
drama or
ask
any
any
of
of
that
the
crap.
questions that Gundam wanted him to ask.
Yeah, he was just like, he was such a dick about it too.
Okay. So that's why on that side, people associate that with me.
He was like, oh, if you guys want to complain so much, I'm just going to cancel it. And it's like, okay, do it then. And of course, like, he was bluffing.
On the other side, the quartering
Like, maybe you should cancel it, fuckface. Like, you're not holding anything above our faces. Fucking idiot.
is feuding with Kino Casino. All right. Kino Casino, everyone knows the association that I've had with them, that I worked with them for about 8 months, and then we had a falling out, a big public thing.
Oh, you had a falling out?
Here, they've made endless amounts of content about me, while I have
What? I wouldn't know.
distance, except for the fact when you guys bring it up in my chat, and I'll briefly say haha, and then we move on.
Right.
And then I'll briefly say,
No,
haha.
dude, come on. No.
You're a bitch. I meant to look at these when we were talking about RTU. Too late.
Welcome to Popeyes, the only fried snack brave enough to stare back at you. These little guys are chicken, potato, and a whole lot of hope, rolled up and fried in our signature questionable oil. They're hand-breaded by whoever's closest, sometimes even blindfolded, like young Maddie.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have my Beg TV done for today. Fuck. I totally forgot about it because I'm stressed.
Ears, we focus on one thing: frying ears. Golden, crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside, and shaped like the things on the side of your head. Hand-breaded, tossed in our pepper batter, and straight into the fryer until they sing. Sometimes gravity helps itself, doesn't bother us. We just
Pop ears. Pop eyes and pop ears. I'm running out of ideas. My creative well is, it's not dry, it's kind of low. You know? We're like fucking 88 episodes in.
Bruh, this is such a bullshit lie. Because every time he wants to rant about people on the internet making drama, he's talking about Triple P. He's doing anything but actually say his name. It's legitimate every time it's about him.
Care about that shit because I've moved on and I'm doing very well for myself.
Oh,
okay?
yes. So good.
So,
I'm doing
these
very,
two
very well for myself
sides,
right
two
now.
different, sides of things are getting, smashing each other's heads against each other. All right, sides of things are getting sides.
He really loves making the motion where he's jacking off two dudes.
Two different,
Yeah, he's like he's got a dude to the left and the right, and he's just like
two
he just can't keep his hands still.
sides, two different, sides of things are getting.
He loves it.
smashing each
He
other's heads
loves
against each
it.
other. All right, people tend to want to get my take on it. So what is going on? So from what I'm to understand,
Oh, we got another one of the what I'm to understand takes.
increasingly over the last 2 years,
He wants his opinion to matter so much, but at the same time, he's so terrified of actually having an opinion. Because somebody's going to tell him, well, Phil, you got this and this and this wrong. And then he's going to say, well, I didn't even come up with this. It's somebody else's opinion that I just took for as fact. The same thing as my dear friend Review Tech does.
Casino
The tech reviewer guy.
in a negative way.
Oh, there was also the end of the Review Tech stream where his fat girlfriend shows her dirty, disgusting feet on camera. But that I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to spare you that.
Making fun of him, drama stuff about him. And from what I'm to understand, I don't know if I understand that situation fully. It got personal.
No.
It wasn't just about
You don't understand
the Quartering's
anything.
content is garbage and stuff like that. It got more into, much like the casino always does, they got into his dirty laundry. They found the skeletons in this guy's closet,
Like what?
Rakita or whatever. They're not just talking about
Bro, it's like, this is so...
What
we're
the
talking in
fuck?
abstract so hard. We're saying nothing. Like, you might as well have just not had an opinion and say, well, I don't fucking talk about drama. Fuck you. and just got it over with. But he wants his takes to actually be valued in worth something, but they're not because he's Dark Side Phil.
Says as an internet lawyer, is talking about the fact that he's doing drugs and getting arrested, right?
He couldn't even call
No
Wings of
shit.
Redemption a wife abuser. He couldn't even do that. And
Like he just expects shows to be like, this guy sucks. His setup is ass. His room looks like a room in a house owned by a grandma. His cat castle is cool, I guess. That's cute. Like, that's what he thinks commentary shows do. Like, and they don't get any deeper. They don't talk about anything else. They're just a shallow fucking baby man discussion for idiots, because that's what Phil is.
he fucking borderline.
Just fucking quartering the wall behind him. It's meant to look like dark wood, but it doesn't really have that like scenic home rusty feel to it because it's like vinyl and it's too reflective and shiny. That's dumb. What a stupid setup this guy has. Like, that's what he thinks. That's what he thinks the Kano Casino should be, I guess, to be safe and allowable on YouTube.
Body slammed her on camera.
Exactly.
Bro.
So in regards to the
No, they say he's a cuck and that his wife is a bull. Like, this isn't fucking Disney commentary, you fucking man-child.
quartering,
Okay, what
I
happened?
understand they got deep into personal
His
stuff
Oh, like,
hat.
as deep as his bull got in his wife.
regarding him and his family. It wasn't just him, but it's him and his family members and things like that.
No shit.
Well, I can kind of say, yeah, I kind of get it because that's
Get
exactly
what?
what they did to me.
What did they do to you? What?
What
What?
did-
What did they do to you? That what
They
did you
called
tell
your
him that
wife
they already
fat?
didn't know. You told him everything. You told him my wife is sick and desperate. She's so desperate she had to become religious and pray to God to survive. She might have cancer. Nobody knew this. No one whatsoever knew this. And they didn't even use it against you. You just fed them all this info about yourself so they wouldn't make fun of you.
What a fucking weirdo,
Trying to
man.
say, yeah, I kind of get it because that's
Get
exactly what they did to
what?
me.
What do you
You
get?
guys don't remember. That's why I stopped working with them because they kept
What?
insulting things about my wife for literally no reason.
What
Like,
did
my
they
wife's not part
say?
of my content.
What did they say
She's not part of the
exactly?
conversation with them. Why are they insulting my wife?
Again.
Because
again.
everyone is
Bill
fair
said
game.
that if something is factually true, it is not an insult. It is a description. And the only thing that Triple P said about his wife is that she is fat. And by all accounts and eyewitness testimonies, his wife is indeed fat. Or at the very least, overweight, which qualifies as fat. Very statistically, analytically, scientifically fat.
It's true.
Oh, because they think they could just get away with whatever they want.
But they did get away with it.
They got away with it multiple
like 10
times.
until he finally decided they wouldn't get away with it. So they kind of did.
I didn't like it, and I said, I don't have to work
I
with you
don't
anymore.
like
I hold all the
it.
power in this
After
situation,
the
and I cut
fifth
cord and I
and
left, and
16th
I haven't worked with you
time.
since, right?
Right? You guys know that, right?
What is this like children's entertainer music? I mean, well, that's kind of a redundant question, but what is this fucking Mickey Mouse Clubhouse music? The Coco Melon music? The Animal Crossing music?
Well,
He's a fat cuck, allegedly.
I'm to understand public.
Just so I can avoid getting nuked by him. Everything that we say about the quartering is alleged. Allegedly, he's a fat neckbeard cuck that had his wife plowed by his friend. And his friend went very deep, allegedly. We don't know if he went deep or not. We just know that he went in. But maybe he did, but maybe he didn't. It hasn't been discovered yet.
Man. Thank
I'm
you for the
waiting
raid.
for further information.
let you guys do this to my family.
I won't let you guys do this to my family. Calling Cat fat. What a way to... Dude, you're not the fucking fugitive, my dude. You're not... You're so righteously indignant, but... Ace since Karai. AJ Frosty Beats. Hey, how's it going? I've been demonetized on YouTube, so I'm just a little like mentally stunned, I guess. I'm a little mentally out of it. So I didn't finish today's Beg TV, so I'm doing it right now. I wanted to play some video games like Forgive Me Father 2, because we hit the goal, and so I got it on the sale, and so I wanted to play it, but of course none of my plans work out. So I'm just gonna finish Beg TV here in the background, do today's episode, upload it before noon. It gives me a couple hours. And then probably, that being said, we'll start and we'll watch that, and that's great. And pulled another all-nighter. That's why he makes the big bucks. That's why he's the VTuber big sister.
It's one thing if you are insulting me, if you're insulting my business, and to
They are insulting him. They are calling him a cuck. Or, well, they're kind of describing him.
be honest, I like you guys, and I like
It's like calling DSP a beggar. Are you actually insulting him, or are you just describing the reality that exists.
Your content. I even like you guys making fun of me. I think it's funny. I get it. Everyone gets a turn to be made fun of, right?
Right,
But
including
the
your
fact that
wife.
you are making it so public, this private stuff, this personal
Private?
stuff that is not
Wait,
part
what?
of my content.
Bro, what are you talking
What are you
about?
talking
It's
about?
fucking, it is based on clips that fucking the quartering is talked about. It's not like they hacked his
Yeah.
bank account and saw there's a bunch of payments to Cuckold Incorporated or Bull Incorporated.
That's where I draw the line. Now, did he just say, well, I'm not going
Oh,
to
you
talk
killed
to you
the
guys or
Reaper?
work with you or
Oh,
ignore
oh,
you?
shit.
No.
I didn't do that. I didn't go that far. I didn't kill the Reaper. I'm guessing you've gotten to the point where you can fight Elizabeth now. I know I kind of spoiled that last time,
He basically made very public
but she's one of those secret super bosses as well.
threat. Well, I guess it wasn't public threats. It's so weird and convoluted. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole
Then don't have an official opinion on something you know nothing about, maybe.
situation. For what
Maybe just don't.
understand,
Maybe just say, this is stupid online drama, I don't care about it, get banned. Like you say with everything else.
the quartering started talking
Or you do a weird stream pretending to know about it and then realizing you know nothing about it.
to Josh Moon.
What?
I don't get that at all. Like, do you guys remember Josh Moon, the guy who I did an appearance on Kino Casino with?
No, I
The guy who
forgot.
owns Kiwi Farms. So
Wait, that was on your stream. That wasn't a Kino Casino appearance. That was an appearance on the Level 1 podcast, my friend. You were the host.
maybe he talked to Josh Moon, I guess, because the private stuff about his family was on Kiwi Farms or something. I don't know.
Hold on. Or
What?
am I lying?
With Josh Moon, and we got nowhere.
Wait,
Like
what?
essentially, Josh is of the impression that everything and anything can be on Kiwi Farms, and there's no.
Oh no, it's on Kino Casino. My bad.
He thinks that Kiwi
My
Farms
bad.
is the best website on the internet. He's nuts. I mean, to be
Whoa.
frank with everyone, he's
Wait, who?
What?
Kiwi Farm. I don't know.
Why didn't you tell him that?
I mean-
Why didn't you say that to his face when you were on the call with him? Why didn't you say, you're nuts? You're crazy. No, you only do it in the safety of your own little man cave, you little bitch. You pussy. You little low-T beta cuck.
I had
What a fucking pussy move. And does he even understand how much of a bitch move that is? To like act nice to someone and then turn around and like talk shit about them?
conversation with Josh Moon, and we got nowhere. Like I said,
Like,
Where was
God,
this energy?
Right?
essentially, Josh.
Like, why do you think this makes you look good? To talk shit about someone when you're on the call with them, you were sucking them off.
of the impression
I'm not saying I want my thread taken down, but good night, Anne-Lead. Have a good one. Have a good nap.
that everything and anything can be on Kiwi Farms, and there's no
Well, I mean, as long as it's legal, like they're not allowed to have anything up there that breaks the law. Obviously, this isn't complicated, Phil. You little bitch. You crybaby.
absolute, limit to it whatsoever. He thinks that Kiwi
No absolute limit to it whatsoever. The laws of the American government, Phil, because that's where the site is hosted. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? We have free expression. Do you still not get it?
Farms is the best website on the internet.
I mean, it's his website. The DSP think that his fucking gaming channel is the
Yeah, he's allowed to think that his website is the best website on the internet. Because that's what, like, why would he put so much time and effort into something that he didn't care about and enjoy on a fundamental level?
best gaming channel on the internet. It's his gaming channel. Of course he does.
He's nuts. I mean,
You're
just
nuts.
Frank with everyone. He's fucking nuts.
Well, I mean, it's not far off from the truth. To be honest.
Like the guy has no moral
Well, sure, you can have that opinion, but why didn't you say that?
compass whatsoever.
You can't be the Kiwi Farms
No
owner
moral
and be in good
compass
mental health
whatsoever.
and normal. You just kind of can't.
Yeah.
It's like with being a detractor.
And because of that,
Agreed.
it's dangerous to have that kind of power in the hands of someone who has absolutely no morals or values and just thinks that everything is for
What?
the giggles. And it's messed up.
What?
Okay, just being honest. But I
What is
said
that?
as
No,
much.
no, that's an opinion, Phil. What do you mean you said as much? No, you didn't. You said, I don't want my thread taken down, but like, why do you have it? Why is it up? Why is it there? And Josh is like, well, because like, where else would it go? It's a site dedicated to gathering and cataloging and archiving information. Like, and that counts as information, Phil.
And it's messed up. Okay, just being honest. But I said as much.
No, you didn't. You didn't at all. And the most annoying thing about this is that there's no like side-by-side video I can make that proves this, because there's no like proving a negative. There's no way to do that in a funny way.
Right?
It's just like, we know how he acted on the
Lolcow
call.
Live did this to Junt Heeking. They invited him for a conversation,
Ugh.
being nice to him, and the next day they should talk to him.
Well, it's not worth it, because at that point you break all connections.
He
because-
said since you don't like the people on the DSP forum, would
Yeah.
it be more fun to piss them off to remove it then?
So you agree that, like, stupid fucking analogy is like, say you have a town square, and in the town square, people are stabbing each other all the time. Do you shut down the town square, or you say it's a town square, it's allowable? And it's like, fucking dude, people stabbing each other, that's a crime. Those people get arrested and they get thrown in jail. It's not a fucking safe space for stabbers, unless you're in the UK, I guess.
And
Derp.
at the time, we kind of agreed to disagree. Now, I said, listen,
What?
I don't hate the guy, but what am I going to do? I'm just not, again, just like with the casino, I'm not going to.
Because you're a pussy. You're
No
a
moral
bitch.
compass as he makes you remove a PDF from your community you knew about for years, Phil.
Yeah, notice how he leaves that part out. Easy to forget, right?
Deal with him, I'm not going to talk about him or whatever.
Yeah, you were harboring a pedophile for years. You were told he was a pedophile, and you just refused. Even by your own defense, the best case scenario is that you refused to look into it. But the reality is you knew everything, and you refused to do anything about it because you're a sweeper. You're a fucking sweeper, like Snood.
Right? So that's where we left it. Like, I haven't.
Except he did. Except after the breakup with Kino Casino, he continued to do Smart Guys and invited as guest hosts Gayhole, who has beef with Kino Casino, and Ethan Ralph, who is one of Kino Casino's main targets. So he literally tried to like shit on him by having their enemies on his show. And don't forget, my dear friend, Review Tech from the American States of United States of American States. That guy, he was on the 666 King Snake stream.
This is one thing.
Dude, it's so fucking
This is a little skit and Sora that someone put together. I didn't put this together. Someone else did. They do crazy shit there. They do whatever they can get away with. I'm not even sure if I want to use this. Maybe you guys can tell me if this is a good idea to include.
Guys, we didn't hit the tips goal again. Snort, not my fault, okay? You know what happens when that happens, right? Yeah, bring it in. Coordinates locked on Twin Towers. Thanks, Ack, Snort! Oh my god, look at that fire! Tips goal, man, thank you.
Looking at live pictures out of New York City, flames and thick smoke continue to pour from the upper floors of the World Trade Center building.
Dude, that's not funny.
I'm just saying, it's crazy.
You see this? This is what happens when I don't hit my tip goal. Unbelievable.
See, I'm laughing because I have a really, really dark sense of humor, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
sincere and fake as fuck. And all of this is like recorded on hours upon hours of video. It's not like it's hidden somewhere in a fucking Discord
Oh
or
my
Reddit.
god.
Talk to Josh Moon or said a word about him basically since.
And Ethan Ralph is like literally the worst person in this whole situation. And he just chose to have him on and fucking sweep for him after he was off pills and was barely coherent. Well, he wasn't coherent. Was barely awake.
I have nothing.
Come on.
I'm good.
Morality, Phil.
I'm good.
Truth. If you're doing well for yourself,
So what was his take actually? Like, what was his opinion?
I'm
why do you
so
care what other people
rich.
say?
I have so much
Okay?
money,
When
I
did it
don't
bother you if you were
care.
constantly talking shit about me? Phil is doing well.
I'm rich.
Now it obviously
Nothing
does not bother him.
matters
This is something
now.
about Phil now. Phil's coverage about the drama of other people is about him.
Cool,
That's what I
bro.
love about him so much. We get to hear so much about him.
Being stolen. I wasn't getting enough profits or views on the content I was putting out. I was struggling financially.
Oh, you mean like when you threatened to sue people for stealing your content and you said one day all of the money that you made off of me will be mine? Is it like that? Or it's not like that and something else that is equally as weird? I think it's like that.
It drove me nuts. It made me get stressed out. It made me constantly rage about my situation and whine and bitch and complain about it.
You
I've
still
been doing good now for 2
do.
years. I don't give two shits about any of these people.
You give
I
a
don't care
shit.
what they put on any
Just
website.
not
But
two.
hold on. Well, you are even admitting. Let's admit that Phil is doing good. Let's pretend that Phil is doing good. He's mentally okay, having the time of his life. He's doing well because of those people. Literally because of them. Because they propped him up and they swept for him and they did damage control for him and they did some amazing marketing for him that he would have never been able to get himself.
I don't care what they say in any video or any fucking Christmas special. Who cares?
You.
I'm doing good.
You care.
That's all I care about.
I'm
So,
rich. That's
tell
all
me
that
what
matters.
The internet says, right? I understand.
As long as I have
You're
money,
not
I'm
going to
better than
please all the
everybody
people. There's
else.
always going to be people who rag
As
on
long
you.
as
Why?
I
That's
have
part of
money.
being a public figure.
As long as I have money, nothing matters and everything is great and I'm winning and they're losing. What an obvious, sick, pathetic cope. I have money now, so now I'm na boo boo. Like, Jesus Christ, is that really all you've got? Is that literally all you've got? How pathetic.
Figure. All right. So
I've got money now, so it doesn't matter. Why would I care? Why do I care? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet.
you have that problem.
Oh, cool,
and you don't
man.
want to be ragged on. Then don't
The
be a
fuck
public
does
figure.
this
And you
have
know-
to do with Curtering?
As long as you have money, nothing matters. That's the point. Cording has money, so he doesn't have to care, okay? As long as he still has money, then everyone can go fuck themselves, and you can just call everyone jealous because you have money and they don't.
Go to the private sector. Go get a regular job. Go get a 9 to
Go
5.
get a job.
You know, do normal work. Don't be in front of thousands of people every day for scrutiny and skepticism, and then you won't have that level of harassment.
Just
right?
get the
That's
fuck off the
coming
internet,
from
idiot.
DSP, the guy who cannot even take literal his own words. When somebody quotes his own words, they get banned in chat. I can't even take that.
And I've accepted it.
I'm
so every day when I come on here,
good.
you guys make fun of me. I'm like, well, whatever. Who cares?
Well, whatever.
who
I've got
cares?
money. It's okay.
Who cares? Get banned.
I don't care.
I shouldn't.
Hey,
I
Phil,
don't-
what about
I
when you
don't
said
care.
that
I
people
have
making
money.
fun
I'm
of you
rich.
jerking off actually made your wife cry every single time, and she found it to be deeply upsetting? Well, fuck you. You get banned. I'm doing well.
But I guess the quartering.
I guess the quartering isn't
could not
rich.
accept that. All right.
I guess he's not
And
rich enough to
the
look,
quartering, I guess,
be
in a
cool,
conversation
like
to
and
Josh
good,
Moon,
like me.
supposedly, said, listen, I've had enough. I'm not going to allow those guys to talk about my family anymore. They can talk about me, they can talk about my content, but they're not going to talk about my family.
That's
Therefore,
retarded. That's dumb.
I am now making basically this like ultimatum, all right, that they're going to take down any clips about my family. And if they
I
don't,
like a video
I'm going to
game.
use
Here,
my
Phil, have
contacts,
money.
My business contacts
Go get a
on
regular
the internet
job.
to take them down.
Oh,
to
you mean
essentially
that thing you
take
told your
everything they
mother
own.
you'd do?
That's the
What is
worst.
wrong with
Take
these
everything
people?
they own. That's kind of
The fuck is wrong with these people, man? I like a video game. I'm gonna give you money to tell you I like it.
Everything they own.
No, I have no one else to talk to about video games. Everyone hates me and thinks I'm a fucking spurg nobody likes. So I'm gonna give a fucking e-bagger $20 in the middle of his fucking baby man rant to tell, hey Phil, I like a video game. It's a game, it's good, and I like it.
On the
Thanks, Billy.
internet
Go the fuck back home.
to take them down, to essentially take everything they own.
That's the worst. Take everything they own.
What the fuck?
That's kind of a thing that DSP would say. It's
Yeah,
not
that's what
said it
he
before.
said.
But that's like the dumbest thing you can do, because now you made 1,000 more Kino casinos. You could have just let them call you a cuck, because they would have called you a cuck anyways and made fun of your wife getting dicked down by your best friend, allegedly. And you decided not to do it because you're the quarterling, and you can make fun of fucking Brie Larson and make a million videos about Brie Larson, but you can't have other people making fun of you, especially people with a platform who actually can make fun of you. And so now he created 1 million more. And now every single clip of him, people are going to go back and nitpick it because they're petty
He's a
about
cock.
it. And he totally deserves it.
Okay? So he outright said
Just go get a
that.
job.
There's no getting over this one.
Josh Moon. I don't know why he said it to Josh Moon and not the casino. Maybe he wasn't talking directly with them, and I guess Josh Moon was the intermediary or whatever.
No
All
shit.
right? So, of course, the casino laughed it off and said, what's he going to do? You know. Well, again, this is just me trying to understand the situation because I don't really understand it fully because I haven't fully researched it. But from what I'm to understand, I
Great,
guess
perfect. You're the
he
perfect
did
person to
actually
talk
do
about
exactly
this.
what he said he was going to do. He put his money where his mouth was. And the Kino Casino Clips channel, you know, the channel that does highlights on YouTube of Kino Casino, which is exclusively streamed on Kick.
What do you
This
mean
channel
by
gets good
that?
views. They put out, you know, clips, like a clip, 2 clips a day. Each clip gets 10,000, 20,000 views. So this channel arguably is probably making like $10,000 a month in revenue.
Instantly money. Instantly money, bro. This guy sucks. He can't talk about anything else but money. It's like money rules his entire fucking world.
Overall,
It's so crazy.
$100 a year as a side thing. It's not even their main focus.
It's not a money issue. Fucking Kino Casino make good money on stream without that channel. It's a problem where this fucking guy that's the free speech advocate badass, the anti-woke paragon of awesomeness and free speech, the moment he's the victim and the moment people making fun of him, he can say whatever the fuck he wants about everybody else. The moment he's the victim, he spurgs out and goes crazy and tries to suppress it.
But they're making this side.
And also, it's like a guy who's made like a whole career off of doing that shit. And what happened eventually? What happened eventually? He has no self-awareness of how things are going to work out on the internet and how things are going to happen on the internet.
How
he
does
had no idea this
how
would
is
happen
he
at
so
all.
bad at damage
And when you
control?
go and threaten people, it's like when people were getting striked because of DSP. Because every once in a while, he's going to cut a promo on the detractors and say that he's going to sue them, or he's going to drone strike them, or he's going to kidnap their parents, or whatever the fuck. And then channels would start getting DMCA, mine included. And what happened back then is people instantly blamed Phil because he was the guy making the fucking threats. I don't give a shit if it's somebody else. If you make a threat and then the bad thing happens to somebody else, guess who's going to get blamed for it? You, buddy.
Now, for the record, Andy and Ashton do not own the Kino Casino Clips channel. It is owned by their editor. Their editor runs it for them.
Editor.
All right. And they get some of the money from the channel, but they don't own the channel. And this is the technical aspect of it that a lot of people are confused about.
But I thought you didn't know any of this. This was hearsay, right? You guys forgot that this was allegedly someone told me from what I am to gather type of thing. And now he knows everything. He knows who owns everything.
Because you might say, why is that? Why don't they own this Clips channel? In fact, why doesn't Kino Casino stream on YouTube themselves? From what I'm to understand, at one point, Andy was banned on YouTube. He had a YouTube channel and he had a YouTube presence, and he got banned from YouTube. I have no clue for what reason. I don't know. I never looked into it.
It's your fault, Phil.
He did something egregious, and YouTube banned his channel. Now, when you're banned on YouTube like that, you're not allowed to operate multiple businesses and things. You're just banned. So because he was banned for, I guess it was like community issues. It was like copyright strikes. It was like community issues. Like he was breaking YouTube's terms of service.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
you know now?
If he were to try to open up another channel, YouTube would ban that one too. But there's a loophole to
Like, that's the thing. I don't know why we need this stupid ass fucking analysis of this. You could have just said, wow, I guess they're shit flinging online. Well, I don't care about any of those people. I hope it's at least
Isn't it
funny,
crazy?
which is how I feel about 90% of
Of
this
course,
shit. Like, I
Phil
don't,
knows
like-
about the Clips channel. That's where the Dented Zone was hosted,
Right?
which he
I don't
watched.
give a fuck about their Christmas special that he literally brings up specifically, just unprompted. Wait, why would I give a fuck about their Christmas special that they made? I don't give a fuck. I have money. I'm good. I'm making so much money
Beta
right now.
didn't
Why
Phil
would I
do
care?
The same with AdSense.
Yeah, exactly. He used Pandalese AdSense account to make money on YouTube because he got banned for telling people to click on the ads.
have any fucking side in this. I don't give a shit who strikes who.
Because I am.
I don't care. I don't give two shits.
Interesting to me, and
It's like, why specifically two shits? If you don't give two shits, can we like compromise? Do you give a shit? One shit? No.
shows up on my Twitter, I'm gonna laugh. But now we're getting a segment where it's both like pretending to not know anything about it, but also knowing too much stuff to pretend to not know anything about it.
Keemstar loophole. And
Oh, the Keemstar loophole.
The Keemstar
Keemstar
loophole.
himself used this
The
loophole many
Pandalee
years ago
loophole.
to still make content on YouTube while he himself was banned from being a YouTuber. Okay? As long as someone else owns the channel, you can be in the content of said channel, and that's not breaking YouTube's terms of service. Hence, if someone has a Clips channel of Kino Casino and Kino Casino only broadcasts over on Kick, right? Then that means that that channel can operate. Legally, it's allowed. Per the terms of service, per everything, it's allowed. So whoever this editor is who works for Kino Casino had the legal right to own this Clips channel and operate it, even if Andy was banned from YouTube, okay? So,
Okay, so what? Like, what? Why do we need to go into these semantics? Like, who cares about the semantics? Who cares?
after hearing this ultimatum, made a big joke of it. Ha ha ha, big deal, who cares, right? We're going to keep doing what we do, which is what they always do.
Absolutely, and they are victims now. That's the thing.
Didn't people
you don't wanna
got
make
banned
the
by
trolls the victims 'cause
platforming
people
banned
are gonna like
people?
them even more, and they're going to turn
Isn't
against
that
you
also
even more.
ban evasion?
I don't
And you're even
know.
going to have people that used to be on your side that turn
I don't know,
against you
honestly.
because you're doing cuck shit.
Because like back in the day, Ethan Ralph had gotten banned off of YouTube, and Memology had let Ralph stream the kill stream on Memology's channel, and I was one of the mods during that stream, and all I did was unblock people who were saying gunt to ensure that the chat was filled with as much gunt as possible. Because fuck Ralph. But yeah, I guess that happens. I don't know the full technicalities, but I guess it is technically allowable.
Big, and they make good money, and they have a great following, so they're going to do whatever the hell
Money,
they
by
want.
the
They
way.
feel like they're immune, who gives a shit, right? Well,
So does
from
Phil
what I'm to
condone what
understand-
Jeremy did?
Again, this is from what
All
No,
this
I don't
blabbing
know.
and he
understood
still
pretty
hasn't
much-
say so.
He already said I get it, so like I guess that's all you need to know. He gets it. He gets it because he said I get it. All right, so he would have done the same, I guess, because that's what that means, literally. Unless you have a really fucking terrible way with words,
everything very correctly so far.
it's possible.
He's a good understander. That's what he's known for, understanding stuff, by the way. If you've seen his gameplay, you would know what I mean.
The quartering did follow through, and the Kino Casino Clips
Even
channel was
Ralph is
flagged
still
as a
banned, and
violation
Phil
of
let
YouTube's
him
terms
on
of
his
service
stream.
because
Oh yeah, true.
of ban evasion.
Good
And
point.
this is what doesn't make sense. How
Oh, and now we're gonna get the science guy.
if the person
This is like a legal eagle segment, one of those law tubers. This is exactly that kind of thing.
who owns it
Like, okay, so let's see here. Let's talk about, here's the terms of service. Here we have like point 3, point 1, point 32, where it says this.
the channel isn't banned from YouTube.
Bro, who fucking cares? YouTube, Twitch, Kick, they run on TOS that is made out of wet newspaper.
Oh
That is
shit.
being enforced by robots or even worse, people in countries that you can't even point on the map, like mine. So they kind of do whatever the fuck they want unless you're big enough to cry about it and people rally behind you and maybe you get justice or maybe you get shit on. You never know.
So
We're not talking about this like it's in court. This is not the court of law. This is fucking YouTube shitty ass terms of service automated systems.
come to find out, some more research was done, and Andy found out his channel, his YouTube channel, had been unbanned from YouTube like 6+ months ago. I guess he knew about it, but he didn't publicly talk about it because he had no plans to
He
use the
did
channel
talk
or
about
anything.
it.
It just kind of sat there.
He did.
The
You know
channel
this. You
had
watched.
been rebanned,
Okay.
and he didn't even know because he wasn't paying attention to it.
He didn't
And
know.
he got rebanned, and then after his channel got rebanned, then the Clips channel got banned.
Which this reminds me of so I'm multi-streaming on Kick and Twitch and YouTube. And one day I try and log into Kick because I barely ever log into Kick. It's just kind of like a backup thing. And it says you've been suspended from the platform. Whatever,
Nice.
like account suspended type of thing. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, well, whatever, I don't care. I just move on. And the next day I could just log back in again and everything was fine. And I still, to this day, I never received an email, never received any kind of a notification. I never have any idea why I got banned
Cool.
or suspended or whatever. But I guess I was, and now I'm not. Unless I am right now, and I wouldn't know. That's how great it is.
So putting two and two.
So what I'm telling
Yeah.
you is that you should put all your eggs in the basket of streaming and just become a full-time live streamer and get a second mortgage.
together here.
Oh,
what
yeah.
it sounds like happened was someone, is it the Quartering or someone else? Who knows? Got YouTube to reanalyze Andy's original YouTube channel.
But you said it was the Quartering, though. You said the Quartering struck him down, which is slander. I would love for the Quartering to start taking shots at Phil. Because, like, he's in a weakened position right now. He's really weak and everybody's shitting on him. So what he has to do is attack somebody weaker than him, which is DSP. He should come after DSP and be like, oh, you slandering me, you fucking fuck? You said something about my family? I'll kill you. That would be so much fun.
Found another thing that violated YouTube's terms of service on it, got it rebanned, then convinced YouTube that the Clips channel was actually Andy's other channel.
Oh, also, don't forget, the Quartering also has gout, which is just a fun fact.
Super
I
Gout
guess. There's no
Brothers.
punchline to this. Well, I guess gout is the punchline.
Gout,
If you have
gout,
that's
gout,
always
gout.
the punchline. You can just say, hey, Phil,
How's
I
that
don't
gout?
Look, another one, Fall Gout.
Yeah, gout is just funny. Just
Gout,
saying
gout,
gout
gout.
is funny. Gout, 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 gout.
And got the Clips channel banned too.
And what makes it funny is that there's a direct correlation between having gout and having erectile dysfunction. That makes it a million times funny. Because what are you going to tell me you can't get your dick hard because you ate too much red meat and you drank too much alcohol? This shit's funny as hell.
You did it to yourself. You're not even
Now,
a
it's funny because some
victim.
people are like, who could it have been? Well, obviously the Quartering is prime suspect number one, but you do realize that the casino has a lot of enemies.
Yeah, it could have been Ethan Ralph.
Could have been
Really
you,
do. And maybe
including
Maybe
me.
it was Phil.
very, very, very slim chance.
That's why he's acting like he knows nothing about it, because it was Phil.
The situation in this public feud to do
This is the level 666 plus 1.
snakening
667.
logic.
Hey, that thing. That type of stream where he, behind the cover of darkness one night at 3 a.m., saw this shit going on Twitter, and he saw the big drama going on and was like, you know what? Oh yeah, now is my time to strike. And he activated his sleeper agents, his dented sleeper agents on YouTube, and was like, okay, it's time to attack, buddy. Prepare the slave trade. And then he prepared the false flag trade and started flagging left and right. And then I started flagging. That's it. That's how he wins. And he did. And now everybody thinks the Quartering did it, but secretly it was Phil Burnell, the King Snake. He took another victim.
But yeah, in the court of public opinion, that doesn't really matter. The Quartering had this public feud with the casino.
Just like in the court of
was
public
JF,
opinion, it doesn't
obviously.
really matter if DSP was
He got
depressed
away
when he
with
jerked
murder.
off on
He
the
was
internet.
sure
and
he
was
could
really
get
funny.
away
All that
with
matters
this
is that
too.
he jerked off on the internet, and it was really funny.
And so it's obvious if someone was going to do it, it likely was going to be him. He was the one bragging to Josh Moon saying, I have all these connections and all this power and I could do this if I so choose. I could shut them down, right? So what's happened is, because this happened, did you think that the casino was not going to talk about it? Of course not. This is called the Barbara Streisand effect.
Oh, it's the Barbara Streisand effect? I thought it
The
was called
Barbra Streisand effect.
But that might be an instance of the Mandela effect.
The
Will
Barbra
only be
Streisand
amplified and
This is actually called the Phil Burnell effect, is when you jerk off online and then you say you got depressed.
by 10
And hope people... Yeah, the Phil Burnell effect is when you trauma dump on somebody who you know is going to make fun of you for it, so they don't make fun of you for it. That's the Phil Burnell effect.
It was
And also
Turbin
begging.
S
That's also
fault.
the Phil Burnell effect.
It's his fault.
if you pull something like this. So the casino decided to say, hey, to hell with this, we're going to war. And they blew this up on their show.
Yeah, the Nelson Mandela effect, of course.
The Henry Epstein
People
effect.
started to go to
The Phil Burnella effect.
and flag him and say, hey, how dare you do this, right? And
How
then
dare you do this?
people started to clip the casino show. They started to clip the Quartering, and the clips were all over the internet. Okay?
Holy shit. Look at this clip.
Again, I'm just
Watch out, it's a clip.
situation. I could be wrong on any of this.
I
It's
could be
fine,
wrong
you
on
know,
everything.
It's fine.
if I'm wrong.
It could be someone else.
I can be wrong on any of this, but I'm going to talk about it for like 15 minutes. Who cares? That's great.
Picture perspective. Supposedly, the Quartering then started
Supposedly.
flagging other people
Oh my god.
harassment.
No one would think that would
So it
happen.
wasn't, oh, I'm flagging the casino for ban evasion anymore.
But that's like really ironic because that's exactly what a fat cuckold would do. That's exactly what he would do, allegedly, if he was one, which is very alleged still.
Apparently, he started flagging clippers on the internet or anyone who covered this issue, like talking about the court
How's that cuck?
family stuff, which I haven't. I actually don't even know what it is. I don't give a shit. I don't want.
Oh yeah, better make sure you say you haven't talked about it in case the Quartering wants to strike you too. That's smart, Phil. Better make sure to say that explicitly.
know about it. Okay, I don't.
I don't even know why
I
they're
don't even
fighting.
want to
But you're
know.
trying to tell me that essentially you don't even have an idea what they're fighting over? Maybe if you knew, you would have a better, more informed perspective. Like, what are they even fighting over?
Okay, was then in their video getting their video
He's so scared. He is so scared. So scared. He can't
Over
even have
here,
an opinion.
those celebrity gossip
Which
shows
way?
are
But maybe
very
it was. Maybe
popular
it was
on
harassment.
TV.
Like
He
if you think
talks
about,
like
if you
one of
actually
those
knew what they
grandma
were talking
hosts.
about, maybe it was. I don't know. if
I
it
don't
was.
know anything about
I don't know.
anything,
I don't
you
need to know
guys.
either. Allegedly, what happened?
This video has a harassing part in it.
No one
It's
knows.
taken down or whatever.
Oh,
A
whatever.
harassing
It wasn't
part
just
of a
going after the
video.
casino.
What?
But then when the Streisand effect happened and everyone started to publicly talk about the Quartering's personal business in a public forum, he started flagging anyone who was doing it as well. So now the fear is that if anyone actually talks about the issues, the personal issues that...
What are they? But now you want me to... You make me want to know what they are even more. Because now when you're acting like he's on fucking like crazy shit, you're making me more curious.
that he's going to hit you with a harassment claim and shut down your video and possibly your...
Oh yeah, that's why he doesn't want to say it. He doesn't even want to speak it out loud. It's the bull that should not be named.
Okay. So I think, am I to understand, in general...
Tell me
do
if
I
I'm
understand
wrong.
the situation? Because before
And if
I
you
don't
do, I'll
know,
ban you.
Tell me.
I need to make sure that I'm understanding the situation. In a
Oh, now he's gonna wait for somebody in chat to say yes. And then
Sure,
5 people are
sure,
gonna
Phil.
say
Everything
no.
you said was
I
right.
at least have a summary
We
understanding
spent
of this.
what?
But I thought that was your
30
take.
minutes
Am I off on a few points?
He
I
had a
talking
whole
about
ass opinion,
something
and there
we
was like,
claim we
and
don't
then in
know
the end was
anything
like,
about.
You know what?
Cool,
Did
very
I even get
responsible.
any of this correct?
can be corrected if I'm wrong before I come to any kind of
All those fucking drama merchants on the internet talk shit they don't know anything about. I talk shit I don't know anything about, and then I go, am I wrong, guys? And that makes it good. That makes it okay. That makes it so it's responsible, and everyone else sucks.
opinion on it.
Oh, so that wasn't your opinion? That was just the retelling of what allegedly happened?
That's just wrong. So now you're banned.
Whoa. Okay.
Did he actually ban him?
So wait, what?
Did he actually allegedly happen?
That's just wrong. So now you're banned.
Okay, so
He actually
you're
banned
not
him.
allowed to tell him he's wrong.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I don't know about the personal issues, nor do I care. I don't even want to talk about them.
But what do you mean? you
Isn't
don't care?
that
Maybe he
kind of
killed somebody.
important,
He
though?
could have killed somebody. He could have killed 10 people. He could have
Isn't that
kidnapped a
part
million
of the
people.
context
That's not
that
the
you
issue.
need?
Right?
That's too personal. Don't ask me if I killed somebody. It's too personal.
Someone else's dirty laundry or personal issues is none of my concern.
Communist
Except
state of Phil.
when it is, and you're talking about Low Tier God and Review Tech USA.
Yeah,
and
you
the
talk
other
about
guy,
LTG and his
Wing Wolf something.
daughter.
I don't give a shit. You know me, I'm not a drama guy. I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
yeah,
not
he's
a drama guy.
Unless it's like April Fool's, but then it's like a joke.
This
It's not even
was like
serious.
2
It's
weeks
not even real
ago.
drama. It's fake. He made it up. That would have been really cool if he did that. He would make up some fake drama with somebody.
What I care about what
Which is exactly what he wanted to do with Triple P, by the way. He wanted to make fake drama, but as he explicitly says in the DMs, nothing as crazy as faking cancer, because that's too far. But he was okay with making actual fake, like, wrestling drama. As a 43-year-old man, he wanted to do that for profit. Not even for, like, fun content, just straight up to grift money. As he himself says, he calls it grifting in those DMs again.
is actually going on in the situation with the YouTube.
Actual scammer, the DNA of a scammer. And he just doesn't want to embrace who he is. That's why he's always going to be miserable, because that's what happens when you don't embrace who you
He's
are.
not a drama guy.
And when you
So
can't
why are
embrace
we
who
having
you are,
this
you will
conversation
always
to
give a
begin
fuck about
with?
what other people think about you, because they
Because
will
you
be
guys
correct.
want me to talk about it.
And by the way, I have shout outs to do. And
You need to liberate yourself, Phil.
By the way, I've
Just
got
be the
money and I'm
grifting,
going to
pathetic,
talk about the
toxic fuck
money
you're always meant
soon.
to be. Follow
But this
your
is
soul and your
drama
heart,
time.
And be mean and spiteful and petty.
By the way, I have
The
money
truth will set you
waiting
free.
for me
this
to...
channel was
the
unbanned
count.
with no strikes against it when it was flagged. Terms of service is different from copyright. I think this is a key point that people are not understanding. When it comes to copyright, there's a 3 strikes rule on YouTube.
Except when there isn't, and they hit you with like 5 strikes at a time at one point, and you just die. You instantly get nuked.
Where first strike, okay, it's like a warning. Second strike, you get things taken away. Third strike, your channel's banned until you get some of the strikes.
No, that's not what happens.
Terms of service.
When somebody wants to take you down, they just hit you with multiple strikes at once, and you're just gone. And then you need to go and write emails to YouTube fucking support and wait for somebody to grace you with their attention. There's legit channels that are multiple hundreds of thousands of subscribers large, and YouTube just nukes them. And they have to go and cry about it
Yup.
on Twitter, because that's the only way to get somebody to give a fuck.
And then nothing happens.
To make it like a public drama thing.
At any given
Still.
moment, someone on YouTube who works for YouTube can say your channel violated terms of service and just shut your whole channel down.
Uh-huh.
And
It'll happen
all
to
you
you
can do
too,
is try to
Phil.
appeal and prove otherwise, and if you don't, your channel's gone. That's how YouTube's terms of service work. There's no levels of escalation. There's no 3
Sometimes
strikes,
you
you're
can
out.
appeal and it's
On
gone
YouTube, if
anyways.
you fuck up bad, you're done. You're toast. You're brown bread.
I didn't even
That's
fuck up.
just how it is.
You're brown
Okay?
bread. Grow up, fucking boomer.
Exactly. Indefinitely
You're brown
suspended.
bread.
And it's weird.
The fuck
because depending
says
on
that?
What you get shut down
So
for,
fucking
it looks
cringe.
different. Sometimes it could just say this
You're
channel's
brown
not
bread.
available. Sometimes it'll say this channel's been
Fuck is brown
terminated.
bread?
Like I've seen different.
Oh, I forgot to play that part of the Review Tech clip where he calls me a fascist, by the
Such
way.
a
That's
fucking-
insane. Actually insane.
Such a man-child
if you
boomer.
But keep thinking that. I have no problem with people hating on me for shit that is literally not true. If that's your fanfic, at least I hope my dick is big while I'm fucking you in the ass in your fantasy.
It's like really egregious. It'll
At least make that true.
Is terminated. That means you really are in bad shape, and you may not ever get it reversed at all.
YouTube
In general, people who have
sounds
their channel
very
shut
bad,
down
King.
usually eventually
Why
get them
don't
back.
you
Even
go
if,
back
even if
to
you just
Twitch?
let time expire, usually it's after a while, it won't be a big deal, and you can get something reversed. Okay, I've had many years ago. I had the DSP Gaming channel. All right, that was like, oh, something I said. Oh, they didn't like that. They flagged it. You wait a couple years, you appeal it, and then they'll remove it. Okay, so it's not endless, but sometimes you could get permanently terminated. Okay.
You're so
Okay,
cringe.
so
if this, so everyone is saying I do have a good understanding or general understanding of what happened.
Everyone's saying I'm
Okay.
smart.
terrible. Why would
Okay?
you like?
Because
What is-
everyone
why would
else
you
has been
even have
banned
this
already.
Segment. Why would you have the segment? 'Cause
Everyone's
I
saying
don't
I'm
even
not
know if
wrong.
it's exactly true or exactly wrong. I think it's wrong on some things. But I just followed this shit on Twitter, so I know nothing about it. Like realistically, I didn't even watch
Everyone's
somebody.
saying I
stream
know
on it.
everything.
But it was
It's
pretty funny
cool.
to watch people shit on the quartering and watch him get progressively more and more miserable with each clip that I see about him. That was awesome, and that's all I care about. I don't care who's right, who's wrong. I don't give a fuck about any of the people involved. I just hope it's really funny and that it feeds my life force as a hater.
What happened here?
Because other people watch videos of cute puppies and kitties on the internet, and I watch videos of pathetic man-children seething and crying and falling apart mentally. And I love that.
As usual, Kino Casino went after the quartering like they go after everyone. Now,
Go-
you guys know my opinion on
What do you
this,
mean
right?
go after? Talk
I said the
about?
same-
You're gay?
You can, you
Listen, if they wanna go after
talking
me,
about someone
they
is
wanna go
going
my
after them. What the
content, they
fuck
wanna
is
go after
wrong
my
with
looks,
you?
They want to go after anything that
You're
I
a
put
fucking
in front of this
pussy,
camera
dude.
every day. They have a right to.
Why you ban him then?
I saw the
Yeah, they
chat
go
logs
after
during
me.
the segment. Even
When they
his
point
mod
out
said
things
they
that
weren't
aren't
paying
true.
attention.
Yeah,
But sure, Dents keep enabling this by being there.
yeah, like, like you see him having this little crash out, and then he's getting money for it for some reason. You're like, who the fuck is watching this? And it's like, yeah, you're doing really good. Here's some money. And the fact is, nobody watches this. Even the people who give him money don't fucking watch.
If they have the right to do it.
I'm the one who chooses to become a public figure and do
I'm a
this
public
for a
figure.
And
living.
I would be perfectly fine if he simply said, I ban whoever the fuck is annoying to me. Instead of making it about some fucking rules and regulations and terms of service and you broke the fucking law in my country. Because you can ban people you don't fucking like. You can ban it if somebody's being an annoying spurg in your chat and you're like, okay, man, get the fuck out of here. And then you ban them and you never think about them ever again. Instead of making it about like mental gymnastics and stupid shit.
And I make a good living doing it, right? But that means
Hey, money.
have money.
scrutiny and spectacle is part of it.
much,
And I'm-
so much
Well, and you have to have really thick skin to be a public streamer, right?
You don't
So you're gonna have-
Isn't this guy that the same guy who wanted to
What the
unlock
fuck are you so
himself?
obsessed with this?
I think it is. No,
Such
no
a
TBS
shallow
today. I do
prick.
think though ALT is going to be streaming after
I
I'm
have
done
money.
streaming, and we're going to do TBS tomorrow with Mr. Ludacris.
people coming after you. All right. And there's not much that you can really do about it. You just got to accept that. All right. I knew that when I broke off my ties with Kino Casino a little over a year ago, that this was going to be.
You mean
Like I
you
said about embracing who
betrayed
you are,
them? You
that is a core
stabbed them
part
in the
of having
back.
thick skin. Is
It's not
being
breaking ties,
very,
man.
very confident in who you are as a person. And then whatever somebody tries to say, even if it's like about your looks, like about your personal life, or just straight up making up fan fiction about you, is just going to roll off your back like it's nothing. Because you know who you are, and you're confident about who you are. And Phil, fundamentally, doesn't really know who he is, and he tries to be something that he's not. And it just doesn't work out.
A year of harassment. And I said, I don't care because I'm not going to pay any attention to it. And I know that most of you out there also.
And it's definitely not one of those things where you can just speak it into existence. If you say I don't care 50,000 times, eventually you will not care. No, it's a muscle that needs to be exercised. Confidence is something that you build up with experience, with practice, and with taking L's sometimes with defeat. So you just got to embrace it. And eventually you're going to become a person that you're confident about, and you're going to be confident in yourself and your identity.
don't care. Anyone who's actually a fan of mine doesn't give a shit about this. So why would I care?
And I think why Triple P and Warski are
Yeah,
successful
entire
in this is
segments.
because as far as my impression is of Triple P, he is confident in himself, and he knows who he is and what he is and what his job is, and he just does that and is that, and then it just is like easy to him. It's natural.
Let them say and do whatever they.
And it's the same with like Maximilian, with Justin Wong, with like so many people.
Them special.
And you can pretty much instantly tell that they are like this and that they feel like this. And there's so many people on the inverse online that are just fake and are afraid of being themselves because they're going to get judged or because they're just afraid.
Harass me and my family. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't affect me if I
Harassed?
ignore it. And that's the truth.
How
For a
have
whole
you been
year, I ignored it,
harassed?
and it literally never affected me. The only time it ever did is when a bunch
When
of
it
idiotic morons
did.
would come into the
The
chat.
only
Literally,
time it
by the
didn't
way,
affect
how
me is
many
when it
days
did
ago?
affect
18
me.
days ago, on the 1st of April,
The fuck is wrong
2026,
with you,
DSP did the April Fool's stream, which was him coping after another video was made about him by Turkey Tom. The video already passed 1 million views. and he just needed to let it out. As he said it himself. He needed to get it off his chest, which is, if nothing bothers you, what do you have to get off your chest, my friend?
And spam with whatever they were doing that particular day. And I would say,
I don't care.
Oh my God, he doesn't care.
Wow,
And we'd be good.
that's
He
how we
doesn't
know
care
you
so
don't
hard.
care. You say it
Just
over
like his
and
wife
over and
didn't
over
care,
and over and
the
over
first
and
time,
over.
the first time she was
and over
interviewed
and
by
over.
him when they had the stupid Q&A. That's very, very first time. I'm talking like 2018-19. She said that the trolling doesn't bother her. Then the Halloween stream happened, and it turned out that it did bother her
It
a
doesn't
lot.
affect my family.
Afterwards, when
So
she came
Cat's
back
not
and was
back on stream
recast
for
as a
co-op
fat Asian
because-
boy,
No, because you're all evil.
she said it
You know,
again. It
you're-
did not bother her yet again. And it turns out that she left, and then DSP admitted that it did bother her. So obviously, it's not just about saying it. It's about genuinely, truly believing it and being comfortable with yourself. And none of them are. Because, I mean, look at him.
now, to be honest with you, I think that's what any intelligent adult should do. Okay? That's my take. The best way to put up with an internet bully is to just fucking ignore them. Okay? There's a difference between what Kino Casino does and what other people do. And here's what I mean by that.
Who are other people?
Casino talk shit. Kino Casino tries to expose personal shit, right? They really are an internet drama show. They're trying to be like TMZ on the internet. They're kind of like what Keemstar used to do with Drama Alert, maybe times 10 in some cases. They're like the new group doing it that's hot and popular for doing it.
I thought you said you liked
That's a good
Keemstar.
assessment.
I
Okay?
thought you said you were
People find what they
friends
do
now.
entertaining or whatever.
Or whatever.
Ignore it. Not much is going to happen. All right.
What do you think is going to happen? Like, what do you think is going to happen? He's
But-
done so
oh
much
my
to feed
God,
them
dude.
over and over again. Like this here segment, they're literally going to watch it if they haven't already. I don't know. They're going to watch it and get like half an hour to, or well, not half an hour. They're going to get an hour and a half out of this and shit on him, and then they're going to watch him play something else and shit on him.
My case, right? I ignored it. Did Kino Casino come after me in my livelihood?
What does that mean? Like
What?
DMCA
Like
strike
literally,
him? No,
what the
would
fuck
be
does
below
that
the belt.
mean, man?
Did they try to get my channel shut down? Did they try to take money out of the mouths of my wife and my cat and me? Did they try to
mouths?
You know what I'm saying? Did they try to shut down? No, they didn't do anything like that. What the
So
truth
why
is,
are
I
you
think
crying?
They understand the game.
Why are you crying
Okay?
so much?
What do I mean by that? They understand that if they keep it going, if they just keep they can keep making content, right? If you shut down the person you're making fun of, how
Why would he even suggest that at any point they would think about like deplatforming DSP? Why would he ever think that's a possibility? That's just like a straight up a fake narrative, like a made up bullshit narrative.
your own purposes, your own profits. You need that person to keep making content so they can keep making content on them and profit from it. Okay? Some detractors don't get that. Actual detractors will try to do fucked up.
Actual detractors?
Steal money. They'll try to shut you down. They'll try to hit
Oh my god, they're gonna we got the super crazy mention. They're gonna try and steal money, which he literally did though. He actually did that.
try to do messed up stuff to ruin your reputation.
Phil tried to
that
shut him
actually does
down.
hurt your business.
I love that one of the last things he ever did on the internet as super crazy, that fat Mark, is apologize to me on Pescator's show, which I do not accept, by the way. That's a fake ass apology. I needed him to actually start crying. And if you check his Twitter, his last tweets are getting curb stomped by me. And I love that. I love that. I live for that shit. Curb stomping fat bastards online.
DSP,
Godlike.
Kino
Has ever done
Casino's
that. They
audience
just wanted to
literally
buck on my
begged them
name,
to
so
not
they do
cover
so.
you because
Do I
you're
agree
too
with that?
boring.
No. Do I think that's immoral? Yes. Would I do it myself? Of course not. But I can't really
You've
stop
already done
Wait,
that.
you wouldn't do it yourself? You wouldn't take down anybody making fun of you?
You've
like
already-
you wanted to do to many detractors and just straight
Already.
up sue them in real life? Like the Quartering isn't even suing him for like defamation or slander or whatever DSP wanted to sue for. He just DMCA striked them. Or like community guidelines. Allegedly he did that. We don't even know.
And I'm not going to go to extreme measures to try to shut them down from doing it. I'm just going to say, ignore it and move on
There's
with my
nothing
day.
you
I'm
can
good.
do.
Yep, ignore it.
I'm happy. I'm successful. Why do I give a shit
I
about
have
what it is?
money.
I'm successful,
I
right?
have so much money. I have
don't know why
money.
the
I
Quartering
have
is taking a
money. I
different
have
opinion on
money.
this or a different
I
direction.
don't care
I'm
because I
acting like
have
Lil Wall.
money.
He's a fat cuck allegedly.
I'm rich.
Egregious.
Okay, I
That
don't
he felt
care
that he's
because I'm
taking this into his
money
own hands. Again,
haver.
oh, further.
Because they exposed them, and he was no longer the cool badass. He was the fat cuck that he is. Like they took the mask off and ridiculed him. That's all it takes. Like with Styx, Hex, and Hammer, that's another one of the cool badasses turned out to be trash, idiot, loser. Like so many of those, left, right, and center.
I should say this for the record. Apparently, he publicly
Like iDubbbz was one of those, but he kind of exposed himself. He was like, "Hey, you guys, by the way, I'm a fucking cuck and I'm a bitch, and I actually all the stuff that I build a career off of, I don't mean any of that. I don't stand for anything at all. I stand for whatever my wife tells me I stand for because I'm a good husband. I'm a good person."
Yeah, it just
He's the
shows
type
you,
of
like-
guy to develop sympathy and empathy at the age of 33, like DSP.
He really does think like having money makes it so you don't have to care about anything. He's just hypnotizing himself into believing that. It's so fucking weird and goofy and crazy. And it's just going to make his downfall even more painful for him.
One of those.
Even though he's on record with a conversation with Josh Moon outright saying, I will do it. I will use my power to do this. He claims he hasn't done it. He's tried to show
Just
that he
like you
hasn't flagged
did.
any channels on his streams and stuff like that. So he's trying to say it's not me. Okay?
Okay.
But-
Sound familiar?
Like I said, who else would it have been unless you have someone who's really trying to take advantage of this particular timing and situation to do it? And wouldn't that be an incredible coincidence that all of this stuff was already lined up to happen?
No shit.
And now someone jumped on it at exactly
Same
the right
reason
time
why
to make
people
it look
think
like the
you're
Puerto Rican
behind
government
it.
has
money,
No,
Philip.
it's not that deep. It could have been anybody,
Barbara
just like when
Streisand.
DSP does shit like
Barber.
that. And then Superhound, whoa, this guy copyright struck me. What a fucking surprise.
He's just the most unlucky dude on the planet.
Maybe he's just
Maybe
unlucky.
It is. Maybe it really is someone framing him, and he's not doing it. I don't.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
sure.
know.
And if
Why don't
he
you
does,
talk
we're
to
all
him?
just
Why don't you
guessing and
ask
assuming based
him?
on the information that's been made
He's
public
your
on the internet,
friend, right? Cunt.
But here's the thing.
Your bottom
we're
line is
actually getting
blah.
to the real meat of the issue and the opinion.
Oh,
Yeah, we
finally,
get to the food
opinion.
part
Okay,
because
this
I
is the
like
opinion
that
piece,
part.
the editorial.
So, like I said, my opinion is if you don't like someone, if you want
If
to
you
go
don't
back
like
at
him,
them
go
and start
away,
to benefit from
okay?
it, that's one way to go at it. The other way is to ignore them.
What one way? So
Not believe in attacking.
wait. So one of the ways of starting a feud with somebody and beefing with them online is to ignore them, and the other way is to deplatform them. That was an opinion. Hold on, I want to get a replay of this so you don't think I'm taking shit out of context.
If you want to go back at them,
Hold on.
real meat of the issue and the opinion. All right.
Here's the meat of the
So-
opinion.
Like I said, my opinion is if you don't like someone, if you want to go back
And I know he wanted this to be a literal, like, middle of the road opinion where it's like, well, I'm not for one person and I'm not for the other person. I'm the based god on the middle. But it ended up being like the worst of both opinions.
at them,
Okay, again.
like I said, my opinion is if you don't like someone, if you want to go back at them and start a feud and benefit from it, that's one way to go at it.
What?
So one way
What
to
the
go at
fuck?
it is to deplatform them and copyright strike them and take them down by force
What is
if you don't like what they're saying about you.
Other way is to ignore them.
And the other way at beefing with somebody is to not beef with them and just not
What?
do it at all.
What is wrong
I
with
do
you?
not believe in attacking someone's livelihood.
Yes, you
Oh.
do.
Okay, so he didn't mean to deplatform them.
I do not believe in attacking
I guess he meant to beef with them. Okay.
someone's, business source of income, whatever you may say it is. I don't believe in
Yes,
that
you
at
do.
all.
Yes,
And
you do, because
particularly,
you've
I don't
done
believe
that.
in it if you're actually doing it with underhanded means. For example, let's say that the
You
court
literally
actually
did
felt
that.
like Kino Casino was slandering him or defaming him with the things that they were saying publicly on their show. Well, he has a legal right to take them to court for that.
Oh, I'm so fucking sick of lolcows suing each other for dumb shit lolcows say on the internet. I'm so fucking tired of the court's time being fucking wasted with bullshit from loser idiots online who all shit the bed. All of these boys' diapers are full as fuck and they're constantly suing each other. All these fucking stupid bums.
There's a court system in place.
The court
For this
system.
kind of thing. You get a lawyer, you lawyer up, you show
This guy said on a live stream that I'm a fat cuck. Your Honor, I'm not a fat cuck. It was all consensual.
what's been said. You say this is all defamatory or slander, whatever it is. 'cause
I don't even know what it is, even though people keep fucking explaining it to me to my face.
A U.S.-Canada law thing. We have to figure it out. But that's the avenue that he could have taken.
So fucking.
It could be slander and
Yeah,
different. I don't
let's
even
go
know.
into the court and we're gonna waste their time with complaining.
never
about
gonna
how
know, will
Triple T
you?
said that Quartering's wife takes cream pies from his bowl. And let's post the clips. Let's all watch the clips in the courtroom. Your Honor, exhibit number 1. Let's get some subs. Ding 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 ding. He's a cuck.
Gay! He's gay! He's gay!
That would have been such an awesome time in court.
Not
I
all
feel
the
like I've been,
lolcow lawsuits
slighted.
are awful,
Cuck
Meerkat.
alert, cuck alert.
You haven't seen the Cyrix court.
Alleged, by
It
the way.
was
All of this is
amazing.
alleged.
He decided not to do that, but instead,
For fuck's sake.
scenes
Yeah, let's waste everybody's time with bullshit.
on you, like sleight of hand almost, right? Like, I'm going to see that Andy's channel's unbanned, and I'm going to get it rebanned, and then as it's being rebanned, I'm then going to flag another channel that we all know isn't owned by Andy, but convince someone at YouTube that it is, and then say that it's banovated.
Yeah, let's do all that. Sure. How about maybe the Quartering should have leaked his DMs and call it the Quartering 666 character assassination stream, and he should have invited DSP. Like the Super Gout brothers should have united to go against Kino Casino and rob them yet again.
That's
Should
pretty
have done that.
Like, that's some dick dastardly, curly mustache villain tying a woman and tying her to the fucking train tracks kind of level of shit. Like, that's some fucking underhanded.
So we're
dirty
now
shit.
looping and still haven't
And
said
I guess my
anything.
question would be,
I guess my question would be,
How the hell did he pull it off?
who
who does he have on the inside at YouTube working this stuff? Because, again, from everything we've been told up to now, the Kino Casino Clips channel was never, ever owned or controlled by Andy. Maybe we've been lied to, and maybe it was. But if it wasn't, that YouTube channel should have a registration of a name and an address. If it's made ad revenue, the AdSense account has a name and an address. And as long as
Oh, of course.
registered to
Yeah, we're gonna go find him in real life.
content is on the channel, you can't get that channel for ban evasion.
But the AdSense, I can just do exactly what DSP did and make an AdSense for my girlfriend or make an AdSense for my mom or my dad, which is exactly what this guy did when his AdSense got banned the first time. He made a Pandaleon AdSense and he used hers because he's awesome.
Okay? However, I
Okay.
will say this. I feel like, sadly, being such a public spectacle like they are, Kino Casino kind of worked against themselves in this situation, and here's what I mean. I know
What
the
does
way
he mean
YouTube
by
works,
that?
Okay?
No, you don't.
Works is,
No, you don't. You don't even know how to get views. That's why you need to make stupid edits of yourself that don't get any views and are pointless.
YouTube only cares about the legality of a situation based on the information it has. So, the moment that Kino Casino clips got flagged and shut down for ban evasion, all YouTube will care about is speaking to the person who is legally registered
Yeah, I did
as
see
the
that.
person who owns the channel, period. And literally,
I saw that like Boss Man was like 100K up, and then he started screaming and freaking out. And then Rat Dad broke into the room and cut down that gosh darn internet. And then we found out later that he'd been arrested. It's like, wow, winning. All our moms are in shambles.
no input from anyone else matters because
So they can just tell the person what to say?
they know legally only that person is the legal party involved. They don't give a shit about what anyone else says. So when the entire internet started flagging the Team YouTube Twitter account, and you had people saying, oh, I'm going to go on Reach behind the scenes, and I'm going to do this and that just made the situation 10 times worse. Because all YouTube wants to do is talk directly to the person who owns the channel to get to the bottom of the situation. They don't want to be inundated with 7,000 people bothering them with bullshit that they don't understand. So
that's what I need in order to get my monetization back. I need
He'll be
7,000
out by Monday.
idiots.
Because now they have the public on their side, and from what I'm to understand, they've had some of the most profitable streams they've ever had in their history.
From what I am to understand. Somebody told you how much money Kino Casino made? From what I am to understand. Where did you understand that from?
Weeks as a result of this. But at the same time, and the whole process of getting this channel unbanned, I think it worked against them. Because knowing how YouTube works, all that white noise going on, they don't want to be involved in that shit at all. All they want to do is talk directly to the person who legally owns it, see evidence that they own it or don't. Like right now, in my opinion, the best way to go about it would have been don't talk about it yet. Say we're working on it, and when it's resolved, we'll let everybody know. And then have their editor, if he indeed is the person who owns the channel, go to YouTube and say, here's all my information to prove my identity. Here's my AdSense. Here's this. I am not Andy. I don't know why you think I am, but legally, here's the evidence. And then
I'm not Andy. My name is Andrew. Andrew Warzowitz. Yep. I'm not Andy Warski at all. What are you thinking?
he needed to get a lawyer up, and have the lawyer get involved so the lawyer can have notaries and everything prove that this guy is who he is and he's not Andy. And then through that,
He doesn't
method,
know what a
I think that the
notary
channel could have
is,
gotten
dude.
banned.
Can you
And if want
stop?
to-
Yeah, my name is Dandy.
Can you stop using that
I'm Dandy
word?
Snortsky.
Because it was such a big public.
I'm a totally different guy. Look,
didn't
I
even
have
get
a
it
mustache.
notarized
Andy
'cause
Warski
I'm-
doesn't have a mustache.
that's what my
mustache
dad
is very
did.
big and real.
become so convoluted. And for what I'm to understand also, that I guess they already did their appeal, and the appeal got denied.
Damn, you understand a lot about this. Where'd you know all this from?
20 chances to appeal. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Do you?
Like the one time, and if you can get it cleared up, great. And if not, you're screwed. So I think what happened is they rushed to appeal right away, thinking, "Oh no, we're in the good. You know, this is no problem."
We're in the
And it actually
good.
backfired because they had all this public spectacle.
This is such a long ass segment. I didn't expect this to be that long.
Maybe it might have made the situation worse, and that sucks because that's a channel that had tons of followers, had tons of views and stuff,
They
and
got
that's something they're
money.
going to lose. And if they're going to do it again, they have to build it up again. And what's to say, whatever happened, right? What's to say it
Right?
might not happen again? Like, let's say that this editor decides to make another channel, or another person decides to make another channel, and this is their new clips channel. What's to
They
say someone
wouldn't have
doesn't
to
try
do
to
any
do it
of
again?
this as Jeremy wasn't a
What they
flagging
really
cluck
need to
with
do,
thin skin
which
in
I
the
don't know if
first
they have the ability to
place.
do, they need to get Andy's channel unbanned. Because that seems to be the root cause of all of their problems right now. If that channel gets unbanned, then they can't have anyone saying that there's any kind of ban evasion. But how do you get it unbanned? Why was Andy's channel banned to begin with? Okay?
Who
So,
knows?
In my opinion,
I guess people who
the
looked
best way to
into
go
it,
about
they know.
taking care of internet bullying and trolling is
So you're not one of those people.
to go back and clap back and bet.
Oh, like the
And
yeah, like
clap
the troll stuff
back.
he does. He wants to do both though.
At least that's what everyone is saying. I don't know if there's evidence, but that's what everyone is saying is that he took another option and he's done this underhanded stuff on YouTube to try to get back. And now
That's
he's
what
flagging
everyone's
other channels as
saying,
well,
anyways.
Supposedly, allegedly, have to say that he's gonna sue you.
But people are saying, yeah, this is the case. This is what's happening. Okay. I don't stand for that. And here's why. When you abuse the system, a couple things happen. Number one, you expose the system for its shortcomings. If the quartering actually has found a way to abuse YouTube's system and fool it into thinking that someone's ban evading, That's a bad thing.
That's a bad
We
thing.
need YouTube systems to work and be safe. We can't have people abusing them because then it leads to my second point. Other people will now take advantage. Do you see what I'm saying?
No.
If this indeed is what happened and it worked,
What does he
what's to
mean by
stop
that?
someone else now from stepping up and saying, well, he found the loophole.
Is he gonna bring up how somebody else was allegedly striking people on his behalf, or is he not? Because every time he wants to make an example, he talks about the catfish and a bunch of other shit that people proved is false, and he didn't do it. Is he gonna do that? Is he gonna bring that up? Or maybe he won't.
For us to use it on everyone we don't like. And all of a sudden, big YouTubers get shut down for ban evasion when they're not actually evading anything, right? So that's a huge problem for everyone. That's not just a problem for the quartering. That's not just a problem for the casino or any of these clip channels. That's a problem for literally every YouTuber who's ever uploaded to YouTube.
Except for Phil, because Phil is bulletproof.
You know, it needs to be closed.
Bulletproof Burnell.
All right? It's that simple. Okay? So...
Very simple.
You guys know my opinion on the casino. I don't like them. I don't like the content they make. They bully me. I just ignore them.
But you like them, though.
How are you
like
being
them when it
bullied,
benefited
then?
You love them. Love them. He was in their
How
chat
are
in the
you
middle of the
being
night, day
bullied?
pigging. He wanted to gift subs. He wanted to be... He was their biggest fan. Actually, their biggest fan. Out of all the people that they've made fun of, he was the guy that fucking loved getting made fun of.
My opinion.
Yeah, you would show up in chat and be like, make fun of me eating corn.
And that was it.
You're gonna love it.
Understand about the whole
It's so
situation.
weird.
If this is true, because again, this is all just speculation. If it's true,
shut up.
Then why did the quartering take the route that he did?
Because he's allegedly a fat cuck.
Doesn't matter what they say about him. Just go on your merry way and ignore those jokes.
Go on your merry
You know,
way.
like most people do. I'll admit some people do go back and clap back at them and get into feuds with them, and they love that because that just gives them more content, right? Just ignore them and move on, and that's fine. But he chose a different path, and I don't know, man.
I don't know
what
anything,
happened.
actually.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
was
know.
doing push-ups for Triple P. Actual push-ups. And he would walk the runway for him. Oh, man. He was so cuck.
Shout-outs, and then let's get set up for Pragmata, okay?
Shout outs.
You just got it.
What was your opinion? That it's bad to do bad things?
Did a $20...
That he may or may not have done.
Pragmata is fantastic. Game of the year contender for sure. I played 4 or 5 hours. I can't wait to see your reactions. All right. Sounds like a plan. It sounds like I'm definitely going to be playing it in
Thanks
a
for
moment. and, giving you my
money
take
for
on it.
telling
Thank
me
you,
about a video game I'm already gonna play.
Sure.
You weird cuck.
So let's get on the next thing, which is what it is the next thing, actually. Let's actually check out Mimology 101, but not this one, the DSP one. The Crimson Desert. Oh, yeah, he did. He played the Crimson Desert. Oh, this was the other boss. It's not the Crow Caller. The Crow Caller with somebody else. Let's check out Snord Hogan.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, the edited segment. So DSP started editing his own clips. If you can see this one is really hot. Almost 340 views for 4 hours. This is what it looks like. The
How is
Pragmata
this?
gameplay edit. He wants to make those now. Well, it's not he wants to make those now, but somebody is making those now for him. Did I see the Johnny Somali get sent to labor camp? Not only did he get sentenced to 6 months in a labor camp-styled prison in South Korea, but there is some people that want to plead and essentially ask the court for a more strict and longer sentence. So things
It's a
might
shame
even
we
get
don't
worse
have
for him.
hours
6
and
months for
hours of
Johnny
video
Somali?
of
Come
Phil
on.
ignoring
Infinite
people who
months.
make
Can we do
fun of
infinite
him.
months?
Nope, none of
That'd be
JT
great.
exists.
Phil Burnell. What Jer did was wrong.
Big-
Or maybe
it's a
it
big
wasn't
problem.
Dude Snorts.
Yeah, that's kind of like that. It's, well, you don't even know.
You just have no
You
content.
don't even know. Big ups. Also, movie sign for this one.
Phil, I don't care about these people. Then proceeds to spend 30 minutes talking about how much he doesn't care.
Well, people wanted his opinion, dude. Come on. When you're a really cool guy, people want your opinion. No, that wasn't North Korea. It was South Korea. If it was North Korea, you would never hear about him. Ever.
Right.
The gossip show, where Phil recites whatever he's overheard in the bathroom while taking a bunnies.
Well, it was also what he gathered from it, so it may or may not be true. That's why you have to ask his chat. Chat, is this true? The thing that I'm claiming right now? I don't know. Big ups Lemonhead, 26 months, dude. And big ups Jeff S for the subscription style. So this is his video, the edited video for Pragmata. I guess this is just like highlights. Let's see what his highlights are.
IP from Capcom called Pragmata.
Wow, that's annoying.
What's it about? I don't know.
Yeah. If he
Did
seems
you watch
very
the trailer?
fake and clownish, that's because he's farming clips. He's trying to farm himself for edits.
I live in a cave on a mountain like a hermit. I don't know what this game is about. So we're going to find out today for the first
You
time.
watched the
Yes,
trailer for it.
For the
Phil.
record, I have absolutely no idea how this game plays. I have no clue what we're about to do. So let's see.
You
Something's coming.
watched a
Coming straight for us.
trailer for
Oh my god,
it.
everyone get out of the way. It's going to hit us. Stop.
Yeah, look at how entertaining he is.
Thoughts so far. I'm already being asked my thoughts so far. Oh, it's terrible. It's way too talky of a game. Graphics
Because that's the great thing about him. He has no idea what entertaining on YouTube actually is because he doesn't watch YouTube and he doesn't care. For him, it's just a machine that prints money. So it's very interesting to watch him pretend to be entertaining without even knowing what that is.
Good, but it's all cutscene right now, so definitely.
He's trying to be like 2011 DSP. Mine is the racism.
Okay, here we go. First,
or I don't know. He might get super racist in this one.
Pretty good. I like how they left you behind. Why did they leave without you? What a bunch of dickheads. Come back here. You amazing assholes. Well, no evidence of anything bad yet. You see just abandoned, but nothing here.
Just depressingly unfunny, man.
Hey, look at that. Look at the planet. That's cool. Earth is right there.
Ah.
Yeah, when do we shoot stuff? I don't blab it, like I said.
Blah, 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 blah.
Anything but run around. I can't do anything else.
Yeah, this is the kind of
So what are
content
we
and
standing here?
commentary
Prime
that makes me
example
click do not
that
recommend
even
channel.
if you made
Exactly.
an edit of DSP that is supposedly funny, you couldn't make it entertaining because he's not entertaining. Like, what is this? It's just DSP gameplay minus the worst parts,
I can't even
and it's still bad.
I'm stuck. What the? I'm not doing anything right now. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So you run with left thumbstick. You jump with A.
And this again, in his montage, he's figuring out the controls.
Okay, there's like a stamina meter. I
What the
see.
fuck?
Really? Construction still
This is your highlight. Phil figuring out how to jump.
Luna filament, refined from a mineral unique to the moon known as lunum. Luna filament can absorb and copy any information it comes in contact
That's
with.
not
Required for various
funny.
upgrades in the shelter.
Why are you zooming in?
Thanks for leaving the lunum all around for me. I appreciate that.
I hope
So what
whoever's
do we do now?
doing this
Class-
is fucking ripping his ass off. He said a word.
Oh, the blue. Oh, so there's no yellow tape in this game. It's blue. It's blue tarps.
Oh, you're gonna get used to it. Come on, it's not that bad.
All right, everyone, remember. This is gonna be hard to remember. We're so used to yellow tape. We gotta look for blue tarps. Okay?
Our first level starts. We teach a theme throughout the level.
Oh, he's owning the meme.
Turning point. We reward a new item. We give you a clue
Why
to-
are you
the meme owner.
advertising
What the
this?
player does
You
here
know you're being
as he goes around.
trolled, right?
Blue tarps. Blue tarps.
It's so funny.
So,
Yeah, this is
so you
awesome.
put out a video
Here, I
telling
don't know,
everyone
it's
that
just-
you're ruining
I don't
gaming
know
and
what
that
it's
you
supposed to be.
suck.
I guess it's supposed to be
What the
oboe
fuck?
shoes. If you know oboe shoes,
Oh, fuck.
it's a guy that does this, like literally this. So he plays a game, goes through the whole game, and makes a funny montage of playing the game and doing commentaries. This.
Of Honor reboot from 2010. Oh my god, I can't believe the helicopter died in the pre-rendered cutscene, not even the gameplay.
Mom, can
Got
we
killed
have donkey
pre-rendered. That's
videos?
pretty bad. 6 months earlier.
have
We know you're
donkey
really
videos
curious
at
as to
home.
what situation led to the helicopter getting shot down. What could it possibly be?
Except Oboe Shoes tries to be funny and, in my opinion, succeeds. And he's interesting in one of those channel where he plays a bunch of trash games, like the Amy. This is a terrible game, but he tries to make it entertaining. And for 10 minutes, like the video is like 10 minutes long, and it's pretty much the whole playthrough of the game, condensed into like funny and entertaining videos.
Well, let me
So anyways, this is
Hours of gameplay. All right. It's got some editing there, some highlights. You might like.
this is him talking about it.
Right now, the
Oh.
latest video on the channel again. I hope that you guys will give it a look.
Mm-hmm, sure.
And obviously,
Why
let
is
me
he
know what you think.
advertising this
Like,
one
for
and
me,
not the other
this is
one?
another one of those, you know, when the shorts hype was around the corner and he loved making YouTube shorts, when DSP Reacts was a thing and he loved reacting to stuff, the 2 days in which he did DS Politics when he loved being political, allegedly, and so and so. It's one of those trends. And eventually he understands and realizes, okay, this is not doing anything for me because I'm trash and no one cares about what I do, so I'm just going to beg for money for the rest of my life.
maybe this is something that I will continue to do with content on the channel if it pans out. Meaning, if people actually watch it and like it, and if it's helping the channel.
No one
All right, if it's not, then I might not continue to do this. I did this with
watches
Street Fighter 6
or
last week. I've now done it with Mouse PI for Hire, and I'm probably going to be doing it with other stuff too, depending on how it's received. You know, I dropped the video in the middle of the night, and so basically didn't get a lot of views.
Why are you
Being honest,
pretending like
the
you're
video right
making
now-
these?
Oh, it's already bad. He already dislikes it. No, you're not even supposed to say this. Even if you think it's bad, never talk badly about your content. Because if there's anyone by default who is supposed to enjoy your content, it should be you. Never say that you had a shitty stream or you have nothing to talk about, or at least because it seems like you're not trying and you don't care, which is true, but we're not supposed to know it.
I'll look at it over here. It'll be easier so I don't screw up my setup.
Why is he pretending like
Oh,
he's
yeah, we got
making
the
these?
Weekend song. Can you hear that? Blinding Lights. In the
Can't you,
background,
like,
but it's
give
in
credit to anyone?
Because, you know, copyright.
9 views in 10 hours, but that's only been 10 hours. So, as the highlighted video on the channel, hopefully it would pick up
Ooh, I'm gouty in the night.
their honest feedback on it. Do you like
No.
style of video? Over the years, everyone.
I mean, on one hand, I would love for people to gas him up, telling him that it's awesome and that he should do 1 million of those, because he's going to end up wasting his time doing 1 million of those videos and no one caring about him. But on the other hand, I want him to realize that even in the most refined sense, in the most refined format of video he can make, he's still boring as fucking trash.
Well, he said,
and I wanted to see the disappointment in his eyes as he admits that it fails. Just like I loved seeing him admit that DS Politics failed, that the shorts failed, that DSP Reacts failed, that KO Gaming failed. I just love seeing him admit that he failed.
Phil, why don't you do highlights? Why don't you do these montages? Why don't you do this stuff, right? So here it is. It's there. And by the way, how do you like that? How do you like that customized animation for Mouse?
Whoa.
That's cringe as fuck, dude.
So,
It's fucking cringe. That's fucking cringe. It's
for
fucking
checking out the content
cringe.
yesterday. The streams went excellent. Hoping for another great solid day today.
Look,
So
it's my
let's get going.
face.
I'll be
It's
honest
my
with you.
face
I'm happy that
again.
they finally fixed it because I've now streamed on
I
Kick
love
for
my
nearly 2 years,
face.
right? I started.
It's like, okay, let's think about it. And you guys watch YouTube as well, so you know probably what makes a video entertaining and good. And I've been watching YouTube since I can remember, so I think I've got an idea of what people like. So let's say somebody watches that video and is like, "Whoa, this guy is okay. I'm just gonna subscribe now." Once they subscribe, they're looking for what 6 to 8
It's
videos
funny.
a day.
If
that
you say
they
you like the
probably will
video,
not
that's
care
it.
about at least
That's
half
all
of
you
those.
have to
They will
say.
have zero interest in.
But if you
So
don't like
again,
the video,
start
you owe
thinking
him a
about it. It's like,
10-page
do I
essay
want to
as
see
to
that guy
why.
in my sub feed alongside all the Angry Joe videos that I love and I love watching every day, and the other people that I love, and for this guy to be shitting up my subs feed? Do I want to see that? Is this the type of stuff I want to see? Probably not. Then you're going to think about, okay, I actually can put up with those videos coming up in my feed. So you click on one of them, and the gameplay sucks. Like, the gameplay sucks, the commentary sucks and is not engaging. At many points, you would even probably not even know that the video is playing if you're listening to it in the background, because he would be quiet and it's just dead air. The podcast sucks, and chances are he's not going to talk about things that you care about. He's just going to talk about himself. Like, this is impossibly... it's impossible to watch as a casual YouTube enjoyer or as an average viewer. You need to be specifically mentally groomed by DSP to put up with that content, or just hate watch him. But even if you're going to hate watch him, you're going to watch somebody who is presenting and packaging the whole experience in a more digestible way. You're going to be watching Memology because those videos are like 10-15 minutes long. You're going to be watching Snort Hogan because it says what it is in the title, and you click on it and you watch the video, and that's all you need. You're going to watch Duty because those videos are still shorter and more concise. You're going to watch who else? Like, whatever, like the more condensed and digestible version of a DSP stream would be. So what, like, who in the end is going to watch DSP? Some dudes that have watched that have known about him since 2011. They're going to watch him anyways. They don't care about if he edits his stupid videos in a slightly less trash way. Doesn't care. It doesn't matter. So it's all like futile effort.
The fall of 2024, and I hate to be, transparent about it, but I will be.
I
As people
hate
know,
to be
a lot of people who
transparent.
support my content get harassed. Just because you support DSP, people might come after your channel, your social media, nasty comments, thumbs down, bullshit.
Oh no!
Right? People have wanted to
Nasty
do anonymous gifting on
comments!
Kick for years. But what's happened is when they try to do it, it reveals their real name when they do it. So there was no point
You're
in saying
such a
anonymous. When they
bitch.
would say, oh, here's the person who did it. They finally fixed it. So now as you can see, all that happens is it says that these people all got a sub for a month. And it hides the person's identity. So now you can safely do anonymous gifting, which is
Hooray!
awesome.
Awesome.
I didn't know that was a thing, but I
That's
guess it
great.
is.
Are very appreciated. Can we get a RimWorld fails montage? Well, the villain, we'll see.
The
like
villain.
I said, I'm interested in so much, doing so much.
Yeah,
new
they
stuff.
deserve
I'm
to be
listening
made fun
feedback.
of.
I'm trying to
Bill
give you guys what you
sucks.
want. All right. I've gotten feedback that said we want some montage content rather than always watch.
In other words, support these videos. Go and force yourself to watch a bunch of trash videos and like leave them in the background or whatever he wants you to do, so you can make it worth it for him to make more trash videos that you're gonna have to force yourself to watch. Literally.
Watching the raw content. If you can do some like montage and things like that, then maybe more people will come to the channel and just watch the highlights, right? And then if they're interested, they'd go to the raw play.
But I just
Like,
showed
we
you the
still don't
highlights.
know
I
it's
just showed
still
you where the
Lance and
highlights were.
Stepdad.
It's like a DSP stream without the most insufferable parts and shoutouts.
It's the same
which is still
fucking
boring.
people.
It's still boring.
Now they
And
can
him,
do
like,
it, pretend like they're
randomly-
different people.
His idea
He's
of
not
what an
even playing the
entertaining
game.
streamer is.
The chat is playing
It's
the
like,
game.
nah, man, you're not gonna.
Now
play
we
like
can, now
that.
we can all
See what
pretend it's
happens.
more than two
Okay,
people
if people
supporting me on
actually, bite
Kick. You
at
can
this
just
idea and will
it can
watch
be
the content, then
anonymous.
if they bite.
Hooray! Now no one knows.
It's a lot of work.
Fucking
For who?
retard.
Is it a lot of work for you? You don't edit those videos together. How is it a lot of work?
And it doesn't get a lot of views. For example,
And not a lot of views. He expects it to get a lot of views right off the bat. He expects it to get like 5,000 views just because it's Phil. And you should know who Phil is, because you should. Please do.
we put out last week, which was the Street Fighter 6, me quitting Street Fighter 6 a week ago.
Yeah, he's not willing to do any grind because he already convinced himself that he has grinded enough. And once you convince yourself that you've grinded enough to where you're entitled to success, that's just where you're going to be, and you're just going to be entitled.
I think it was well done. Okay, it highlighted me completely crashing out, sucking at the game, and saying, I quit, I'm done with this crap. People who watched it liked it. It has a whopping
You block everyone who
3,600 views in a week.
doesn't.
Whoa. Oh, that's bad?
Do you think that 3,600 views, but by the way, that results in about $9 of profit for me.
That is your problem. That is your problem. Because you make one fucking video, and it doesn't have instant success, and you start crying. We're addressing the issue right now.
Do you think that's worth the effort that went into the video?
What effort went into the video? What exactly did you do? He didn't even say he edited it himself. What effort went into that from your end, buddy? Come on.
What do you think? No, that's the answer. No. But
well, sometimes
So it's all about the money
you
for
should
you then.
invest your time and effort into something that will not immediately pay off, because if you do it enough, it will pay off. Like if you grind hard enough, it might not get instant results, but it might eventually. Because many of those channels, and the way YouTube works nowadays, is you might make, I don't know, like 15, 20 videos that pretty much nobody's going to care about, or they're going to get pretty low views. But eventually, one of those videos is going to go hot, and it's going to pick up steam, and it's going to go get shown into people's feeds, and they're going to enjoy it. And guess what's going to happen? They're going to go back and watch a bunch of your old videos. And that's just how it works.
my hopes is that if I continue to make this style of
But no, he wants it already. He wants it done, because he was popular 15 years ago when YouTube was a completely different website than it is now. So he feels like it's owed to him. The king
How much of
demands
that
you make it worth
$9 did the
his
actual
time,
editor get?
even if that means you gotta
Nothing,
go and force
I guess.
yourself to watch his stupid videos.
that
It's
would
got people working for him for free for some reason.
get some eyes on it. People
For
would start to
some
realize, oh,
fucking
Phil's doing
reason.
these highlights and he's doing these montages now, and they'll come by and start to watch those, and it'll get its own audience. As opposed
No,
to just
they're
people
not
who are
gonna
coming
watch
by
the shit that
to watch the
isn't
raw gameplay,
edited.
which is usual.
Fucking
Ladies and gentlemen, I just
doofus.
received another 5 gifted subs from the anonymous sub gift lady.
Uh-huh. No one has
replica
any
game
idea
cartridge.
who it could
Hold on, what are
be.
you doing now?
You're so
I like, oh,
smart.
this just gets cut out.
Draw your attention to this.
Oh, hold on, I forgot I'm watching the Snort Hogan video.
The price is insane. So this is essentially a replica game cartridge. Okay? $90 for one game in 2026? Now you might say, well, that's because it's a collector's item and they're bringing it back, they're manufacturing it. Yeah, but you have to understand something. All of these games have been
I
available
didn't understand.
for free online for over 25 years. I remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was...
Okay, yeah, we get it. Next topic. Neo Geo bullshit. Skip.
Ugh, oh my god.
Skip this, my liege.
Okay.
Let's skip to the king crying more.
With me is because many years ago...
Oh, this is just the quartering shit again.
Like they are. Kino Casino kind of...
Yep, okay, we're done with that. Well, let me tell you something, brother. I'm gay. Oh my god, it's Gay Phil's music. Anyways, the Mega Man Bustathon. Let's hear what he has to say about that.
And I even have 2 new animations. In fact, I have specialized font for it, and I even have 2 new animations.
Wait, is he using Comic Sans,
Comic Sans.
for the font?
Cool
He's
font,
actually
bro.
using Comic Sans.
On the stream today for the premiere of Mouse PI. And they're going to be playing if you gift a sub on Kick or randomized if you do a super chat lower than $5. So much like the other ones that have been random in the rotation, we got 2 new animations just for Mouse PI
Phil's
today.
just mad
I
it
hope
doesn't
that
come
we'll
with
see
the
them.
Neo Geo conversion of Super
Hint.
Turbo he peaked with.
Hint, hint. He needed to tell you hint, hint. This greasy fat fuck. Hint, hint, you guys. I hope that we're gonna see the animations that cost money. Hint, 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 hint. But then he laughed, which means he was joking and not actually asking for money.
I do have a second update, but I forgot to add it. Let me see if I can add it now.
Oops, this got muted because DSP got claimed for the music that he pays for. He pays to get a license to use music that gets him claimed anyways. That's how based and awesome he is. That's why everybody loves Phil, because he's really smart.
The discussion that we had yesterday. Okay, let me see if I can snag this and show
Don't
it to you.
discuss things with people.
Come on, snag it.
Because I forgot
You
to
talk to your
Why
webcam
right now.
all day.
Hey, big ups Torakov for 25 months, dude.
I guess you can see it now. We're talking about the next marathon. And you guys said if I was going to do the Mega Man Marathon on May 1st, that you would...
Whoa.
Well, ladies and gentlemen...
Remember when I
what do you
masturbated
think
in front of
this?
everybody?
Whoa.
You remember?
Yeah, oh my god, this is very difficult.
Remember when I told
So this
Rich
one says,
anytime anyone brings it up, my
hey,
cat,
Joseph,
my
Michael
wife
Marcos, What
cries.
the fuck? Why is there not enough sway? 1 out of 10, beer cat. This is
Hilarious.
so much
I'm
sway.
owning
about
the
to crash out.
meme.
It's
You
been
can't
like
make fun of me
3
because I
straight
have money.
And all of them
I
have
have
been on
money. You
company
can't
time,
make
which
fun
I
of
love doing.
me.
Always steal from
What
your
are you
company.
doing?
Time theft is the best theft. So, yes, this May 1st, DSP's Mega Bust Mega Bust space ING Marathon.
You got
Mega Bust.
If you want to do it, we'll do it. Seriously.
What do you mean if you want to do it?
It'll be a
With
fun day.
animations too, he didn't tell the dents you could
Such
only
a
see the new
fucking
animations if you
prostitute,
tip
man.
between $1 minus $5.
I'll make fun of me jacking
Well,
off
but
if
though,
it gives
Nice
He
me
didn't say they were
money.
going to be random. He just said they were going to be randomized if you tip under $1. So is that what you mean? I think that's what you mean.
Okay. We'll get through Mega Man 8. We'll probably play 9 and 10. Yes, I'll be drinking. And
But like that's kind of the thing with him. If you make everything
Yes, I'll be
about
drinking,
money,
of
eventually you're going to
course.
be willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly scamming somebody, because then they're going to pay for something, and your elaborate weird rules
Cat
about
is
getting
crying
paid stuff.
downstairs.
It just
Yeah, I
doesn't go
guess
over
it's
your
Or
head.
okay.
she would be if
So
she
I
wasn't
wouldn't be surprised if that
emotionally
happened, but
void.
I guess that's what Phil wants. He wants her to
say
cry.
Oh, hold on. If you tip between 1 to 5, then it was a super chat. I think that was okay. You may or may not told it.
What you guys want? If you got,
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if that's true though.
all right. But the thing is, like, I would like to return to Mega Man and get those games done. I think, due to the timing, I think maybe it would work. All right. So we'll see. Okay. Excuse me. We also have an update in regards to the game's lineup.
RTU
so
was
if
so
you were not
upset
paying
over this
attention
May 1st marathon.
yesterday or particularly last night, all right, we played Retro Rewind last night for what will now be the final time until new content comes out for the game. You might say, wait, what happened? Well,
What does he
basically,
mean by that?
It's just not that interesting anymore. Tomorrow night's late stream, RimWorld is going to be Sunday night's late stream. Be sure to be here for the streams to engage and support with them, to let me know that you want me to keep playing them because they're
again, we do that weird shit.
Being replaced by other games because we need more time to focus on.
And I think he hit both goals, but like I said last time, it's a permanent hostage situation. Eventually, they're not going to hit a goal, and the one guy that's pay-pigging him a lot is not going to pay-pig him a lot, and that's going to happen. It literally will happen. So they're on borrowed time. RimWorld is impossible to complete, so eventually it's not going to hit a goal, and it's going to get killed, murdered, and destroyed. And Retro Rewind, that's pretty much already happened with it because he ran out of content.
Other games we're playing. All right, we're going to watch. I'm going to give you my live reaction.
And Crimson Desert in particular is really funny because he obviously hates playing it, but people pay-pig him, I guess, out of spite, which is kind of weird. But he also has, like, I guess, fans that love watching him struggle and try and figure shit out. Today, I'm not going to watch any gameplay of this because the puzzles, which I thought would be the only interesting part to watch him do, people just straight up tell him what to do. Immediately. Before he's even, like, encountered the puzzle, there's a chat message from the Void guy that tells him exactly what to do.
It's all the same motherfucker!
Makes it pointless. You might as well not have done any of those.
Action to the Street Fighter movie trailer 2026, not Street Fighter from the 1990s. For the record, the Street Fighter movie from the 1990s is a guilty pleasure of mine. I went to the movie theater with my dad to see it when I was young. And we saw this movie together and laughed our butts off because, to be honest, the Street Fighter movie is not good. It's one of those movies that's so bad, it's good. Does that make sense? Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yes, it's like a DSP stream.
The lines. Raul Julia, arguably taking the movie way too seriously, but it actually works. And just a whole bunch of comedic mishaps with the way they cast the movie and everything. Kylie Minogue's Cammy, right? It's still an entertaining watch.
What's wrong with
If you've never
that?
seen the 1990 Street Fighter movie, I will recommend you at least give it
Why
a watch
is
in your
that
lifetime.
bad?
For some people like me, it's actually a tried and true funny movie. I keep watching it over and over, all right? But I've always said, why don't they take this seriously? Like, if you didn't know, in the Street Fighter movie, guess what's not in it? Street fighting.
Oh my god!
There's 0 street fights in the Street Fighter movie. So I wonder if with this new one, if they're taking it seriously or not. The thing is, with such an insane wide cast of characters and a plot, like what could the plot of this movie possibly be? Right? I don't know.
A tournament.
We're about to find out. Hopefully they explain it in the trailer what the movie
Because the easiest to do is just have a tournament.
Is it actually about a series of street fights or a league of street fighting? Is it about M. Bison taking over the world?
He knows he's handheld
Why is
too.
Dan
He
Hibiki
bans
even
people
in it?
in the chat that say don't handhold.
I don't know. Ready? Let's find out. Let's just watch it now. The Street Fighter movie trailer. My honest reaction. Let's go.
Uh-oh. Already doesn't like it. Naked woman alert.
Yo, Dalzin was buff. Dalzin was fucking ripped. Did you see that shit? Okay, here's Cody. Okay, wait a minute. How do you go back a frame? Oh.
I don't know, YouTube man.
Look at Cody Rhodes. Dude, so Dalzin looks good. He looks fucking buff as shit. And then here's Cody Rhodes as Guile. Oh my god, he looks so bad.
I mean, it's literally Cody Rhodes with a fake haircut. Like, they didn't even try.
Terrible.
It's like DSP's Ken Masters cosplay / Halloween costume.
Look how stupid that looks. Is he doing a flash kick? He is.
You doing the flash kick?
Oh.
Oh, come on. Come on, bro.
Let's go flex off with Frog.
He's just looking for reasons to flex and look at himself. This is like some weird-ass narcissist shit.
Such a gay narcissist.
Someone said, if you're gonna
This is some Patrick Bateman shit right here. Oh, let me look at myself in the mirror. Oh, I'm so attractive. But it has to be the right angle. Otherwise, it looks like he's not buff at all, which he's not.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But you're not supposed to know.
Look at that. Yeah, Frog. Come on, Frog. All right, anyway.
Whoa.
It's
Yeah,
a joke
Frog.
if you
Come
laugh.
on, Frog.
And
What are you
it's a real
doing to
laugh,
Frog?
Excuse me. Oh, no, not him again. Did the $2 super chat says, can you check out an indie game called Karen on Steam? It's called Karen? Okay.
I don't think I'm caring about that.
All of the posing that I have to do with my muscles now. I'm not used to having muscles.
With my muscles, but you still don't. Like, dude, no, never seen anybody gives himself as many compliments as I've seen DSP. It's like people usually, when they want a compliment, they kind of fish for it. He just straight up compliments himself because he's awesome and not full of himself at all. and really bad. Can you get it straight?
A VIP badge for your birthday on Kick? Sure. Here's the deal. You can have a VIP badge for 10 gifted subs today only. That's the deal. What a great steal.
That's called begging.
What are my thoughts on the new CEO of Xbox saying stuff about Game Pass? Here you go. Ready? Asha Sharna or whatever her name is. This
All right,
simple.
you ready?
Stop talking. Start doing. She's been in the role now for over 2 months and has done literally nothing.
What a
Yeah, they did
genius!
something with the achievements. They changed the way they look or something. I don't know. That's a lot. It's more than Phil Spencer did.
No.
I mean, DSP, what is DSP doing for his business? He changes the way the animations look, and he just runs a live stream. And it takes him like months to figure out how to do some basic shit in OBS. I mean, probably not the best guy to give business advice. And also, he's bankrupt.
Advanced? Nothing.
Not that I'm expecting the Sharma girl to do something about Xbox and that is going to be a game changer. But hey, they might. That Fable game, it might be generational.
She just sits there reiterating what the internet says. Oh yeah, a Game Pass is too expensive. Oh yeah, everything is an Xbox campaign was bad. Okay, that's great, but what are you going to do? Talking is one thing, actions are another. Act. You're in charge.
Do stuff. Do
Very well.
something.
Where did Project 7 reboot?
And just be like,
Do
oh, well, I guess we can
something.
figure it out
Trailer,
next
you
time.
Grinch.
That's all I have to say about that. We want change. We want Xbox to succeed, so start working.
Start working. Get your ass out there and work, bitch. That's a DSP quote, by the way. That's a DSP quote about President's Day, the epic holiday that was President's Day. Phil loves it. And he said because the banks were closed on one specific day that he wanted to get his YouTube money, and because he was a broke bitch living paycheck to paycheck, he needed to crash out about President's Day. And he told people, get your ass out there and fucking work, bitch. For people that actually have real jobs and don't have to depend on den-headed people online throwing their welfare checks at them. But who am I to tell? He's doing well for himself and is super successful. That's why he goes on vacations all the time.
Look at me, I'm good.
Oh, and he's flexing more, yeah. What is this simple Jack flexing? He's flexing and laughing at himself.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Actual simple Jack mode. Never go full retard.
He's doing it like this. He actually has his arm like this.
Oh, no.
He's like, this is what he's doing. He's like pumping.
Holy shit.
He's pumping. There you
You're
go.
just trying to cringe people to death
That
or
was
what?
something.
I'm gonna be so
Definitely
cringe
something.
they're gonna fucking
So let's go over back to Raw Phil and check out the latest
self-eliminations.
or at least see something.
Hey, look who it
I
is.
forgot what it was. For fuck's
Right
sake.
as I say that.
Oh, another guy's life ruined. Who is this? The most pathetic YouTube downfall ever. You see this guy? Well, his life is ruined now. It's over. Forget about him. Forget about him existing because his life is ruined. Oh, this is the thing. Okay, DSP Gaming. And the thing was another edited video that he had about this. I think it was this. Yeah, about the mouse PI. Otherwise, I would be clickbaiting people because that's the title of the stream.
What a great premiere stream. The game is great, right? It's fun. It's got an interesting story. It's got cool game mechanics, a great art style. Love the music. I don't have a single complaint yet about the game, and I had tons of fun with it today. I hope that you guys did too. It was even pretty cool having my
Money buff.
camera be black and white.
Yeah, somebody else's idea, by the way. Couldn't even figure out how it works.
Of course, at first he said it was impossible to do.
Well, you see this? This is funny. This is definitely retaining your attention. A middle-aged melting man making funny faces. Quote-unquote funny faces. Allegedly funny faces.
Photosensitivity and general health warnings.
Holy shit, he's doing this thing.
Oh my god. Phil. Phil. The back of my skull is not going to
It's
survive
time
this.
For Mouse PI for hire, everybody. You ready? Let's go. Rookie, detective, or super sleuth. Obviously, I'm not a rookie. Baseline experience for shooter fans or for seeking a serious fight. We'll go detective mode. All right, here we go.
I'm waiting for the fun stuff to happen that justifies this edited video existing. Because I guess, yeah, this is what he wanted it to be, I guess a faithful representation of the best parts of his gameplay so he can attract potential new customers to his business. But even with his best foot forward, is still a gout-ridden foot.
I can't even watch gameplay through a restreamer anymore. Because of shit like this.
Oh, is the guy you like?
I know, man.
Hell yeah, Troy Baker.
What the
Check out
fuck
the
is
posters.
doing
Shout out
this? Is this just Darziak again?
Can I go to the bathroom? No, I gotta go to the bathroom. They won't let me. Whoa, you dash.
Of course
Okay,
he
you
wanted.
dash.
Of
What are the
course.
dashes? Hoo.
Immediately
That's
he
thumbstick
wants
clicked in.
toilets and
You do a speed
poo.
dash and you actually have a stamina meter. Yep, they're telling you how to dash.
Poo
All right.
and toilets
Trail when cold, press
immediately.
down to use the brush. Let's test
Where's the
that.
poo?
Yeah, opening the door ain't rocket science.
Chase after the target.
Isn't that awesome, you guys? Isn't this awesome? Because you can just play the video game and then do a and that makes it really fun.
Jump, then crouch. Oh, you can't. There's crouch. Jump, then crouch.
Now let's get to the point where he makes this shit black and white.
To match the aesthetic.
Whoa.
Wow. No one else
And
does
by the
this.
way, again, let me tell you this. This was not his idea.
Shut tight. Can't do anything there. She's pissed.
Not his idea.
Why don't I set the color of my webcam to black and white to match the aesthetic?
Whoa. Awesome streaming moment. Also, a bunch of other streamers did that, but I think he's going to think he's the only guy to do it because it's super original.
If that's what you want, all right, fine. Here we go.
Wow, if that's what you want.
Yeah, clap it yourself, man. Clap it yourself.
All right. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
All right.
What's this about, Wanda? Care to toss me a cheese crumb? Or are we doing our you?
The MPD lieutenant. I am DSPI, I'm being told by chat.
However, what he did not put in this video.
Your
is somewhere around here,
AIDSP.
where the person actually suggests that he would put his camera in black and white, and then
check.
Then this
Why
happens.
don't I set the color of my webcam to black and white to match the aesthetic? I don't know my webcam can do that.
He doesn't know if his webcam can do that. By the way, you just
The
have
editor
to open up the
conveniently
filter,
removed him setting
and you
up
put
the
on
camera
color
almighty
correction, and you grab the
T2LUL.
saturation all the way down. Any camera could do that. Any screen could do that. I could do that right now. Watch this.
Any source in OBS, you can do
Oh,
that.
that's crazy. Insane. Whoa. 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 Amazing style.
Check. I don't know if it does. Let's see.
Okay, how do we do that? Huh? What do I do? What do I do?
I don't see it.
He doesn't see it. Professional OBS user.
One day
Mr.
YouTube's
OBS?
AI programming will learn what cringe
Mr.
is.
Broadcaster.
When that day comes, DSP is done.
Broadcast Burnell.
If that's what you want, all right, fine. Here we go.
Whoa, he did it. Yes. Yes. What a professional.
Dark and stormy night. The city. Ooh, just charisma. Danger around every corner. Criminals lurking in every single trash can.
No entry without an ID. Oh, here you go.
I'm just,
officer.
I'm
looking great today, Mr.
disassociating, just
Miss Fuller.
disconnecting.
Read the
man.
newspaper. One of the recent Mouseburg Herald issues, most of it filled with rather unremarkable pictures or articles about city life, but a curious piece appears in the last page. One Betty Lynch, a small-time actress in
Okay, yeah, you got the point. You got the point. This is supposed to be the best part of a DSP stream, except it's not. And it's like, how long is this? It's 40 minutes. I mean, I guess it is better than watching his Raw episode, which he also uploaded here, which is an hour long. So I don't know exactly what the big difference is. Doesn't look like much of a difference, but still, I guess. I don't know if this would qualify as duplicate content. I don't know. It might, but probably won't. Then what do we got? Pragmata. He tried to do that same thing over there. Bad views. I mean, this at least in one day it got 1.2 thousand, which is not really worth it for him. Here, again, we get a soy face thumbnail, something he said he wouldn't do, but then he did it many times, and he did it really badly. Then again, he's trying to do that here with a soy face thumbnail. No one will care about this. But here we don't have a soy face. We just have a resting pig face. And then it's like, I don't know, it's like so inconsistent, but it's also bad. So even if it was inconsistent and good, I would say at least, hey, it's sometimes it's here and there, you know, some hits, some misses, but this all just a miss. It's just a miss in different ways. Because Phil is really good at making content and understanding what people like watching on YouTube. So I guess that's it. Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to see for today. I don't think there's something that I missed, because I've been streaming pretty much every other day now, so whatever interesting shit happens, I guess I get to cover it while it's still hot and before it's absolute trash. So there you go. Big ups Iwamoto for the anonymous.
I'm glad tips are now anonymous. DSP is actually based, and Bulgaria smells of old cabbage and cigarettes.
No!
DSP always yells about his perseverance, I'm still here, etc. But it's clear he has zero follow-through. He's just here because there's no way out.
But I agree. But I don't think it should be called perseverance, because perseverance is not when you ask people to carry you through difficulties. Perseverance is when you do that yourself. And I think that's like a big difference and a big flaw in his strategy. Because his perseverance is every time something bad happens, he humiliates himself and asks people to solve his problem by making it everybody else's problem and claiming that it's a life or death matter. And he might go away. He did that with Save the House. He did that with the taxes. He did that when he got banned on Twitch. Like, hours upon hours of footage of him pleading and begging and falling on his knees, metaphorically, crying about shit and thinking of new ways to scam people. And it always boils down to somebody feeling bad for him or thinking that he's awesome because they're very easily convinced and just folding and giving him a bunch of money. And once enough people do that, he wins, essentially, and he gets to save his life. So that's not perseverance for me. Perseverance is about self-sufficiency and independence and being able to figure it out by yourself without having to count on other people and persevere by virtue of character and not by virtue of shamelessness. So his perseverance is just trash and it means nothing. But I love that he's really smug about it and really arrogant about it and crying and flexing and bragging about how awesome and perseverant he is. Because one day it's going to age really badly. And we're all going to be looking back on these clips and be like, whoa, this is an awesome clip. Remember when DSP was bulletproof? And now he's begging for money to save his house again because he's back to being super depressed and trash. So yeah, that day will come. I might not be here for it. You might not be here for it, but somebody will be here for it. And they will enjoy it and they will savor the moment because maybe somebody's going to save him again. It's kind of cyclical. So you never know what's going to happen. Big up Steezy Master for the $2.
Flowers, green screen, is so funny in the vids.
Yeah, it's great. Like everything that he does is sort of, it's just a mimic of what other people do, but he doesn't know why it works. He just knows that they do it and they're successful, so he needs to do it too. So he's going to do the stupid green screen. He's going to do the background of the streams. He's going to do the background music. He's going to play the same games that they play, but still doesn't understand exactly what makes that effective for people and what makes them enjoy that type of content. And that's why he's so awesome, allegedly. So anyways, see you guys. Big ups. I'll see you around next time. I don't think anybody is streaming right now, so I don't know who to send you over because this is like early hours. It's European time. So I guess I just won't. You go and find your way. You have the freedom to be free. I'll see you around. Peace out. Stay sway. Keep it flat. Young.
Oh, okay. That's it. Sorry. Not paying attention. Not paying enough attention. I'm editing in the background. I've only got an hour to spare, and I'm almost done, though. Almost. Golden Triangle Gaming talking about the newest, biggest video that came out. King Diddy Duke. All right. We know what
when it comes to Peppa Pig.
Peppa Pig?
Peppa Pig won't even shut her mouth for once. Sorry guys, I apologize for my whole anger and my whole rage video for the part of the video, but I had to let this out because I could not take this anymore.
I also own you, antimatter Morty.
Stay hot, side rack, shadow, man from the book, just reach out the mic, let them reap what they've sown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and thanks for stopping by the channel again today. Once again, we are going to be talking about the Sonic Sega Gamer. He has been...
God, how would I do a Pippa SSG crossover? That'd be too hard.
Highly requested for another episode
rabbit!
Since the last time we spoke about him, when we reacted to his waifu tier list, which contained exclusively characters that he should never have been looking at in that way, like Toph from Avatar The Last Airbender, and I'm pretty sure the love interest from the Crash Bandicoot games. The number one comment that I received over and over again on that video and in my live stream talking about him was that I need to react to his Peppa Pig rant, which is a thing that sounds like it definitely shouldn't exist, but does. A few people even took the extra step as to send it to my email, so thanks to everyone who emailed it to me. I am going into this completely cold because I want you guys to get my gut-wrench reaction. I have not seen this yet, and I'm sure that many of you have not seen it either. So now, let's watch the Sonic Sega Gamer apparently get very animated about a children's Peppa Pig video game.
It's going to be loads of fun.
Another educational game. What were they thinking?
Next up, New York! New York is very far. Yes!
Shut up!
It's a magic train!
Alright, games, you son of a... Hey, what is going on, everybody? How y'all doing? This is the Sonic Sega Gamer.
I hope that he'll watch the video where he says all of us are
game that you
autistic.
guys never heard of, but it's also based on a TV show. As you saw during my skit video at the beginning, I can tell for one thing, this studio goes by the name of Outright Games.
Okay, so right from the rip, I just feel the need to say, one, I love that he's calling this a rant video, like he's self-identifying that this is going to be a rant video. And two, he called that reaction at the beginning a skit, as if we have not seen him unironically behave that way on multiple occasions before As if it would be totally out of the question that that was 100% serious.
They're making educational games, and pretty much nobody cares about. Now, I'm gonna let off a lot of some steam here because there's a lot of things I want to say. Why educational games sucks, you know?
Why do you have steam about the Peppa Pig game? Why have you formed an opinion on it at all?
It's my opinion. Anyways,
That's my opinion.
as you can tell by the title, yeah, Outright Games is making another Peppa Pig game.
No!
If you guys don't know, the first game that was developed by Outright Games, they released My Friend Peppa Pig almost like 2 years ago, I think. And now they're making a direct sequel that's coming for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, PC, Steam, and of course, Nintendo Switch. So yeah. And for those of you guys who know who Outright Game is, well, I'll give you a little bit of history. For those of you guys who don't know, Outright Games...
I just need to chime in and say it is absolutely batshit insane to me to think that this guy took the time to do background research into the development company that made the Peppa Pig game that he's now making this video
Education
about.
gamer
Like,
sucks.
He's taking
This guy
very
never play a
seriously
single
before
Math
we even
Blaster
really
or a
start.
Jumpstart
It's
games.
actually a British video game publishers, and also developers, I think, focus on licensed games and other stuff. Mostly family-friendly games, but the thing is, they've been making some games in the past that were decent and some that were not decent. In 2017, they released a Ben 10 game, developed by Taurus Games. Steven Universe, Save the Light, OKKLSB Heroes, 2 games in 1, cool. Ice Age, I remember Ice Age.
I remember Ice
Scrat's
Age.
Nutty Adventure, and the
Scrat
rest
really
goes on.
wanted that nut.
But now, years later, they would start making games that basically I just don't care about. And to be honest, I'm gonna allow some rage and steam here. Once again, I'm gonna make this video just this one time, 18 plus. So if you have kids and you have any kids, like if parents are actually watching this or any kids that are watching this and they do not want to see me curse this video, then click off this video right now. I don't want to see kids, complaining on my YouTube page saying, why is this kid on YouTube cussing? Because I see a game like this, when I do a rant video about this, I have to allow some steam. And keep
Well, see, this is something that's always interesting with the Sonic Sega Gamer that I've noticed is that he is pushing 30 at the time of these videos being recorded, but he will refer to other people as kids, who I'm assuming he means actual kids because he has been caught playing video games and making threats against actual children online. But he'll also refer to himself as a kid as if he is their peer. Like he was like, people are going to look at me and say, why is this kid on the internet cursing? No. People are going to look at you and say, why is this grown man getting so worked up about the Peppa Pig game? But luckily for us, he filled us in on why that is. It's because he's got to let off some steam. It's a very reasonable thing for a man nearly 30 to have to do.
I know these are my personal opinions, so keep that in mind. But yeah.
Okay.
With that being said, let's just get straight to the point. Also, one more thing. If you guys are wondering, I'm actually going to bring back my actual intro. Not my actual intro, but one of my old intros that I used to use for my rant videos and so on. And also for topics. I'm still going to use the current intro, but for this case, you guys remember the intro I used when I had the music theme song, Sonic Forces Infinite. So yeah, really quick, this really quick update for my intros. I'm still going to keep my current one for more like positive stuff. However, I'm going to use my older intro as part of my rant, like my intro. This will be my intro rant. So for those of you guys, and sorry if the intro rant is actually way too long, but I just want to keep it there. And if you want to skip the intro ahead, then go ahead. So yeah, I'm bringing back my old rant, my old intro just for the rant. But the current intro that I currently have on my channel, that's going to stay and it'll be used for topics and other stuff. So yeah, once again,
I'm sorry, is he getting out of breath trying to explain what videos are going to be assigned what intro? Because it seems like he's wearing himself out, just trying to explain to us why he's using a different intro.
It's time for another rant video.
It's time.
Here we go. Cue intro.
So the intro's got copyright music in it, so we're just going to skim through it here, but after that very dramatic, very serious cue intro, we just get like tons and tons of stills of different Nintendo products. It's basically like just a Super Smash Bros. Montage playing music that sounds like it's from a Persona game. It also goes on like really long, really long. But eventually he comes back to grace us with his Peppa Pig opinion, so now we'll get back into it.
When I made a rant video about my final rant against Nintendo, but it seems now they're proving themselves, so I got that over with right now. Obviously, there was one video that I discussed during my final rant video against Nintendo, and one of those discussion was talking about that game called My Friend Peppa Pig. And if you guys don't know, My Friend Peppa Pig is more like an educational game. And plus, after Nintendo announced the final DLC character for Smash Bros., which I was not proud, but now I'm actually okay with it now. I got over with. There was one video I watched on Nintendo's official channel and also their second channel called Play Nintendo, I think. And one of these videos, they showed a My Friend Peppa Pig trailer on the Switch. And it's also for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One.
Oh no.
And despite the fact that when I heard that the Peppa Pig video games were coming back, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck?
So, the developers behind Outright Games, and yes, that's the name of the company who developed those games, they decided to release My Friend Peppa Pig. Yeah, My Friend Peppa Pig. You guys remember Peppa Pig, right? The character from the TV show? They decided to release My Friend Peppa Pig last year for PS4, Xbox One, PC, and Nintendo Switch.
PC!
And what do I think about the game? I say the game fucking sucks!
Oh
it's nothing but educational games.
I had such high hopes!
Despite the fact that I have to go and look at that trailer, whether it's at Nintendo's channel, PlayStation channels, or Xbox channels, I see an educational game. Like what? They're bringing an educational game back now for next gen consoles? Like seriously? And seriously, this is the one thing I hate about. Like seriously. And now they're making a direct sequel to My Friend Peppa Pig called Peppa Pig's World Fucking Adventures. And you think for one sec that I'm gonna spend $40 or $60 for this stupid waste of time educational game? Fuck no! Because the moment I heard that Outright Games was making the Peppa Pig video games once again, or making the Peppa Pigs again, the games, I felt so disgusted. And look who's on the cover. Just like the first My Friend Peppa game, look who's on the cover. It's Peppa Pig herself, the protagonist of that show, and now on the video games. And once again, they're...
Okay, I am like transfixed right now by how insane this is. If I had not already seen the Waifu tier list video, I feel like I probably would have thought that this was satire and that this guy thought that he was being funny, like playing a character or something. But I've now seen enough of him to know that he's being like 100% serious. And I don't know what's scarier. I almost think it might be more frightening if this was satire and he was doing it with this level of intensity. But no, I mean, this man is sitting in like his childhood bedroom in his parents' house, actually getting this worked up, actually having an entire fit about a sequel to a children's educational game, as if it existing is like an affront to his, I don't know, his sensibilities as a gamer. Like, I don't know what possessed him to wake up and feel this way about this.
Bring back the customization character. You play as your character, once again, your custom character, just like in the first My Friend Peppa game.
Okay, cool.
And you're just... And pretty much, the game doesn't give you much freedom, you know? And you have Peppa Pig, pretty much... annoying you, talk about like some random shit stuff, all the way until the end of the game. That's it! There's nothing to do in this game, just like the first game. No side activities, no free roaming. It fucking sucks! And Peppa Pig reminds me, whenever I hear her fucking voice,
oh my god,
she reminds me of that one character from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Remember Navi the Fairy, who doesn't want to shut up to give us good hints?
Hey, listen! Hey, listen! Hey! Listen! Hey! Listen! Hey! Listen!
I never played this game, but people who have are like, this Navi thing is a lot less annoying than the internet tried to make it sound like. Like, it's really not that annoying. Maybe if you're dumb and it keeps trying to like remind you, hey!
Yeah. Almost any Zelda game that has a supporting character or your companion character, they always have to fucking annoy you. Except
I gotta say, I kind of love, he may be the only lolcow that I've ever seen to actually edit his videos. Like, he has an intro, he has these little cuts, he'll put images of what he's talking about on screen. I almost have respect for the fact that his content is, like, slightly higher effort than like Cyrax just doing a Facebook live stream and then uploading it with no editing whatsoever. The bar is in hell for the content that Lolcows produce, but God, it really is noticeable that he's like actually making cuts and stuff like that.
Except for that fairy character named Tattle from Majora's Mask and Midna from Twilight Princess, at least those companion characters, your companion characters, at least they're much more better than fucking Navi.
They're much more better.
He
And this
prefers
guy's
Midna.
complaining about an
Surprising.
educational game. Maybe he does need one of those like leapfrog book video games to teach him a little bit of grammar, maybe some vocab, maybe a bit of phonics.
Navi has been in Ocarina of Time, and to be honest, if they actually put her in Hyrule Warriors, then to be honest,
If
that
you
game came
want a
out a long
truly
time ago.
annoying
But just
partner in
imagine
the
if
gameplay
Hyrule
Mega
Warriors
Man
Definitive Edition
X5.
got an update, and we
She
see
literally stops the
fucking
game to
Navi
bother
again.
you at every
All that big
obstacle.
stuff. And now there's this new
I wonder. I bet someone's made a list of like top 10 most annoying side character tutorial companions.
fairy in Hyrule Warriors named what's her name? Hold on, I have to look it up because I don't know the fairy's name. But to be honest, she's like much more 10 times annoying than freaking Navi
Much
the fairy.
more 10 times.
As far as I know. And besides,
wasn't this video about Peppa Pig? What are we talking about? I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad that we're talking about a video game now that is for slightly older children. The fact that he was talking about Peppa Pig in the first place made me uncomfortable, but we have truly lost the plot not 10 minutes into this.
Fairy is one of the most annoying video game characters I've ever seen for once. Like, seriously. Let's see, what's the fairy's name? Oh, okay, of course. Her name is Proxy. Yeah, Proxy, that's her name. And just like Navi, if you play Hyrule Warriors, you can tell she says that same words. Well, Navi, she's saying, hey, listen, Proxy, shut up!
Shut
up!
up!
You're worse and annoying than Navi!
You're
the
worse than
fairy.
Why does it
Morgana!
look like his forehead is trying to eat his eyes?
And to be honest, when it comes to Peppa Pig won't even shut her fucking mouth for once. We always have to see her as a supporting character and your companion character for the rest of the whole game. She can't leave you alone. She will follow you anywhere, no matter what you do or where you go.
Top tier criticism. Too much Peppa Pig in the Peppa Pig game. You gotta cut about 20 to 30% of Peppa Pig out of the Peppa Pig game if you want to get a good review from the Sonic Sega Gamer.
She's always gonna be by your side all the fucking time for the rest of the whole game. And to be honest, this is one of the worst reasons why I don't like outright games. I didn't even know who this studio was until now. And keep in mind, though, that I'm not gonna waste like $40 or $60 for an educational fucking game that I don't want to waste time on. Guys like us, gamers like us, we play better games.
Whoa, big dog. Who is us? He does this every video. Every video of him that I've seen at one point, he'll be like, me and you? Me and you guys? Us? And I'm like, I don't think any of us want to go down with that ship. Don't lump us in.
For me, I'm mostly more into platforming, fighting games, action-adventure games, a little bit of RPG games, and also the hack-and-slash games like Fire Emblem Warriors, or Hyrule Warriors, or even Persona 5 Strikers, and other stuff.
He listed Fire Emblem, Persona. So weird that he keeps naming games where there are characters that are like 14, 15 years old that the protagonist can romance. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, though, and he's not the type of guy who made, like, a whole waifu tier list with, like, 8 kids on it or anything. Probably just a coincidence. I'm sure he romanced, like, the adult doctor in Persona and not, like, the 14-year-old stepsister, and there's certainly not a video on my channel from, like, a week ago proving the opposite to be true.
And to be honest, when I see this, when I look at their website, I see this.
When I see that, I think to myself, they're doing the Cyrax thing of showing us an illuminated screen that we can't see shit on because that never works. Showing a screen to a webcam has never ever displayed the image that anyone wanted it to display, but go off, I guess.
Either on Nintendo's official channel or Play Nintendo, which is their second channel, I get disgusted. One of the worst third-party titles ever. And to be honest, they're like, and a little bit of Dragon Ball Z reference here, there's like better over 9,000
New
games
idea
out
for
there.
a costume
There's a
analogy.
garbage game.
When he starts moving around like that, you can hear the chair begging for help a little bit.
Like here, let me give you an example. We're going to start with the good old classics N64 games. There are better games you can play. platforms such as Super Mario 64 and Banjo-Kazooie. Those are one of the best games ever. It's all about platforming, collecting stuff, and so on. And see what the race is? It says kids to adults. So it's a shame they don't have the ESRB rating anymore for kids to adults, but it'll be nice if they brought that back.
Banana?
And Banjo-Kazooie.
I always
rated
tried.
number 1. That's one of the best platforming games ever on the N64.
I've always wanted to make a banana costume, but I can never find a good one to use.
Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie, of course. And not to mention also have Diddy Kong Racing, but that's another good racing game. And once again, it says kids to adults, To be honest, I just want to play more of a family-friendly games that have more collectathons or fighting games and stuff. And that's why Super Mario 64 is one of the best games ever. And not only that, but there are also better action-adventure games to play. But I'll get to that in a minute.
I'm confused as to why the Peppa Pig game now has to be compared to, like, every game that's ever been released in order for him to prove his point. Like, does that mean I have to compare a Stephen King book I like to, like, Dostoevsky? Or that I have to compare a Transformers movie to, like, Scorsese? I don't really understand where he's making his argument from.
There are better platform games here too. I'm going to show a couple of them. Games like Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Galaxy, Mario Odyssey, Sonic Adventure 2, Battle, another good Sonic game. Or even Pac-Man
Why
World
can't you be
2,
more like
that's
a
another
Sonic
good
game,
platformer
Peppa?
I like to play games that have much more better controls, better systems, and so on. And to be
Why?
honest, there are better games out there you can play than this shitty,
He really wants Peppa Pig to have like AAA developer representation.
genre
For some
of
reason.
educational games. And there's
What
also
I'm
better
gathering
action
here is
adventure
that
games.
Peppa
I know
Pig
why people
sucks
don't like
because
Star
it
Fox
doesn't have
Adventures.
social links.
That's perfectly fine, but I still love this game. No, I don't know why the
Look
game's
at all the
rated
games I
14,
have.
but it doesn't make any sense. But seriously, but Star Fox Adventures originally was called Dinosaur Planet. Now it changed Star Fox Adventures. But this is the only game where you get off your R ring and start exploring on foot. This game is still decent. In fact, it was one of the last games Rareware made before they cut ties with Nintendo and stuff. But this is still a damn good game. Star Fox Adventures. It's my opinion. So yeah, hopefully this game will get a remake one day.
I love that he's been screaming at the top of his lungs to the point of losing his breath for 15 minutes now, and after all that, he'll just casually slip in a tepid, "That's just my opinion," as if he's been being reasonable this entire time.
If not, forget it. But yeah. And also the Legend of Zelda Collector's
Dude,
Edition. The
it's
promotional
Peppa Pig.
disc that includes 4
Who
classic
normally
games.
watch Peppa
such as The
Pig.
Legend of Zelda, the Word
Babies.
Zelda game, Zelda 2, which I'm not
Well
a fan
then,
of.
SSG,
and also the
maybe
3D
you
Zelda
are a
games such
bit
as
too
Ocarina
old
of
to
Time
play and care
Majora's
about
Mask.
Peppa
And,
Pig.
man, if you want to play a good
Yeah.
action-adventure
Don't
game,
forget
then
he went on
buy
this
the
whole rant
Collector's
about the
Edition. Buy
Peppa
the
Pig
Collector's
game, and
Edition.
at the end
or
he says he doesn't even like Peppa Pig.
So, did like his parents give him the game just on accident? He's like, I hate this.
The
Play the old
GameCube
school
and its
Zelda games
consequences
separately.
have been a disaster for the human race.
Oh no.
On the N64 or play on the Switch Online service. Those are better games. I like these action adventure games, And also when it comes to also another platforming game, Sonic Mania is a good one, not gonna lie.
Of course.
There's also better action role-playing games like Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 HD Remix. And also Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. And also I have another platform game here, which, because I actually showed this in my last year's Christmas video, Pac-Man World Repack is a good platformer game. I hope the sequel will get a remake one day, and stuff. And there's also better fighting games too, like Smash Bros, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter,
Mortal Kombat,
Marvel vs. Capcom. I just want to play games that's more family-friendly and
I
stuff,
want Peppa Pig to be like Mortal
So,
Kombat.
I think that's weird. Like, what is happening with that? Multiple times during this video, he said that he prefers family-friendly games, and I just don't understand what the motivation is for that. Is it because there's kids in the voice chat that you can have a meltdown on and threaten that you're gonna attack them? I don't understand what the preference is as a nearly 30-year-old man for specifically games that I don't even know what he means by family-friendly, because he's mad at this game for being too educational. But I feel like most games that are for really young kids have at least some educational aspect to them. So I don't know. He talks a lot about Mario and Sonic, which I guess is you could play it at any age, even though it's aimed at kids,
BRB.
and they don't particularly have like an educational aspect to them, so maybe that's what he means, but there's just always something odd to me about adults, like, 25, 28, 30-year-old men who have no children of their own that are hyper-fixating on interests that are for children. Like, it's one thing to have nostalgia for stuff that you grew up watching. I liked the Ninja Turtles a lot as a kid, so it's one thing if like Shredder's Revenge comes out on Game Pass and I play a couple levels, or if you were really into SpongeBob as a kid and you watched it with your friend and now you guys still make like a joke or a reference, or you say a quote from it occasionally because it's like a shared memory. But the idea that you are a childless, 28-year-old man who is intentionally seeking out content that is designed for either for children or to be like for families, for you yourself to enjoy alone, is just always going to be a red flag for me. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing anything wrong, but it gives me like just at least enough of a red flag to be like, someone should surf that hard drive. Someone should just skim it real quick and make sure everything's all good.
Like family-friendly fighting games and so on. Like the Dragon Ball games. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. That's one of my favorite 3D open world fight games ever. And yes, this game is also on the Switch. If you have not played a Switch version of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, go play that game. It's actually well worth it. I play with friends online most times, but hopefully one of these days I'll probably think about buying back Xenoverse 2 on the Switch, because I want to play with my friends again. Not forget it. Street Fighter V, the Champion Edition, one of the best fighting games ever. And also Dragon Ball FighterZ, And to be honest, if you want to play some good old classic retro games, let's just play the old school retro games for better qualities. Like the SNES Classic Mini I have here. The SNES Classic Edition. That comes with one bonus title you have to unlock. Star Fox 2! The game that was never released on Super Nintendo, now it's released as part of the SNES Classic Mini. You just have to do an objective, like try to unlock Star Fox 2 game by clearing the Corneria stage in Star Fox 1, or Star Fox, so yeah.
Sometimes he says too many words in a row that don't mean anything, and I feel myself begin to enter a fugue state. It feels like being in an old math class and you didn't get enough sleep last night, and like all the words that someone said, like each individual word, but you're not processing the meanings that they all have together in the order they're being said. I'm hearing buzzwords that I recognize, like Star Fox and Nintendo Switch, but I can like barely hold it all together to actually follow the point that he's trying to make. I cannot imagine being this guy's mom or dad and having to like sit with him in the kitchen in the morning and eat breakfast. And you ask him about his day, or what he has planned for the day, or how his day was yesterday, and then you get like 40 minutes of a Peppa Pig rant where he barely even mentions Peppa Pig, and he just starts listing every game that's ever happened.
Like I said, there are better games out there to play than this shitty education of My Friend Peppa Pig and also Peppa Pig's World Adventure. And really, you put the word adventure in that game? Oh boy, where'd you get that idea from? Oh yeah, I know.
So just a heads up to the game devs out there, if you choose to include the word adventure in your game, you are now directly plagiarizing a 20-year-old sequel to a Sonic game. And the Sonic Sega gamer is not going to have it. He's going to call you on it. So if you don't want to get called right out by him, you better watch it with those adventure subtitles.
This is stupid. Like, seriously. And to be honest, I ain't going to waste time, buy that game. It's not well worth it. The truth is, whenever I see, or if it's on the channel, like on their official channels like Nintendo or Microsoft or Sony, whenever I see educational game on their next-gen consoles, I feel really pissed off.
Does he think that like every game released on every console has to be tailored to him specifically? I also love that he's acting as though his time is valuable. He's like, I'm not going to waste my time playing this game. I'll spend my time well spent, making a 35-minute response video yelling about the game, but playing it, that would be a waste of my very valuable time.
What? I'm just going to say this. There are better games you can play that has educational, but it's more like a Rockstar game to me. Let me see, where's that game? And if you want to play a game that's even not finished, there's a game I downloaded on the app called High School Simulator. One of my friends
Nope, the red flags are red flagging again, guys. The Spidey sense is tingling. He's playing High School Simulator. That's what Persona is too, to a certain extent. It's a high school simulator where you're dating high schoolers. Fire Emblem Three Houses, which he's raved about, is a high school simulator where you're dating high schoolers. I'm noticing a pattern in his gaming history here, and I'm starting to think his issue with Peppa Pig is not the educational aspect. Maybe the lack of certain features that he really enjoys in games like Persona and High School Simulator.
Artist Follow, who played that game, it's pretty cool. Shout out to him, by the way. You know, made by Unity. Hold on. Let me just turn the volume because I don't want to play this. There's freaking High School Simulator in this game. I mean, sure, it has like a few side things you can do, but the game's not even finished, you know? And this game doesn't even have updates. That's the problem. But seriously, you want to play a good game for once? Play High School Simulator!
I don't think that just because High School Simulator is set in high school, that makes it educational. Something tells me that he is not in that game like attending an English class and reading Moby Dick.
Hold on, I'm trying to load this up. But seriously, there are better games to play. Like, look at the gameplay footage right here. High School Simulator. There's also the 2018 version too, you know? And I have to say, though, it looks really impressive too. You know? Like, look how the loading screen... Well, I can't show the loading screen right now, but yeah. But seriously, look at this. It's pretty cool. But if you want to play a good... Yeah. But seriously, look at this. It's pretty...
It looks great. I mean, clearly it looks like a very well-developed game. The graphics are phenomenal. Kudos to the artists.
Cool. But if you want to play a good game that has educational for bonuses, which is an action-adventure game... Give me one sec here, because I'm trying to skip this. But yeah, you want to play a good game that has an educational game, but it's actually an action-adventure game made by Rockstar Games, then go play freaking Bully Anniversary Edition or Scholarship Edition. Yes, you can do classes in the game, but it's one of the best action-adventure games ever. Or is it action-adventure games? I don't remember, but at least Rockstar Games made a better game like this than,
family-friendly?
than outright games, Peppa Pig. Like, so you want to play a game that has classes that you can complete to unlock some cool bonuses, like extra...
If your kid wants to play the Peppa Pig game, smack that game out of their hand and put Bully in their hands. That's family-friendly.
Health bonuses, or basically extra clothes or whatever, play freaking Bully Anniversary Edition or Scholarship Edition.
A bridge
Because
or
I
a
play this
slot.
game most of the time, in my spare time. If I just want to play them,
I want to see how he would do.
If I want to play a home console game, I guess, or just go back into platforming games,
Play this game with most of my spare time. I have absolutely no doubt that he is spending tons and tons and tons of his free time playing High School Simulator.
There are better games you can play than this shitty Peppa Pig game. And you know what's even worse? You know what's even worse about this? I don't like Peppa Pig's voice. Just listen to this. Listen to this.
Shall we play with the toy train?
Why are you so invested?
Looking into the camera as if showing us this footage is going to get us all as pissed off at this game
Look
as
at
he
this.
is. Like, we're all gonna, sign a petition or something to get it taken off of the PlayStation Store. Like, he's fuming right now. This is crazy.
Next stop, New York! But New York is very far.
So Peppa Pig.
It's the way that,
The graphics,
this goofy-ass
the
carnival
gameplay,
music is playing,
anything.
while he just keeps,
Hello.
heavy nose breathing and looking back and forth between us and the tablet. The eye contact is making me very uncomfortable. I can't even look at my screen right now.
Next stop, the moon! That's even further!
Oh my gosh. It's embarrassing! Shut the fuck up! Once again, Outright Games, all in collaboration with Hasbro and Pet Studios, they made this stupid education game. And guess what? It's coming out on March 17, 2020 fucking 3! Sorry guys, I apologize for my whole anger, and my whole rage video for the part of the video, but I had to let this out because I could not take this anymore. Really. I'll just say this in conclusion. Outright Games and Pet Studios has done it once and again. Not only did they made the Peppa Pig games, but they were also responsible for another game which I don't want to discuss here.
I don't want to talk about it.
If I have to talk about it because I have to, so be it. They also made this game too. Yeah, My Little Pony, A Maritime Bay Adventure.
Oh no, my
If
God.
I have to make another rant video about this and let off my whole steam and anger,
if he has to, somebody make him make this one? Is he being held hostage to make this I don't think he has to make any of these videos. The waifu tier list was something that you shouldn't have been able to torture out of him, and he made that of his own free will. You don't have to do any of this.
so be it. The
So
thing
be
is,
it. If I
I'm not
must.
a fan of the LP series. And despite the reason why I don't talk about it on my channel is because it's just too embarrassing to talk about it. So yeah, there was a live stream video
Well,
I
it should
watched
be.
from a good YouTuber buddy of mine, M64 Rose, and one of his friends, his subscribers, during his live stream, they were mentioning, his friends was mentioning something about how this girl likes My Little Pony and stuff and whatnot. And it's okay, if you like LP, that's fine. But really, why talking about it on your gaming channels? Does it look like I talk about bronies and stuff? No.
This guy really is the police of like what type of content is allowed to exist. There can't be kids games on mainstream console stores. Other people's gaming channels can't be talking about My Little Pony. He's got a high standard for what's allowed where.
I'm sorry I had to spill this out, but...
Okay, this is kind of specific, but I've noticed this with many of the people that we cover on this channel, and I can't actually put together yet what the link is between all of these people having this, but I've noticed that they all have it. Why don't Preds ever clip their fingernails? Is it just a basic hygiene thing? They've all always got like long, unclean, jagged, clipped fingernail. It takes like
Never
2
noticed.
minutes once a week. Start paying attention. Look at Cyrax's hands when they come into the frame. Look at the White Bowser's hands when they come into the frame. They always have like long ass nails with like dirt and shit under them. And it just, I had to mention it because I keep noticing it every time that he like face palms like this and does the Chris Chan stress sigh.
Outright Games made this game too. And to be honest, this is one of the worst reasons I hate. Here's the thing though, Nintendo did a collaboration with some old third-party studios back then. They released some My Little Pony games for the game. They released some LP games for the Game Boy Advance and the DS. And ever since then, there has been an LP game for them since then. Until now. After the mobile app games, they decided to bring the LP games back for home consoles as well. So yeah, the game's been released since last year for PS4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. I know people are going to ask me if I'm a Brony fan. Fuck no!
Oh!
Why the hell do I talk about it in my videos? I don't talk about it.
I'll talk about it.
And plus, if you guys not see my old video I did in 2020, my old gameplay video, I did a gameplay video of that Pink Tacto gameplay video from that website. I don't remember what it was called, but it was just for that one video. That does not make me a Brony fan. No, it's not going to happen. So once again, I want to apologize for saying this out, but Outright Games should have not made that game in the first place. First, my friend Peppa Pig, now this. I'm sick of this! To one of M64 Bro's subscribers who was on his live stream, that one live stream of, a few weeks ago or a month ago, if you like LP, fine. But why discussing about it on this live stream? I don't do that. Especially in my live streams, too. But that's okay. You want to talk about it, fine. But I will never, ever talk about this on my gaming channel.
I'm actually genuinely afraid of whatever this guy has. Let this condition never find my future children. I don't have the patience. I don't know that with any amount of therapy I would ever have the patience. I don't know what we as a society do with these people. Like, I don't think he could probably be a Walmart greeter. I think he would see somebody leaving with an item that he didn't think Walmart should sell in the first place and have a meltdown and snatch it from them and start screaming. All I know is that at some point we're going to have to come up with some type of like tablet with parental controls where these people can't live stream. Because we're going to hit a critical mass where there's too many of them on the internet. Too many Tofia Chews, too many Earl Doobies, too many Andy Ditches, and the whole thing is just going to collapse in on itself.
Us boys, we like to play games that are much more better.
There it is again, us boys. Like, no, do not group yourself with anyone. No one is in your group. There is no us boys, Sonic Sega Gamer.
Games like Zelda. Games like Star Fox or Pac-Man. We like to play these kind of games. We don't play games that's childish.
And I mean, like, well, first of all, some people would call Sonic a childish game. Some people would call a lot of the games you've listed childish. But then also, I would raise you, just don't play them. Like, just because it exists, you don't have to buy it and play it. You can just ignore it.
So at the end of the day, this game right here. At the end of the day, this game right here, that's coming out on March 17, 2023.
It's not even out yet? You have all this to say and it hasn't even released? This is all about, like, the 2-minute teaser trailer?
Peppa Pig World Adventures. This game is going to suck just like the first one. So in conclusion, fuck this game.
I want y'all to know, by the way, it was over 6 minutes ago that he said, so I'll wrap it up with this. It was then over 4 minutes ago that he said in conclusion the first time. And like every couple sentences, he'll just be like, so wrapping it up here. So I'll end on this note. And he just fucking keeps going.
I'll never, ever get this game.
You're not gonna break my mind.
I'm not paying $40 or $60 for this fucking game. And for you guys who are watching my videos, do not buy this game. It's not worth it. It's just gonna waste your time. You're just gonna waste all day playing that game. You know? Fuck that shit.
You're gonna be sitting there all day.
Peppa Pig, go fuck yourself. You still fast piece of shit, pig. You're 10 times more annoying than freaking Navi. So yeah, in conclusion,
Okay.
Peppa Pig World Adventure is
Was
going
I
to
angry
suck.
enough?
And I will never, ever buy their games from them. So yeah, there you go. That was my whole rant video. I'm really sorry I had to let my whole steam and anger up, but I had to. Because, you know, I just don't like it when Outright Games have to make these educational games for once. For next-gen console, like, come on. There are better educational games you can play, like Baldi's Basics. And even though I don't want to mention, Sega made an educational game too, called Sonic School. Yeah, Sonic School. Remember that worst educational game that came out by Sega a long time ago back in the 90s? There was one for Sonic. And many people did not like that.
Many people did
I'd
not
rather
like
play that shitty game than this Peppa Pig game.
I love when he'll be like, many people feel, and it's just something that he's been yelling about all morning.
So yeah, in conclusion, Outright
The
Game
Peppa
Studios
Pig
has done it
community
once
been
again.
real quiet since this
I'm not
video
going
dropped.
to get that game, and neither should you. But if you guys want to get the game, I'm not going to stop you, but remind you that this game is going to waste your whole entire life and your entire time.
It's gonna waste your entire
You want
life.
to play good games? Play freaking Sonic Adventure 2!
Okay, I cannot sit through him plugging like the same, like Sonic and Star Fox in the same 3 games another time. He's looping. You know what we do when they loop. Sometimes we just gotta call it quits when they start looping. We're not gonna waste anybody's time. We're not gonna be like Peppa Pig the sequel or whatever and waste everyone's whole life and time. So we're gonna wrap it up here today. Thanks again to Numbnuts for putting me onto this guy. Thanks to everybody in the comment sections and everyone who emailed
Say
me
your name.
the link to this video. Apparently his Peppa Pig rant is quite infamous, and I was not aware of it. Now I am aware of it. I don't know if it's enriched my life, but here we are. We're going to be back tomorrow with another video. Apparently Tibbs TV is back, and he's been beefing with
great.
N-Word Boy. There's some drama going on there, so
Oh, boy.
I'm planning on doing a Tibbs TV N-Word Boy War of 2026 update tomorrow, so be on the lookout for that. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. And until next time, you guys know the drill. Do not goon to Sonic characters. Do not have a meltdown at a game aimed at children in pre-K. And of course, most importantly, have a good one.
I can't wait when he'll cover the All of Us Are Autistic video.
Very little said about his unique appearance. That's funny. He did say it did look like his forehead was about to eat his eyeballs. Of course, nobody's allowed to eat eyeballs unless you're Rich Review Tech. Oh no. This is tough watch. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, I'll name this segment later, GTG Spits That Grease, so on and so forth, title forever in the works. I will be basically sponsoring the show today, and so on and so forth. No fancy tagline. I just want to kind of give my initial thoughts to a situation that's going on. So let's go ahead and get right into it, because I got a few of these I might have to record back to back to back, like Drake. First off, well, what I'm speaking on is the situation that happened yesterday, I believe. Yeah, yesterday. Today's the 14th of April. So on April 13th, DSP has a major crash out which was pretty amusing, to be honest with you. He had a pretty major crash out over Demon Souls, but it evolved into a bunch of other things. It evolved into, how he admitted that he based all of his early playthroughs, well, all of them in general, all of his playthroughs are compromised because he basically was on gamer PEDs and shit, or PEDs, gamer performance enhancing drugs,
What?
i.e. hand holding or hoof holding, whether by people behind the scenes that were sending him information, him buying strategy guides, or Panda Lee helping him, even though
Compromise.
you were supposed to be playing all these games yourself. You know what I'm saying? No bullshit, so on and so forth. You know, you remember what his channel tagline was. But truth be told, he was being handheld, at least for most games, from the jump. And that's one of the reasons why he's being so defensive about it. We'll get to that. He also basically admits that he copied the Angry Video Game Nerd, and he named one other person. He basically said, hey, one person was doing a bunch of skits and stuff with pop culture. The Angry Video Game Nerd was doing it with, like, you know, like retro games and so on and so forth. I decided to do it with this impromptu playthrough nonsense. No, you just copied their whole style and you just used it for another medium. You still copied them, just like the Howard Stern shit. He decides to admit to that nonsense. Fantastic. Peak work on that one, Phil. I love that one. Then he transitions over to his usual, oh, why are you wasting all of your time watching this content? You're going to realize you wasted your life, this, that, and the third. It's almost like he doesn't understand that it's a 2-hour video. It was a 2-hour video out of your day, not even out of your life per se, but out of your day. It doesn't mean anything more than that. And like people couldn't multitask. Watching the footage or watching the video is great, but you can listen to it in the background and still grasp it, I think. So him putting all this emphasis on that is kind of crazy, especially since you're the person, meaning DSP, you want these people to show up to your streams every day and spend what, 8 to 12 hours of their day with you? Which one do you think is the bigger waste of life? Oh, because supposedly you put out like positive content that's meaningful and all. Fuck all that. They should be out there either working jobs or going to school and bettering themselves, not wasting their time watching your trash. Let's just call a spade a spade. Then he goes into this whole fucking weird ass synopsis on if it wasn't for him, Maximilian, Markiplier, and I'll just throw PewDiePie in there, but he didn't name him, and PewDiePie, they wouldn't have the groundwork of what not to do if it wasn't for him. When theoretically most of those guys were around at the same time, and they chose not to do a bunch of fucking racist, sexist, and other lame ass bullshit, treating their audiences like pieces of garbage and all that. They chose not to do that because maybe that's just not the right thing to do. If you want to build a viewer base, a fan base, and an audience, maybe that's just me. I don't know. But he tried to put himself on the fucking cross and say he allowed himself to be crucified for them, which is retarded. And then someone calls him out and says, hey, don't you think it's weird for a grown-ass man in his mid-late 20s trying to basically make content for kids and for teenagers? Oh, well, the Angry Video Game Nerd did it. The other guy did it. You know what I'm saying? So I was just doing what they were doing. But I'm pretty confident that's not what they were trying to do. I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel that way. It sounds like a weird type of grooming type bullshit. That's what it kind of seems like, to be honest. He showed his ass through that whole thing. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about all that later because there's so much to break up. I'll split it up into a bunch of videos and shit because so much to fucking break down. Holy shit. Anyway, the main reason why you guys are here is because I want to talk about at least what, not so much the Demon Souls situation, but what I want to see come from it. And the reason why that is, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the many taglines I have over here, is the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. And he's proving it with how he's handling this Demon Souls situation. Just ignore it. If it's 13 years old and whatever the fuck, and it was so long ago, and you've played so many other Demon Soul games or Dark Soul games or remasters of those games, and you've had multiple, second runs, third runs, redemption runs, or whatever the fuck, then let it all go. Just be like, oh, okay, if they made a video on me, they made a video on me, and just leave it alone. But he can't. And initially I was thinking, well, he's got more riding on this than I'm giving him credit for, but I'm going to need a little bit of time to actually figure it out. On my second watch of this Demon Soul documentary, I got it. It's basically, well, I got partial of it. Initially, I was thinking he's treating the shit like the WWE Champions bullshit, and it's going to burn him. But it's not going to burn him in the exact same way because there's not going to be a Kino Casino that's going to come out and expose it. I don't think Asmongold will care. He might bring it up. He might talk about it if it gets enough traction, but it's not enough for Asmongold to want to talk to him again and then bring that up. So I was like, he's basically treating this shit like the WWE Champion situation. So now, how is this all going to play out? That's the point of all this. The second time I watched it, I think I got it. So essentially, he's basically looking at it as, you guys shouldn't care about this. Leave it alone. You're pathetic. You're losers. This, that, and the third. Whatever. People in his audience, unlike the WWE Champion situation, are like, well, who cares if you cheated, Phil? Why are you lying about it? So they were calling him out and saying, hey, we're pretty confident that you're lying about this. The documentary is very well made, and it cuts you off at all. It cuts him off at all angles. I talked about that on stream. So if it doesn't mean anything, Phil, just come out and fess up and say that you were using the duping glitch, and then move on. DSP don't want to do it, and there's a bunch of reasons for that, but it really kind of stems back to the WWE Champion situation. He looks at it as detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and his dents, theoretically, have no way of boxing him in. So he'll just say whatever the fuck he wants to say, and then he's already laid down the groundwork for being an alcoholic, and he was alone and a loser and all this bullshit. So if he did end up using the duping glitch,
okay, but they're still in his audience.
Maybe he did do it, maybe he didn't. He doesn't
So they've
remember
learned
doing
nothing.
it. Explain to him how it works, and he'll tell you if he did. Like, all that contradiction was crazy. But he's already laying down the fact that he was an alcoholic. So he may have blacked out 4 nights out of that week that he was doing all this bullshit. And maybe he did it, maybe he didn't. That's what he's going to use as his out later, which is similar with what he did with WWE Champions.
To do, and I used to drink. So I used to have like a giant rum and coke, like I told you guys, like this big giant cup of rum and coke. It was like rum and coke zero. And I would drink this while grinding away at a game. I remember doing this in Blue Dragon. I remember doing this in Demon Souls. There's a few different games. Oh, Bloodborne, I did this as well. My first run in Bloodborne. All these, I did exactly the same thing. Where I would play the game during the day, and then I would grind at night. Okay? So, particularly, now I couldn't tell you exactly where I grinded in Demon Souls except one part, because I remember doing it so often that I actually remember this by heart. It was the entry level, whatever world had the rolling skeleton guys. So whatever world has the rolling skeleton guys, that was the one. I would just run through the map, killing all the skeletons and going through and killing everything like real quick. And then I would just, end it and then go back in and do it again and then end it and then go back in. And I just kept doing it over and over and over for hours on end. I mean, I'm talking, there were probably nights where I finished streaming and then I immediately started doing this. And it was kind of like a passive thing. Yeah, I was kind of paying attention, but I was watching a show at the same time. And I would do it for a long time. Like, those days, I probably would be up till like 4 or 5 in the morning. Seriously. Like, I would be so unhealthy. I'd be up drinking and shit. And then passing out at some point. So, and this would go on all week. It wasn't like, oh, I did it one day. It'd be like, I play the game and then I grind. And I play the game and then I grind. So over the course of probably the week I was playing Demon Souls, I grinded like every night and just gained an insane amount of, souls doing it. And that's it. Like, that's really all there is to it.
In that, he's going to use his alcoholism as one of the crutches. The other crutch, though, is going to be, well, I thought it was a dumbass thing to have to fess up to, and I was hoping you guys were going to let it all go. So I kept lying because I was hoping you were going to give it all up. You guys know where that came from, right? They came from the WWE Champions excuse. You know what I'm saying? And yet again, because that video is doing well and it's continuing to do well, he's got to hold on to his bullshit narrative about you guys are losers. It was 13 years ago. Who really cares if I duped or not? It wasn't a speed run or whatever the fuck. Who gives a shit? The reality is that according to a little bird or two, maybe, that video may be starting to get passed around, if it hasn't already, is going to be passed around amongst some people in the Demon Souls and Dark Souls speedrunning community, or people who are just Demon Soul or Dark Soul enthusiasts. And some of them may start looking at the video or may even watch it. And they may want to say something about it or may not. DSP needs to try to squash this out now before a much larger and a much more influential content creator decides to do a reaction to it on stream or something and be like, oh yeah, he definitely cheated. He definitely cheated. Yeah, that video is definitely all on the mark. That hasn't happened yet, but it could. And then what is DSP going to do? You're going to call a fucking much bigger content creator a nudnik and you shouldn't have believed them and this, that, and the third. In some ways, one could make the argument, if he had the brain capacity to do this, of course, if his brain wasn't completely pickled, that he could be using this as bait to have a much larger content creator talk to him, and then he can go ahead and give his sob story on online bullying and all this bullshit. One could say that, but that's not what's going on. He's completely and utterly in defense mode. He thinks that there's enough groundwork that will let him get away with this, or it'll ease the blow. He's willing to plead out to lesser charges, I suppose, if one can make that argument. And that's what the play is going to be. But this is going to end up like WWE Champions, except for worse. Instead of all of the money that he blew on this fucking mobile game, which I also want to bring this out, or I want to point this out, that keep in mind, he was playing multiple other games as well, and we haven't found those accounts yet. And more importantly, we don't know what he spent on those. We know for sure that WWE Supercard and WWE Champions he spent the most money on. But who knows? He could have easily have dropped tens of thousands of dollars on, you know, those other gacha games that he was playing. The Dragon Ball Z game, the Final Fantasy game, and, you know, so on and so forth. So we should keep that in mind moving forward. Excuse me. But as it pertains to this situation going on currently, if it comes out, or if it's proven, and this is if anybody else decides to pick up Cat Roller's going by a new channel name, but I'm just gonna go with that for now.
I'm gonna dead name him.
If anybody picks up the baton that Cat Roller has done, or Cat Roller continues to investigate DSP's old Demon Soul and or Dark Soul runs, because there were duping glitches in some of those games too, to my understanding. The PS4 version, well, the PS3 version and the PS4 version, or PS3 and PS5 version, one is something like that. If they end up going back and investigating and be like, hey, he did this too, then how's DSP going to play that? Now, right now, DSP's main narrative is, I've grinded the games out. I did grind, I did go in over leveled, sue me. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't dupe. But the reality is you grinded the dupe glitch so you could over level, because there was no way you could have grind to get all of those, to get those levels the way you're saying you're doing. There's no way you did that in 4 days or 5 days or whatever the fuck. So he's already got himself like basically pinned in. You know what I'm saying? He's got himself completely and utterly stuck, and he has to hope. He's got to hope that a bigger content creator doesn't pick this shit up. And amongst, you know, Demon Souls and Dark Souls, it's a very popular game and has a very voracious fan base. And they love, oh my God, they love pointing out fucking cheaters in their shit. For real, especially when they don't have to actually go back and do the footwork if someone already presents it to them. Like I said, DSP hasn't gotten to that point yet, but there are those, let's say good Samaritans, if you will, behind the scenes that are already, you know, getting people to look at it and see what's what. Hell, I've even sent the video to Asian GTG, because he's played Demon Souls and Dark Souls, just to get his opinion, just to see what he thinks. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. And then I'll let you know, because one of you guys made a request for Asian GTG to be willing to put on some type of outfit, and I haven't heard a response from him yet, but I'll let you know if anything. I'll let you know if anything on that. But in any case, holy shit. In any case, cosplay is something for y'all, if you will. But in any case, I want DSP to fight this. I want DSP to fight this shit tooth and fucking nail. I want him to have the Demon Soul community and Dark Soul community come down on his bitch ass and be like, yeah, you faked that shit and whatnot. Just fess up to it. It's a 13-year-old game. It is what it is. You try to put that online like you were discovering everything on your own and all this bullshit. Go ahead and do it. One of DSP's excuses, actually, is that, oh, you guys aren't living in the realm of reality. I was there. You know what I'm saying? Everything that I did was in the video, or in the videos. You can go back and watch it. But that's not true. You admitted that after you recorded for your videos, you went ahead and decided to grind each and every night. So there's a huge part of it missing. That's the reality. That's where the basis of all this comes from. You're admitting to doing shit off of the recording to essentially enhance the gameplay. You can go ahead and hide behind the idea that you were grinding, but the truth is you were duping. I think you tried, in my personal opinion, I think he tried grinding at first, and then he found out that duping was a thing and was like, well, fuck, I'm gonna dupe this shit then. Fuck it. Why am I gonna keep doing this dumb, you know what I'm saying, moronic bullshit when I can go ahead and dupe and this, that, and the third? And I'll just go ahead and tell people that I grinded. Now, most people would say, well, what took so long? Like, how did it take so long for people to discover this? The reality is that's not even really true. People were calling him out on this bullshit back then, that he was either duping or he was grinding or both. You know what I'm saying? He's been fighting these allegations for years. It's just been really, really quiet until someone was able to compile the evidence. And as it pertains to cheating, people love exposing a cheater. Let's go to the Call of Duty community, for example. And there's a lot of cheating that goes on over there. But let's talk about two people from the Call of Duty Zombies community that should be mentioned. Mr. Darley and what's his name? Fuck. Oh, and Syndicate, the guy who went up against Wings and beat his ass and shit. Both of those guys have been caught cheating in the past. They were called out basically at the time that their videos came out for whatever the thing they were particularly doing. And it took years for people to actually really sit back and be like, damn, y'all really did it. With DSP, he didn't even have the luxury of that. He was just an irrelevant piece of shit who was lucky to, as usual, skirt across, like just slide through the cracks, even though he was already being called out for that shit. You know what I'm saying? It just took a while, and it took another generation or two of detractors to come to pass before someone decided to make this. And I'm hoping that other people go back and look at his other runs, the older ones though, the prehistoric ones, and see if there's any evidence or proof that he duped or cheated in those things too, and whatnot. I want to see his entire old catalog, basically the foundation of his quote-unquote online gaming career, be dismantled. I want that shit. Just like, you know what I'm saying, I'm hell-bent on proving that his FGC fucking background is bullshit. I want people to fucking start, I'm looking forward to it, I should say. I'm looking forward to seeing people dismantle that bullshit. And it's obvious that he, you know what I'm saying, was using guides or people were hand holding him behind the scenes and all that bullshit. But this Demon Souls thing is massive. You know what I'm saying? It may not seem much to DSP. He's trying to diminish it just so he can get away with it, which is amazing when you think about it. But the reality is, if that right there comes under fire, then everything else is on the table. Everything else can be diminished, can be scrutinized, can be dismantled. All because this fucking mongoloid couldn't just admit that, hey, you have a gambling addiction and you spent, you know what I'm saying, damn near $200,000 on fucking WWE champions, if not more than that. I don't even know if we have the true amount that he spent on that shit. That's all you had to do. And that's why DSP fought that shit. And now you got an audience who are basically saying, hey, we don't care if you did or not. Just admit it. Just say you did. And then we'll move on. So now DSP doesn't even have the backing that he had during the WWE Champions arc. Because during the WWE Champions arc, people were like, well, okay, if you did it.
That's a good point.
If you did do it, then just fess up to it and we'll just keep it pushing. Well, I didn't do it. They're all fucking mentally ill. It didn't happen. It didn't. It's not in reality. Then it comes out that it did, and then all them people flocked because they were like, man, I'm not going to sit around and listen to you lie to me for years on it. And this whole situation with the Demon Souls is the same way. There are people slowly starting to trickle the fuck out because it's WWE champions all over again. And it's even more stupid, to be honest with you. Just admit it. Just let it go. But he won't, because DSP's ego's too big. It's way too big. And then I still think there's something else tied to this that we haven't discovered yet. There's something that we're missing that hasn't come about yet, and that's why he's defending this shit the way it is. Because if not, you know what I'm saying, outside of his ego, of course, just let this shit go before this shit blows up into something serious. And he's been talking about it for like 3-4 straight days. You know what I mean? I have at least 3 days of him complaining about this. He had the blow up he had on the 13th yesterday. Then he had what happened on the 12th, and then someone brought it up to him right around the time the initial Dark Souls documentary came out. So he's been already fighting on this front for about 3 days, give or take. It's, you know what I'm saying? Like, does he really have another year or two of WWE Champions defense in him? No, he don't. Nah, he don't. And the last thing he needs is a normie that's outside of all this silly shit to come through and be like, yeah, I've played a lot of Dark Souls. I got a channel built around it, Dark Souls and Demon Souls. Yeah, he did that shit. Because that's all they have to say. They don't have to say, you know, crucify that pig. You know what I'm saying? Skewer him and anything. Let's have a luau with him. It's just like, yeah, after seeing the documentary, yeah, the math is mathing. That's all he needs to dismantle all that bullshit. And just another notch on the belt, if you will, or another lash across his baby backs. That, yeah, you're a lying cheater. You know what I'm saying? You're all that. And that's what it really comes down to. He's a liar. He's a cheater. He's a thief. You know what I'm saying? You're the very thing that you accuse your detractors of being, a criminal. And I think that's what scares him more than anything. And that's why he's trying to fight this shit so hard. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, even yesterday he said, yeah, I lie to people. Well, first he says he wasn't lying. Then he follows that up, because that's what DSP do. Yeah, I lied. Yeah, I lie to people. I have to sometimes. You know, that's what it means to be an online person. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But yet again, in DSP's head, well, everybody else has to be doing it, so that justifies me doing it. No, you're mentally fucking ill. You can navigate a conversation. If there's a question that you don't want to answer, don't answer it. Say, I'm not going to answer that. Or ignore it. Don't lie. But remember, an answer is an answer. Doesn't matter if it's the truth or not, an answer is still an answer. And now he wonders why no one trusts him. There's even people, even the deads are running with this shit saying, just admit it. You know what I'm saying? We've seen most of them have seen the documentary. It's very well done. It basically cuts you off at the knees out on all defensive fronts. You know what I'm saying? Just admit that you did and let's move on. But DSP can't give it up. And that's what I want. I want this to be, you know what I'm saying, essentially WWE Champions 2.0 with far larger stakes. That's what I'm hoping for. Holy fuck, that's what I'm hoping for. Because it's just lying for the sake of lying. And that's where I think DSP is at mentally at this point. We don't care if there's consequences anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll lie, he's lying just to hold on to what little piece of his, I guess, legacy that he feels still has value to him. He can't afford mentally to have that taken away from him or diminished or whatever. So it is clear, as far as I'm concerned, he's watched the documentary himself. He's seen how he got exposed. And I think in the back of his fucking oddly shaped head, he was thinking to himself, fucking A, I've cheated at a bunch of other shit too. I've used dupe glitches or exploits and a bunch of other games too. And if I concede to this, I'm conceding that everything else in my catalog is fraudulent. And as much of a nothing burger as that is, this is the same mongoloid who's still quick to say, oh, I played that game. Here's the playlist on my channel. Go to my channel, search this in the fucking search bar, and you can find it. I played through the whole thing. Well, how many of those games are actually legitimate?
I will say this, you know, back in the day, I always fessed up to this, is that what I used to do is if it was a brand new game, okay, when I picked up that game from GameStop, I would buy the strategy guide very frequently. And I would use the guide to basically enhance my playthrough so that I could find all the items, or I could find like the items I need, or to know how to beat a boss if I get stuck. I would have the strategy guide. This was very common back in the day, basically until I stopped physically picking up games. Okay, so that would have been when I moved here, actually. I was physically picking up games weekly for a very long time, out 2008 all the way through like 2014. But then when I moved out here, I stopped picking up the games from GameStop and got everything digitally. So I stopped basically getting the strategy guides. And then everything was like a cold run online. It's live stream, you know? But a lot of the times back in the day, I would absolutely get the strategy guide and use that as part of my playthrough. If I got stuck or I didn't know what I was doing, I wouldn't necessarily just sit there and read the guide ahead of time, but I would absolutely use it during my run, but I wouldn't tell anyone. So you guys wouldn't know, oh, Phil's using the guide.
So you're a lot.
So there would be like a boss I'm stuck on. I'd take a break
So you're
from
a liar.
filming, go read the guide, come back, and then beat the boss. You know, that definitely happened, and I fessed up to that over the years for sure.
Like how many of those things he calls it a cold playthrough, which is something that basically cheaters say. You know, no one just says, "Oh, I played the game cold." You know what I'm saying? Or I wasn't, or that was pre-prepped. You know what I'm saying? Either you played the game or you played that game with fucking PEDs. Which one was it, Phil? And then his excuse for that is, "Oh, well, what if I did, you know, have some help with it? I wanted to play the game as quickly as possible." Well, all those guys, for the most part, were playing that shit legitimate, or they were at least front-facing about what they were using to help them navigate through the games. You were just blatantly cheating. And DSP widely being known as a liar is already well established. Now we're about to get the cheater shit in there. He definitely can't take that blow. And then he's already a thief too, because he had already stolen other people's fucking gimmicks and shit like that, which that's already cemented into his jacket as well. You know what I'm saying? This is ugly, boy. This is ugly. If this, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm not saying this shit requires any level of delicacy or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But if this shit is played just right, periodically, I'm thinking long game here. If this shit is played just right, we could get a crash out even better than the WWE champion nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And his viewership is already diminishing. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're into the low hundreds at this point. You know what I'm saying? Or yeah, hundreds, because he can maintain about 200, 300 people. Just imagine what happens when people find out that he was cheating at all those early gameplays. You know what I'm saying? And then what's he going to say about that? Oh, well, you guys help me now. You know what I'm saying? You guys
I fessed up to it over the years.
You
mean you were exposed?
Right? You guys are helping me through these playthroughs now, so what's the problem? But you said back in the day that you were completely and utterly isolated. You were a one-man army doing it all on your own. Now you're saying that you're not. Now you're saying that you were compromised from the get-go, which goes back to the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. That's why I'm really hoping for WWE Champions 2.0 crash out. It could be interesting. Anyway, those are my initial thoughts over this whole Demon Souls thing. I love it. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And he's boxed in. Like you could tell just off yesterday's stream, he was done. He was bargaining basically at that point. We were going through the fucking stages of fucking grief in that motherfucker. Damn near. Because he was at a point where he was like, okay. Let's say that I did do it, or whatever, or you know what I'm saying, or there is, you know, whatever evidence or proof that I did this. Does it really mean anything? Like, just come out and admit it. But like I said, he's mentally ill, and it's a compulsion. It's a compulsion. Just like when I did nothing wrong, I did everything correct. That's not a meme, or it's not just a meme, I should say. This is a compulsion that a mentally ill autistic man has, and he can't give it up. He can't give it up. And he should be thinking, hey, I don't need another WWE champion situation. I need to get this up and out of here. But he won't. But he won't. And all it's going to do is cascade into all this other bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Especially as it pertains to his early gaming career and how much of a fraud that he was. I love that shit. So I'm looking forward to it. But anyway, what do you guys think? How do you guys feel? Like I said, there's a bunch of other things that were in there. I'll cut all those up and turn those into individual shit, because it deserves it. It's really wild how he chose to react to, and some of the statements that he made. Just crazy shit. But in any case, let me know what you guys think. How do you guys feel? This has been, I'll name this segment later, GTG Spits That Grease. Like I said, Phil, what you should do is just keep fighting it. And matter of fact, what you should also do is react to the documentary itself and watch it all the way through.
Call it bullshit.
And then go ahead and try to use your excuse about how, oh, you know what happened after the 2-hour documentary? It's not 2 hours. I don't think so. Pretty sure it's not 2 hours. It's close, but it's not there. But after an almost 2-hour documentary, he came to the realization that it didn't happen the way he says it did, but he had to put it out because he sunk so much time in it. He basically tried to accuse Cat Roller of being a victim of the cost fallacy, right?
The sunk cost
fallacy. And he had to put it out, because if not, he would wasted his life. Insane. Absolutely insane. But I love it, though. I love that shit. So keep it going, Phil. You're winning. You don't even know it yet, but you're winning. I'll tell you, you're winning and whatnot. Just like how Duty's chilling over there with fucking wings. I'll tell you right now, you're winning, buddy. Just go ahead and keep the fight up just a little bit longer, and you're gonna be okay. Take care of yourselves, people. Later.
All right. Beg TV is ready and live. Let's take a look. What do you guys think? Speaking of Duty, it's right there in the thumbnail.
Thing it's aliens. I believe it's Beg TV all along.
No! Ack! I knew it!
The tempo, lads. If we're going down with the Sora, we play her out. Maintain rhythm. Keep the passengers calm.
Farewell, Sora.
Amazing news! That Final Fantasy Review 13 I put in the render queue, it's finally out! It took nearly 10 years, but it looks like 2026 is the year of the Spoonie!
Don't tell me how to play. You're only gonna piss me off. You know, now isn't a good time to smartass me. Few times are, but now is not a good one. Wow. You really had to go.
Hold that pose, chin a little higher. Nice, flash coming up.
Oh, stop it! You're embarrassing me!
Perfect, one more.
Oh, come on, could you not do that right in front of my booth? This is a comic convention, not
All right, that's it. Time to teach the Shutterbug a lesson. That ought to cool him off.
Hey, bruv, have you seen what your son is doing online? It's bloody revolting.
What? Now look here. My son might be dumb, but he says all he does is play video games for money. And I believe him.
Oh, that ain't all, your old bird. He's begging for money all day, every day, and he brags about it like it's some successful business. You need to go wrangle your son already. Tips have completely dried up. I need support now, not later. Everyone who's chilling and enjoying the content, hit that tip link now.
My son is a worthless e-begging bum, and I'm just now finding him out. You decided it would be funny to just hide this information from Phil's own parents? That's like the most cruel, heartless thing I could ever imagine. You're kidding me. You're telling me the internet was like, we can put a stop to this bum at any moment, but it's funnier if we just wait for his mom to discover he's an e-beggar on her own?
Belted! Alright, let's take it 100,000 louder. Here we go! Belted!
Gym class, this should be easy. Just ow, right in the nose. Are you serious? Oh, that's two. I didn't even see it. Help! I can't stop taking balls to the face. My face is like a magnet for these balls.
Heads up.
Oh no! Oof! Ah! Ow! Ack! You guys seeing this right now? $14.97 a gallon. $14.97. Are you kidding me? Because of that war overseas, they just keep jacking it up. It's completely out of control. Not my fault, okay? I didn't do anything. I'm the one suffering here. They should be paying me to use their gas. I'm giving them business. I'm giving them free publicity, and this is how they treat me.
Grew miners! You hear me? I grew miners!
What did he just say? That's not okay.
Sir, put your hands behind your back now.
Wait, what?
Hang on, hands behind your
Unreal.
back. Boom!
Feast your eyes on greatness. Pandalese 17-year age meat pocket.
17 years in the vault, now in my hands.
Yeah, it's mature, like, fine wine, but meat.
One
Snort.
bite and you're free falling to Flavor City. Population.
Championship level chew, even behind bars.
And of course, it ends with DSP in jail. As they all do, with him in jail or blown up or dead or something. Some videos just make a perfect ending. I like this one. Like, obviously it's Dobson. The Dobson story where he's the blue bear and he claimed Power Gold cosplayer was being harassed by a photographer when the reality is that she was perfectly fine with it. And Dobson liked to pretend that he was the defender of the objectified woman.
Ow. You really had
What is that story?
to go.
And I used Linkara as a base. I just had Linkara as a blue bear, so that's why it sounds like him. Because there was no other way to get a Dobson.
Hold that pose, chin a little higher. Nice, flash coming up.
Oh, stop it! You're embarrassing me!
Perfect, one more.
Oh, come on, could you not do that right in front of my booth? This is a comic convention, not
All right, that's it. Time to teach the Shutterbug a lesson. That ought to cool him off.
I just love how easily he's just picked up and launched.
This is a comic convention, not
All right, that's it. Time to teach the Shutterbug a lesson. That ought to.
Oh, okay. A bit more variety in this one than usual. There's a lot of different folks on Sora right now. Ooh, what do we got in the sub box? I didn't even see that being said was scheduled today. Is it happening?
The FBI can go ahead and press legal charges on me.
How's it going today, guys?
How's it going?
Here recently, Daniel Larson was found competent to stand trial. And if you guys don't really know the Daniel Larson story, you've been living under a rock here recently, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of what went down beforehand and what went down during the trial, because I had noticed there's a lot of conflicting opinions on what happened. Some people don't even know if he's been charged yet. Some people think he's going to be spending half a decade. So I just want to kind of set the record straight, kind of give you guys a better idea of what's going on, when Daniel Larson will be back, and when you can expect him to be tearing up the streets like he no doubt will. So let's kind of get into everything. If you don't know where Daniel Larson has been, he's been locked up for almost a year at this point. The only real contact we would ever hear from him is when the likes of Little Sippy and Clark would have phone calls with Daniel, and at the time, he was supposed to be getting his head right. He was trying to get evaluated so he could actually stand trial, and these phone calls with Little Sippy and Clark, they seem to be really counterintuitive. You could hear throughout them that they were been recorded, so like they were happening for over a month. It was just easy to ponder, why are they allowing this to happen? But eventually, Little Sippy and Clark were told to scram, get out of here, you nuisances, leaving Little Sippy to go hunt down Glorilla and Clark to get bopped up on stream, leaving Daniel all alone without their influence. What a tragedy. So, since the government was finally able to get a little bit of control, they said, hey, we're sending you to the clink. We gotta get your head right, Daniel, if we're even gonna attempt to have you stand trial. And Daniel, we figured he would be gone for a very long time. The one that flew over the cuckoo's nest. To be honest with you, I really figured they were going to draw this out as long as they possibly could. Daniel was going to be in there well over a decade or something like that. And then eventually they'd be like, all right, he's served his time, throw him back out to the general population, and then like a decade later, like a smaller Jeepers Creepers curse, the
back.
next wave of teenagers and young adults would experience the true terror Larson can bring to the Colorado streets. But miraculously, just a couple of weeks ago, they found Daniel Larson competent enough to stand trial. And if you was
sorry about that. I tried to make that damn it. Sorry about that. I refilled my water and I didn't want the sound get picked up on the microphone. I tried to make that skit in Sora with Linkara being thrown out of the rally by Trump. I mean, like, take his coat, get him out of here. But it kept getting blocked, and I kept trying over and over and over again to try and do it. I tried, but it just wouldn't go through, so I gave up.
Like me, and I guarantee you a lot of other people in the community who know of Daniel Larson was thinking, what could they have done to make this guy change up just a little bit so they could find him competent? I mean, we all know how Daniel Larson was beforehand. He was literally hunting Grace VanderWaal to the end of the earth. If somebody said she's in California now, it didn't matter if he was in New York, he's going to the other side of the United States. And if someone says when he gets there, well, she's in Las Vegas now. Daniel Larson is going to Las Vegas. He was literally running around the world trying to get his music career and, more importantly, find Grace. There's not many people more crazy than Daniel Larson in this world, so I really didn't understand how they was going to get him into a right mindset to stand trial, but it happened. And here's some of the leaks that were coming out from the court documents. On April 9th, Daniel Larson had his court hearing, and Larson Leak would send a man in there, his top men, to discover what's going down. They're treating Daniel Larson like he is the president, like this is some three-lettered organization going in to see what their future president is going to be suffering through. And immediately it starts off, Larson Leak reporter is on the scene. Everybody calm down. The man with the opinion is here. I guess I can't say too much. We're using theirs. Shout out to Larson Leak for getting this news. Our reporter is inside the courthouse waiting for the hearing. hearing, and reportedly a group of around 5 fans / trolls from Reddit have appeared. Somehow 5 people pop up like a bad cold in the winter time. Oh, Daniel Larson's trial was happening. Oh, better be there right on time. I couldn't even imagine that. Maybe if you live really close to Daniel, but it's actually kind of crazy. Daniel hasn't been on the internet for over a year, but still 5 people, hopefully, in the surrounding area were like, oh yeah, let's go to that. Let's go. Daniel's hearing is scheduled to begin. This is a live information update feed. And yes, it was very useful on live stream, and it has become useful here. I guess the judge seemed confused as to why there were so many people in the gallery. Did he forget that this is the future president of the United States? Him and Tails are about to have the battle of a lifetime. Daniel laughed and said, sorry, I'm famous. So right there you can already see that Daniel, he is not recovered fully. Like, I don't know what they did or heard from him to make them believe that this guy is competent enough to stand trial. My main belief in all of this is they're like, well, I mean, we got to get him out there somehow, and he hasn't changed up one bit. Or maybe Daniel has figured out how to lie, but they're like, we just got to get him out here. We just got to get this trial going. And then Daniel Larson plugged his iHeartRadio channel. Do we need any more clues to say this is the same exact Daniel Larson we knew beforehand? And then Feeler, I'm not sure who it is, maybe it's Daniel Larson's lawyer, attorney, who knows, is clearly annoyed. They could sense Daniel was tense and tried to calm him down and make him comfortable. Yeah, Daniel always seems to be tense. 24/7. There's so much madness running around his mind at all times that who knows what Daniel is capable of at any moment. But I guess they was able to get a laugh out of Daniel, and Daniel lightened the mood by saying they were served Diet Coke today for lunch. And then asked one of the guards if it had paraphernalia in it, followed by a goofy, mischievous laugh. Alright, Daniel Larson is in high spirits, and, you know, I think that might be one of the first times someone has willingly brought that up in court, asking if they had been spiked. Then Daniel did his angry tongue. We're gonna watch a video, one of the more tame ones, to give you an example of why Daniel is in here in the first place, and you're going to see an example of the angry tongue he definitely did. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. And as the judge is explaining it to him, he says, yes sir, 15 times. So Daniel is obviously very aggravated at the moment. We know he has like, he hates authority. If you're Bob, if you're the police, if you're a security guard, he can't understand, since he's famous and all, why he doesn't have power in this situation. So he hates authority. He thinks he's famous and can get away with whatever he does. So there's definitely some spite in those 15 yes, your honors. And then the judge goes on to ask him some basic questions, which Daniel answers normally, until he says he went to LA film school, which I can only imagine. Maybe I'm wrong here. My Daniel Larson lore isn't 100%, but I'm just imagining that that's when he traveled to LA, and he's now claiming he was in the film school. There was probably some college students who were like, hey Daniel, come to LA film school. And he's like, yes, of course. I'm going to apply there now. Basically, like he did in that Colorado University. I can't remember exactly which one, but something very similar happened. And I also heard claims that Daniel wasn't aware how old he was. He was just a year off, but you know, you'd think you would have that down pat, but not Daniel. Not Daniel whatsoever. And I guess not only did Larson League have their top mid in there, Larson actually had his top mid in there. They say some CU students, I guess that was the college I was talking about from Colorado, showed up there in their business suits. It would be amazing if those guys were going for like business degrees and law degrees and things of that nature. It would just be the tops. But, you know, they're there to show support for the future president. And, you know, from their support, I believe that, you know, they got Daniel Larson lucky enough to get out, basically. Daniel Larson is going to be free fairly soon. You can see right here, the sentencing is set for July 21st, 2026. And I think everyone expects Daniel to only get 6 or 7 months. He only pled guilty to 1 count, and it was actually the far less one. Like, as you guys may know, I can't really explain it too well on YouTube, but Daniel Larson is in trouble for claiming to do some crazy things to the White House, setting fire to potential things, you know, just really spouting off about some crazy stuff on the internet. Some people thought Daniel Larson was going to be gone up to a decade, but he got incredibly lucky. There was reports coming out that Daniel was going to be doing 5 years in prison, and the thing that he pled guilty to is like 27 through 33 months. So that's around the time range Daniel is going to get sentenced to, but Daniel Larson is going to be getting time served. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's around 22 months of time served, a very long time. There's almost no chance they're not giving it to him. The judge has already told him he's going to get time served, and I couldn't think of what else they could be referring to. So after July 1st, it's very realistic that Daniel Larson could be home in 5 or so months. Basically, what you should get from this video, in less than a year, Daniel Larson is going to be back out on the streets. But as of court ruling, Daniel Larson's phone and possession are going to be under federal supervision. People from, like, I don't know, you know, probably a 3-lettered organization are going to be reviewing it, sending stuff to the police and the courts, making sure everything's just fine, making sure nobody's trying to get into contact with Daniel. And that's got to leave a lot of people like shook. I mean, we all know before Daniel went to prison, or excuse me, he didn't go to prison, but he got locked up. There was a lot of teenagers, young adults who would follow Daniel around on the internet. They would get him into Discord calls and basically just try to create a brand new reality for him. And with people like Daniel Larson, it worked just about every single time. And I bet these people haven't grown up too much. It's only been like 2 or 3 years at this point after they probably last talked to him. I bet they were probably going to start talking to Daniel. And I bet there's still people dumb enough too. They probably don't know this little part about the court ruling. So we might end up seeing people get in trouble, those quote unquote managers from a long time ago. I know Clark and Little Sippy, they're chomping at the bits, but they better refrain. Little Sippy's used to jail. I don't know about Clark. Maybe him too, but I don't know. But they might just find themselves behind bars if they mess with them again. So I just want to show you guys a little video of the actions Daniel would do that kind of got him into this situation. You can go look up some other ones after you watch mine, but you know, basically this is a far more tame one. There's far, far worse. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into that real quick.
Yeah, I hate the managers.
Here they come.
Here they come! I don't know, they found me, Marty! It's Libyans! Where's my security team? What are you doing? Run! Like, what are you even saying?
I am gonna bomb. I am gonna bomb. I am gonna bomb. I am gonna bomb.
Love bomb you! Love
would
bomb
love
you!
that too.
Love bomb you!
It's Emma Watson who's running away from her.
I hate!
Stop Stop telling me to go Super Saiyan. Stupid. They're coming after you. There's computer chips in you. In you, Daniel. That's nice.
The FBI can go ahead and press legal charges on me. I will just kick their ass.
I'll just kick their asses.
I'm being chased by a group of about 10 teenagers that go to CU University. The same, or one of the groups that attacked me a couple days ago. They're trying to...
And that's where the video abruptly cuts off, with Daniel Larson playing the most dangerous game with a couple CU students. I actually wonder now if those were the people who showed up in court. Maybe that's why Daniel Larson was given the 15 yes sirs. Yeah, I mean, yes, your honors. Because, I mean, he's shook. The people who's been hunting him since then have shown up now. But even then, you can tell that Daniel Larson hasn't changed very much. He's still spouting the same nonsense. And if he's not doing that, he's making threats at people who don't even deserve it. Specifically, the government. Well, that was basically the teenagers' fault, I'm pretty sure. Well, teenagers' fault, since they would constantly say, oh, the FBI is taking Grace away from you again. How do you feel about this, Daniel? And then he would have a complete meltdown. And honestly, Daniel would have meltdowns on his own, far less often, but he would still do it. So I don't really know what to expect. I could see equally as bad, or, you know, maybe he could get better. Not like normal, but maybe a little
Not that
better.
much better.
But we'll have to figure out, and we'll be figuring out very soon. Thank you guys all so much for being here. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, follow all the socials down below, use the new hype feature, leave a comment as well, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Nice. Yep, Larson is gonna be back, I guess?
My name is Cosmo Wright. I stream on Twitch TV. I try to beat video games, classic video games, as fast as I can. I've always been kind of interested in pushing games to see how far you can take them.
Let's see. So this is me, video game speedrunner and co-founder of website Speedrun Slide, which allows speedrunners to race one in the real time. 2, 3, 4. In 2013, Wright held the world record for fastest completion of Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker.
Please support my Patreon.
Oh, God.
Please.
He was once untouchable.
What a
god in the
bro,
speedrunning
that's
world,
such a
breaking world records, inventing new strategies, and dominating the elite. His name meant perfection.
Oh my God.
Every run was history in the making. But today, that same name is spoken like an urban legend.
Really sorry.
Please.
Okay.
From world records
The
to
video
public
games
meltdowns,
drove
from
him
Nintendo stages to
insane.
complete exile. This isn't just a fall from grace. It's one of the most shocking collapses in internet history. This is the rise and devastating fall of Narcissa Wright. The speedrunning community brings together dedicated gamers who find deep fulfillment in mastering video games at breakneck speeds, pushing hardware and mechanics to their limits while fostering shared excitement.
This
friendly
is one of the
rivalry,
most
and
disturbing
genuine fun.
episode of
On the surface,
Wahab
it appears to be one of the most positive corners of gaming
Yeah.
culture. People collaborating
Where are they
on
now?
discoveries, celebrating clever shortcuts, and raising
Not where
money
you
for
want 'em
charity
to be.
through live marathons. Yet beneath this wholesome exterior lies a history riddled with intense conflicts and personal scandals.
No,
And few figures
speed
capture
running
that
drove
contrast
him
better than
insane.
one of speedrunning's
Look at
most
Shift.
brilliant and unpredictable talents. The scene has produced countless stories of rapid rises and bitter falls, but few are as dramatic, heartbreaking, and widely discussed as the saga of Cosmo Wright, who later became publicly known as Narcissa Wright. At their peak, Cosmo stood out as arguably the most talented, charismatic, and influential figure in competitive speedrunning. They held multiple world records across iconic titles, particularly in the Legend of Zelda series, and their live performances drew massive audiences. Beyond niche leaderboards, Cosmo stood at the center of Twitch's early rise. By 2014, he was one of the platform's first true stars, pulling in tens of thousands of live viewers during his runs of The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, His gameplay showcased an unusual level of precision and control, paired with clear, articulate commentary that made even the most complex glitches feel understandable. Each stream felt like an event, records breaking in real time, an audience watching closely, and a player operating at a level few others could match. Their runs combined technical brilliance with engaging, articulate commentary that made complex glitches and frame-perfect tricks accessible and thrilling even to casual viewers. People tuned in to watch records fall and to experience the infectious enthusiasm and mastery on display. Cosmo's rise wasn't handed to him. It was fought for, frame by frame. Every glitch, every sequence, every near-perfect execution was honed through hours of relentless practice. By 2014, he wasn't just competing. He was setting the standard, breaking records that left other top runners scrambling to catch up. Tens of thousands of viewers watched his streams live, hanging on his commentary as he explained the impossible tricks that made The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time feel like a living, breathing puzzle. Cosmo's mastery, charisma, and innovation didn't just earn him fame. They built a very wave of competitive speedrunning and early Twitch culture, making him one of the platform's first true stars. Cosmo Wright was born on July 21st, 1989, in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Raised in the Midwest, they developed an extraordinarily strong bond with video games from a very young age. The pivotal moment arrived around age 7 when a Christmas gift, a shiny new Nintendo 64, transformed their childhood. Cosmo spent years exploring its games and mastering their secrets. Over time, The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time captured his heart completely, and he began pushing the game in new ways, discovering glitches, experimenting with tricks, and learning strategies that few players had ever tried. This sprawling 3D adventure, with its intricate world, memorable soundtrack, and groundbreaking mechanics, became an obsession that never dimmed.
This is the... Alright, everyone. This is the Chinese version of Ocarina of Time. Here's the controller, and directly out of this comes power and composite. It doesn't have a console, so it is a bonus that it keeps your hands warm while you're playing it, because it's calculating the entire game. Also in the back.
And before we go further into the story, I need a small favor from you. I've started posting these deep dives on Spotify as well, so if you prefer listening instead of watching, or you just want to support me, make sure to follow me there. The link to my Spotify is in the description. Cosmo obsessively played Ocarina of Time throughout childhood and adolescence, mastering every puzzle, battle, and hidden trick. His growing skill and daring experimentation hinted at the feats he would achieve later, turning a personal passion into something extraordinary. The game's depth offered endless replay value, but it was more than entertainment. It sparked a lifelong passion for exploration, precision, and mastery. Roughly a decade after first booting up the cartridge, that same fixation pulled them into the fledgling online speedrunning community. Forums and leaderboards were just beginning to formalize what had previously been informal challenges among friends, completing games as quickly as possible, often by bending rules through glitches, sequence breaks, or unintended shortcuts. What started as private experimentation soon evolved into public competition, setting the stage for Cosmo's extraordinary entry into the spotlight. This early foundation, rooted in pure joy and curiosity, laid the groundwork for everything that followed. The innovations, the records, the fame, and ultimately, the profound challenges that reshaped their life and identity. The late 2000s marked Cosmo Wright's formal entry into the organized speedrunning world when they discovered Speed Demos Archive, an early online forum that served as a central repository for documenting and authenticating extraordinarily quick game completions. SDA functioned as a verification hub where runners submitted evidence of their times, ensuring legitimacy through video proof and strict rules. The essence of speedrunning lies in racing through titles of any genre, be it straightforward 2D side-scrollers or intricate 3D adventures, while ruthlessly eliminating wasted seconds via optimized paths, flawless inputs, and exploitation of software bugs or unintended mechanics, collectively termed glitches. Though the drive to finish games rapidly existed long before the web became mainstream, with players timing attempts on analog clocks or sharing tips in magazines, the internet transformed isolated efforts into collaborative ecosystems. Enthusiasts could now exchange route ideas, debate glitch validity, and challenge one another publicly. A foundational milestone occurred in 1996 with the creation of Nightmare Speed Demos, a community centered on ID Software's groundbreaking first-person shooter Quake. By 1997, it had rebranded and broadened its scope, evolving into Speed Demos Archive, one of the very first dedicated platforms for speedrunning on the internet.
Oh my god, this is the best speedrun I've ever done in my life. That is the best run I've ever done.
For Cosmo, this arrival felt tailor-made, already deeply immersed in The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time from endless childhood replays. He now approached the game with renewed analytical fervor. Instead of simply enjoying the story or exploring freely, the focus shifted to systematic deconstruction, identifying skips that bypassed entire segments, wall clips that ignored collision boundaries, or warps that teleported ahead in ways developers never anticipated. This mindset was drawn from prior experience with GoldenEye 007 on the same Nintendo 64 console, where completing the single-player campaign quickly unlocked hidden multiplayer modes and characters, instilling an early appreciation for time-based incentives and hidden efficiencies. Cosmo's initial involvement remained low-key and understated. They offered occasional glitch, suggestions in forum threads, assisted others with tricky setups, and earned sporadic mentions of gratitude from fellow participants. Despite accumulating over 10 years of activity on SDA, the broader gaming public remained largely unaware of the community's existence. It stayed a hidden subculture, populated mostly by hyper-focused individuals who thrived on solitary practice sessions, rather than social networking. Coordinating runs or forming lasting partnerships proved challenging in such an environment. Small talk often took a back seat to perfecting frame rules. Even so, meaningful connections eventually formed. Cosmo Wright became more active in the online speedrunning community, where familiar names appeared often. One of them was Juplex, another early member known for regular participation. Their interactions leaned more toward quiet competition than collaboration. Cosmo's fastest runs went from 18 minutes 56 seconds to 18 minutes 10 seconds, with rivals like Juplex close behind, constantly pushing routes, tricks, and strategies. This steady pressure helped sharpen skills over time. These early years reflected speedrunning's small, focused nature, where consistent effort mattered most, and gradually helped Cosmo grow within the Zelda community.
I watched a couple Bloodborne speedruns. Those are pretty cool.
In the summer of 2009, Cosmo Wright began experimenting with new routing ideas during runs of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Early tests of these strategies showed promising results, encouraging deeper exploration and collaboration within the growing speedrunning community. Around this time, Cosmo worked with other dedicated runners like Giano to launch Zelda Speedruns, a centralized platform designed to archive records, document strategies, and organize knowledge about the series. In one memorable stream, he painted his nails, a moment some fans latched onto and speculated about, though most were there for the speedruns. At the same time, he was in a romantic relationship with fellow streamer Adrenine, who visited him and hinted at a personal life beyond the leaderboards. As interest in Zelda speedrunning expanded, information was scattered across forums and videos, making it difficult to track progress or compare runs. When the new site launched, it provided a structured space for thousands of route submissions, verified leaderboards, and organized discussions. Within its first year, the community grew into one of the largest coordination hubs in the genre, cutting down verification times from weeks to days, and enabling runners to share optimized strategies far more efficiently. It became essential for tracking progress, pushing standards forward, and fueling the next wave of competition. The year 2010 marked a major turning point with the first Games Done Quick event. Despite technical issues and a last-minute venue change, the marathon successfully raised over $10,000 for charity. It proved that speedrunning could reach beyond niche communities and bring people together for a larger purpose. Building on this momentum, Cosmo helped push the idea of live competition further. In early 2011, a 4-player race of Ocarina of Time introduced real-time voice communication and face cams, adding a new level of excitement and interactivity. Soon after Speedruns Live was launched, the platform allowed players to organize races instantly, track results automatically, and compete directly with others. By mid-2011, the platform had grown rapidly, with runners joining daily. This period laid the groundwork for modern speedrunning, turning it into a more connected, competitive, and widely recognized scene. Throughout 2012, Cosmo Wright elevated their role in the speedrunning community by masterfully organizing large-scale races that drew massive participation. One standout event featured a 74-player competition in Ocarina of Time, stretching across 8 intense hours and captivating the audience with its scale and energy. Simultaneously, Cosmo continued honing technical prowess, pushing personal boundaries in runs, while building stronger connections across the scene. The turning point arrived in March 2013 with participation in Awesome Games Done Quick, the Winter Charity Marathon. Cosmo's Ocarina of Time run was slated for just over 3 hours, but the execution proved extraordinary. A near-perfect performance wrapped up a full 30 minutes early. His stream included detailed, captivating commentary that unpacked glitch strategies and sequence breaks step by step, making the high-level play understandable and exciting. This showcase helped AGDQ raise approximately $149,000 for charity. Observers were amazed at Cosmo's talent for executing extremely challenging maneuvers on the very first try. The archived video eventually accumulated over a massive amount of views, cementing its place as one of the era's defining moments in the speedrunning community. community. By July 2012, Cosmo had established a personal YouTube channel under the name Cosmo Speedruns. Initial content consisted of straightforward gameplay captures, but later videos introduced a distinctive visual element, a downward-angled camera that focused on the hands operating the controller, prominently displaying painted nails. This choice sparked widespread curiosity among fans, with speculation ranging from donation incentives to self-expression, though most remained supportive, emphasizing that skill mattered far more than appearance. The hand-focused perspective fits somewhat with contemporary trends of highlighting button inputs during runs, even if face cams were more conventional for building viewer rapport. By this stage, Cosmo held world records in 4 Nintendo 64 titles, and ranked among Twitch's top streamers platform-wide, an impressive feat on a site dominated by multiplayer online battle arenas, especially while focusing on decades-old retro games. These peak years showcase not only unmatched skill, but also the ability to entertain, educate, and inspire on a growing scale, positioning Cosmo as the undisputed leader in their niche. Even at the height of fame in 2014, subtle signs of inner unrest began appearing in Cosmo Wright's streams, signs that, in hindsight, marked the quiet beginning of the long downfall, an exploration of identity or aesthetics that would later grow into something far more profound. Despite the growing shadow, Cosmo kept up a flawless public front. They joined the viral ALS Ice Bucket Challenge and appeared on CNN, eloquently recounting the journey from passionate hobbyist to full-time professional after 4 years of explosive growth. The mask finally cracked in 2015. During that year's GDQ, Cosmo endured outright harassment. Cosmo later confirmed the perpetrator was a figure known as Oak, who made persistent, unwanted advances. Bets on neck kissing, inappropriate touching, documented in photos showing lunging behavior. The violation shattered any remaining sense of safety in a once trusted space, amplifying existing personal strains. The Nintendo World Championships invitation in late 2015 felt like a cruel twist of fate amid mounting personal struggles. Cosmo advanced impressively to the finals, facing off in a high-stakes competition overseen by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the legendary creator of Mario and Zelda. Despite the honor, the performance faltered dramatically, and Cosmo struggled with multiple sections, ultimately losing decisively to a rival known as John Numbers. Miyamoto personally awarded a consolation Nintendo 3DS XL to Cosmo, a gesture captured on video that became infamous in the community. While many framed the defeat as the final straw that broke Cosmo's resolve, the truth ran deeper. Accumulated traumas from harassment, relationship betrayal, and profound grief had already eroded their foundation long before the event. Barely a month later, the relationship with Adrienne ended. Her public Facebook statement described the split as mutual, attributing it partly to family responsibilities that necessitated her relocation. She emphasized there was no lingering resentment and expressed excitement about the upcoming Summer Games done quick, signaling a forward-looking attitude. Cosmo's relationship with fellow streamer Adrienne had been one of the few anchors in his life, a rare source of support and connection beyond the leaderboards. When they broke up, the loss hit him deeply. The isolation he had long kept at bay through speedrunning and community suddenly felt unbearable. The gap between his past achievements and present struggles widened, leaving him sad, withdrawn, and questioning what came next. Cosmo vanished from public view shortly after. Social media accounts went silent, and Twitter was set to private, and 3 months passed in uncertainty until a re-emergence under a new identity, Narcissa Wright. Just a month before Narcissa publicly embraced her true identity, she faced a heartbreaking
The name means
personal loss,
narcissism.
the death of a close transgender friend. The tragedy shook her deeply after, and she deleted her previous Twitter account of Cosmo Wright. Community responded with an outpouring of sympathy, messages of support, and understanding for the grief she endured. Some speculated that this loss may have influenced her decision to come out when she did, though most focused on compassion rather than judgment. For many, it was a reminder of the human side behind the records and streams, highlighting the resilience and vulnerability that defined her journey. Narcissa came back with a different identity and made a new Twitter account, changing names across platforms like YouTube. The new look shifted to a distinctly feminine presentation, accompanied by images of estradiol and spironolactone bottles, standard components of hormone replacement therapy. The first stream as Narcissa, restricted to subscribers only, attracted several hundred supportive viewers who welcomed the transition openly. The shift proved catastrophic for the existing audience. Fans who had followed for speedrunning content tuned out rapidly once gaming runs disappeared entirely. Fans started saying, "What happened to Cosmo?" as they were shocked.
What
but
happened to
some viewers
Cosmo?
stayed and said,
He's
"Keep your chin up,
dead."
Narcissa. We love you." New viewers, drawn primarily by discussions of gender
John
transition and
Numbers
related
killed him.
experiences, offered encouragement but pushed further away from the original material. Viewership numbers plummeted almost immediately, reflecting a complete fracture in the once loyal community. One particularly striking upload layered poetic recitation over Zelda gameplay footage, drawing extended parallels between the relentless grind of speedrunning and the rituals of transitioning. The repeated emphasis on futility carried an unsettling nihilistic tone.
I've uploaded 30 Mario Maker levels now, and I plan on uploading a lot more. And I've created a website where you can see the rankings for my levels. You can see who has the records.
Cool.
And currently Jumpman is in the lead. And I dare you to get some prestigious speedrun world records.
Narcissa also launched a website ranking personal Mario Maker levels, but her on-camera appearances often felt awkward. Long stares at the self-monitor instead of the lens, uncomfortable pauses, and overly loud background music. Fans speculated, especially on the now-defunct Sam and Tolkien subreddit, that her transition may have been influenced in part by the recent loss of a close trans friend. The theory suggested this could explain sudden changes in personality, fading interest in former passions, and her surprising tolerance of Adrian's escalating infidelity toward the end of their relationship. By 2016, Narcissa Wright's streams and online presence had taken a noticeably darker turn. Physical changes became apparent. Significant weight loss, a gaunt appearance, and behavior suggesting heavy reliance on cannabis to manage deepening depression. On-camera moments often featured prolonged staring into the monitor's video feedback loop, accompanied by unsettling, crooked smiles that unnerved viewers. Twitter posts
that's
echoed
what
this shift.
a narcissist would
Drug
do.
use as a primary coping mechanism.
Just staring into the
Frustration with everyday adult
reflection.
obligations, such as losing
Yeah,
health
get out of
insurance,
that.
which may have pushed HRT purchases to unregulated sources, and frequent episodes of crying coupled with a yearning to abandon responsibilities altogether. Years of speedrunning came with a price that Narcissa could no longer ignore. After years of intense play, particularly the grueling sessions of Smash Brothers and Melee, persistent hand and wrist pain had become debilitating. In a tweet reflecting on the physical injuries, Narcissa wrote, "I think it's all the years of playing games that got bad when Smash Wii U came out. I think I met 11,500 matches. I played for long sessions. I was playing Melee at the same time too, and that's even more demanding on your hands. If I play too long, it hurts a lot, and it hurts for a long time afterward. It's been a huge problem. It made me feel like maybe I can't get back into speeder running as much as I want to with Castlevania and stuff, but I was sort of running out of motivation for that as well. It wasn't just the hand issue. I don't plan on going on and doing something, because that's what everyone wants to see. I know people want to see certain things out of me, but I want to focus on stuff that I'm actually passionate about. Maybe that's kind of ungrateful. It's like, I'm only going to do what I'm passionate about. Now please pay for my existence. Maybe that's super entitled, but I feel like I'm at my best when I can work on things I'm actually passionate about. Stuff that's actually meaningful instead of meaningless. This raw admission laid bare the toll of endless grinding. Not only physical damage, but a profound loss of drive, coupled with a defiant refusal to produce content just to satisfy lingering fans. Narcissa Wright's online presence collapsed into unrelenting darkness. Severe weight loss left her gaunt and frail, while heavy cannabis use became a constant escape from deepening depression and sensory overload. Soylent replaced real food despite medical warnings. It wasn't sustainable. With almost no movement, no sunlight, and endless screen time, physical health deteriorated visibly, with a thinner frame, sallow skin, and drained energy. The returning videos of Narcissa peaked at only under 2,000 viewers, far below the 20,000 plus Narcissa expected. This disappointment sparked angry rants against the Sam and Tolkien subreddit, failed attempts to get a free Nintendo Switch, vandalism on the Zelda Speedruns website that was quickly fixed, and the user was also banned from Twitch. By 2016 to 2019, almost all of that audience was gone. The transition and change in content drove away nearly everyone who came for speedrunning. Viewership dropped to dozens at best, often with empty or sub-only chats. After bans and long breaks, new streams and reloads barely got single-digit viewers or zero. These years were a straight drop from a huge following to almost nothing. Scattered bits of content turned into a total mess. From January 2020, after years swallowed by silence, Narcissa Wright slipped back into uploading, but this time other new games. Not the one for which she was famous. No trailer, no hype post, just the familiar Hyrule music and the same careful hands on the controller. A few audience was shocked that Narcissa doesn't play Zelda anymore, while some people said that it was good and a good initiative. That moment passed like a held breath. The thousands who once filled chat with hype and donations never returned. The 100,000 Twitch followers, the peak concurrent views in the 6,000 to 10,000 range, the sense of being untouchable, all gone. What stayed was a small, stubborn group of viewers who still show up not for drama, not for breakdowns or controversy, but for the ghost of the speedrunner they fell in love with. The one who explained frame-perfect tricks with quiet confidence, who dominated leaderboards, who proved a single player could rewrite what a game could do. Today, as Nova Wright, the channel posts rarely. Some casual gameplay, some older titles played at a gentle pace, but no speedruns. The chronic hand pain from years of Smash and Melee 11,500 plus logged matches, endless long sessions, never fully healed. The motivation that once drove sub-18-minute miracles is gone, replaced by a body that simply can't grind like it used to. Uploads are short, unpolished, shared with almost no fanfare. View counts hover in the dozens, sometimes lower. Chat is quiet, often empty except for the same handful of names who have stayed for years. The numbers are tiny now. No sponsorships, no massive subs, no crowds. Just a quiet corner of the internet where a few loyal souls still wait, still watch, still hope that one day the hands on the controller might move fast again. It's not a comeback story. It's something smaller, more human. A person still playing, still reaching out, even if only to the ones who never forgot who they used to be. What makes this part of the story difficult to understand isn't just the events themselves, but the contrast. On one side, there's the version of Narcissa Wright that many people followed for years, someone deeply involved in speedrunning, building tools, and shaping a community. On the other side, some moments feel disconnected from that image, where reactions, language, and decisions seem harder to explain. For the remaining audience, this created a strange situation. Some people chose to step away, while others stayed, trying to make sense of what they were seeing. Not everything was clear, and not everything had context. And over time, as uploads became less frequent, that confusion slowly turned into silence. Then came a shift that felt subtle but noticeable. The removal of Formerly from the Cosmo Speedruns channel, followed by a new upload reflecting on past achievements, suggested some kind of reset. The tone felt different, more controlled, and less expressive in the way that people had come to expect. Shortly after, the introduction of the Nova Wright channel added another layer to this change. What stood out to some viewers wasn't just the new content, but what was missing. The presentation felt more neutral, more stripped down. Small details led to speculation, but not necessarily answers. And without clear explanations, people began filling in the gaps on their own. At this point, it's hard to say what direction things are really moving in. Is this a deliberate step toward something more stable, or just another phase in a long and complicated online presence? And maybe the more important question is, are we seeing a genuine change, or just another version of the same story playing out differently? If you want to see another story where things don't go the way the people expected, you might want to check the video on your screen now. It follows a creator whose entire online presence slowly unraveled in a way that's hard to ignore.
Wait, which one? There's like no oversight. There's no like quality control. I'm guessing they're talking about Yandere Dev. Is there just not going to be a That Being Said today? I'm not seeing it on the schedule. Just making some more generations here. I kind of like the look of this one. There's me, and Leet, Rebsy, and Cero. Not sure if I want to use it though. It's not the best. Doesn't look like there's a TBS today. No. Fuck. Yeah, for some reason it keeps wanting to make Rebsy a female type person. I guess. Just assumes that. Even though that's not really what I was going for. Like, so I started with these. Sometimes Grok needs a little bit of help, you know? Sometimes when you try and get it to make an image with references, it's just like, it's a little bit too literal. It just drops everything in there. Just bloop, bloop. It's like, okay, just like, make it look a little bit more cinematic. And then we get this. They look like plastic figures. It's kind of cool. It's like a diorama.
All of us are autistic.
No, it's fine. I got plenty of references when you,
wow.
When I made the image.
It's
for,
the guys.
The intro for you. Trying to keep the face paint consistent in there. And it gets a little darker, a little bit more sinister. It's not quite what I was wanting. A little darker. See, the idea is that, turning them into videos is like terrible. You basically have to just say, don't move. Don't move at all. Don't do any movements, because if it tries to move and you just get craziness like this. I guess that's what happens when the image is too dark. This one's pretty good. Just the less movement, the better. It's just look at the Kerbo. It's got the vampire fangs and then like a cat mouth. Adorable. But yeah, with the $30 a month you get unlimited generations. Not bad. I'm still waiting for my limit. Maybe we should watch the Yandere video. Can't believe it. So freaking That Being Said. My day is ruined.
At this point, it's hard.
Did you see Review Bra got one of those Wendy's chicken sandwiches and they fucked up his order. I can't imagine that. Imagine working at a fast food place that's close enough to review Bra that he goes there and buys food, and also you just mess up his order. It had to have cost Wendy's like millions and millions of dollars. It's crazy.
2014, an indie game developer promised the internet a very violent stealth anime game. The main character, Ayano Aishi, was tasked with her classmates inside a Japanese high school.
Oh boy, this is gonna be hard to
win the affection of her beloved senpai.
censor.
The idea was extremely strange and undeniably violent, but for some reason, people loved it. The concept quickly captured the internet's attention.
PSA,
Fans began
always
eagerly
check
waiting
your
for the
order
game to
before you
finally
leave.
release.
That's what I do.
But there was just one problem. Over the years, the discussion...
Since I'm like neurotically anti-ketchup, I ask for no ketchup on everything, and I don't leave until I check and make sure, because
around
it happened too many times.
Simulators
I always check.
slowly stopped being about the game itself. Instead, it started becoming about the man behind it.
I, Emma X, humbly submit.
I don't think I've seen the original.
To Nicholas
I've only seen the memes.
This is Alexander Mahan, the developer of the game, known online as Yandere Dev, who was later accused of inappropriate interactions with a fan. As these allegations spread, people began digging deeper into his online history. Users uncovered a disturbing backlog of
No
old accounts
ketchup.
across various internet
So you're
forums,
saying
where
you hate
Yandere
Crunchy?
Dev had openly shared some
Ludwig
deeply
24
troubled views
said.
and fantasies.
Yeah, we disagree on that. It's fine. We can still be friends, but disagree. It's life.
From writing about violent thoughts toward his own parents and making disturbing comments about minors to expressing fantasies about people he disliked while defending predatory behavior. And if you think the failure of Yandere Simulator is the biggest part of this story, trust us, that's only scratching the surface. Because the story of Yandere Dev goes much deeper than most people realize. Yandere Dev's real name is Alexander Mahan. He was born on June 30th,
Already said that.
1988. Which makes him over 37 years old today. One thing that sets Alex's childhood apart is the fact that he was homeschooled by his parents from the age of 12. While Alex himself does not talk much about his homeschooling years online, there are people on platforms like Reddit who suggest that he may have been bullied during his time at school. According
No
to these
way.
discussions, one particular bullying incident may have been serious enough that his parents decided to remove him from school entirely and begin homeschooling him. If that speculation is true, it would mean that Alex experienced a level of social isolation from a relatively young age, and like many teenagers in similar situations, he likely turned toward things like video games, anime, and the internet as a way to connect with the outside world. This is what Alex wrote about his childhood on a forum. I am 20 years old. From age 12 to 18, I had no friends, never went to any parties, never went on dates, never had any important life experiences, and never developed socially. I was homeschooled, and because I became so accustomed to staying in my house all day long and going through my daily routine, it eventually became almost impossible for me to consider leaving my house or breaking out of that routine. I adapted to one way of life so much that I became incapable of deviating from that reclusive lifestyle. From a very young age, Alex appeared to be deeply interested in anime and video games. These interests eventually influenced his career path as well, as he later pursued studies related to animation and video graphics. Now, the unusual part about all of this wasn't simply his interest in anime and gaming, it was the intensity of that interest. Because he lacked strong social connections during his teenage years, Alex began forming most of his interactions online with people who shared similar hobbies. He started joining different internet forums where fans discussed anime, games, and digital media. Over time, he began posting more frequently on these forums, often sharing his thoughts, ideas, and opinions with other users across different communities. The earliest known footprint of Alex on the internet dates back to when he was just 16 years old. While most people today know him by the name Yandere Dev, that wasn't the identity he originally used online. Instead, he first appeared on internet forums under the alias EvXFun. This account would later become permanently tied to Alex's online history, because it provides a glimpse into how he behaved and interacted with others, even in his early teenage years. The name EvXFun itself came from Alex's love for two classic anime series, Evangelion and Rahasfon. He combined parts of both titles to create the username. Using this alias, Alex joined multiple online communities. One of the earliest forums he is known to have joined was a site called animemusicvideos.org. He joined the forum sometime in 2004 and began asking users there for help with creating anime music videos. However, it quickly became clear that Alex was not very experienced with video creation at the time. Because of this, several members of the forum suggested that he first read the available guides before posting questions that were already answered in those resources. But strangely enough, Alex seemed to take offense to that suggestion. Instead of simply reading the guides, he proposed a new rule on the forum just one day after joining. In his post, he wrote, "Now, I don't mean to try to formally challenge the administrators with this topic, but I'd like to share some of my thoughts. Now, I haven't been here long, so I might be incorrect, but it seems like most of the time when someone asks a question, the responses they get are 1 or 2 lines long and contain no helpful information or answer to their question. They just say, 'Read the guide.' I think you should read the guide. Read the guide again. Sounds like someone hasn't read the guide yet. Is it just me, or does the existence of a guide make everyone lazy?" In other words, Alex believed that other users should feel obligated to personally walk him through the entire process, rather than simply directing him toward the guides that already contained the answers he was looking for. He was a complete nuisance to this forum for most of the time he remained there. During his stay, Alex posted frequently and often filled the threads with his bizarre ideas and personal opinions. He openly expressed his intense fascination with anime, particularly characters from shows like Evangelion. But strangely enough, he also claimed that the same series had a deeply negative emotional effect on him. At one point, Alex even suggested that Evangelion had made him feel special. However, these posts were relatively mild compared to some of the other things he wrote on the forum. For example, Alex openly admitted that he preferred weak and submissive girls, because according to him, they would simply do whatever they were told. In another post, he expressed the idea that if he ever owned a robotic girlfriend, he would turn her into a rather than attempt to teach her anything about love or companionship. He also appeared to be particularly fascinated with life-sized anime dolls. In one of his posts, he wrote, "This reminds me of a guy who had a 2-foot-tall statue of Rei Ayanami. He said he bought it for $250, which sounds a lot better than what they seem to be charging for the doll up above. Man, I love seeing life-sized anime dolls." This comment is particularly unsettling in hindsight, considering that Alex later admitted to owning a life-sized doll himself, which he reportedly dressed up as the character Zero Suit Samus. While an anime
You know that character, that old
Alex also
Zero Suit
posted
Samus.
hot screen caps from anime. Even on threads that were known for pushing boundaries, some users felt that the images he shared went a bit too far. At the same time, Alex often shared his opinions about the media and censorship. He argued that showing violence, guns, drugs, and similar topics in online content would not desensitize children, and therefore should not be censored. Eventually, after spending roughly 2 years posting on the forum, the user known as Eva Xiphones quietly disappeared in 2006. Interestingly, the final
seems like he's having a real hard time with those
platform
words.
wasn't related to his
sense.
controversial posts or provocative images.
Instead,
Instead, it revolved around something much simpler. Alex had created his own website where he hosted a gallery comparing Rakshvan and Evangelion, 2 of his favorite anime series. However, many users on the forum disagreed with his comparisons and argued that his analysis was extremely surface level. Not long after that discussion, Alex simply signed off from the platform and moved on to other corners of the internet, places where he would continue sharing his personal frustrations, opinions, and increasingly controversial views. Between 2005 and 2009, Alex was also active on an online forum called Gaia Online. For those who may not know, Gaia was a very popular platform in the early 2000s. It attracted people who were interested in anime, video games, and internet culture. Users could create their own avatars, participate in discussions, and share their thoughts in a relatively anonymous and open environment. However, Alex did not seem to use Gaia primarily to discuss anime or gaming. Instead, he frequently used the platform to air his personal frustrations. Some of the things he wrote on that forum were so bizarre and uncomfortable that it is honestly difficult to understand how they went unnoticed for so long. One of the most common topics in Alex's posts was his frustration over not having a girlfriend. He repeatedly wrote about the fact that he had never been in a relationship and believed his chances of ever finding a girlfriend were extremely low. Post after post, he complained about how no girl seemed interested in him romantically and how he felt invisible to women. At one point, he even posted pictures of himself while discussing his appearance, writing, "I've been jokingly told several times that I look creepy or have a creepy face. I'm 20 years old, but no girl has ever flirted with me or told me that I am attractive, so I'm starting to feel that it is true. I think my face makes me look like a creepy, weird guy, so no one wants to get to know me or be around me." In another post, Alex openly admitted that he did not believe he had good looks, charisma, talent, or wealth, qualities he assumed were necessary to attract a girlfriend. Because of this, he concluded that his chances of ever finding one were essentially zero.
Well, do what Cosmo did. Be the girlfriend.
In one particularly strange post, Alex even claimed that he had asked his parents for a girlfriend as a birthday present.
Oh my!
Posts like these were extremely common throughout his time on Gaia. He frequently created threads with titles such as "How to Get a Girlfriend," "Why don't girls have sympathy for poor, lonely, girlfriendless guys?" "If I had a girlfriend, all my problems would go away. How do I approach girls? What bothers a girl? I am 19. Where do I go to meet girls? A large percentage of his posts revolved around loneliness, rejection, and his frustration with not being able to form romantic relationships.
Can
But
I
here's
get a
the thing.
girlfriend for
For
my
someone who
birthday?
frequently described
Mom?
himself as a polite, misunderstood guy who simply wanted a girlfriend,
Mom,
Alex's
Dad,
comments about women
I want
were
a
often
Russian mail order
surprisingly
bride for my
disrespectful.
birthday.
For example, in one
Oh my god, there should be some movie, like a Liam Neeson movie, where it's like the son asks the dad for a girlfriend, and the dad is like a trafficker, and he's like, okay, I'll see what I can do.
post, he openly admitted to constantly staring at a girl's at school. He wrote, "So there is this girl at my school with really nice, I mean, wow, they are amazing. She just has such an incredible figure and such a beautiful... When she is in the room, I can't pay attention to anything else. I always stare at her when she is around." Reading something like that is uncomfortable enough on its own, but it also raises an obvious question. If Alex was openly admitting to behavior like this, it is not difficult to imagine how uncomfortable that girl might have felt if she noticed the constant staring. Funnily enough, Alex would say things like this online and then later rant about the fact that he was still a
Doubt
virgin.
he's even
Most
really
of the
gonna talk
time,
about
his
the
argument
game.
for not being able to get a girlfriend was that he was simply ugly. The guy would literally post videos of himself on forums asking strangers to reassure him about his appearance. He constantly complained about the fact that he was not getting any attention from women, and he blamed it almost entirely on his face. What he seemed to fail to realize was a very basic possibility. Perhaps the problem was not that he had a creepy face, but that he had a deeply uncomfortable and personality. Need more proof of this? Take a look at some of the questions he posted online. In one thread, he asked things like, "Where can I meet a girl who I can ask, can I touch your b****s?" And she will say, "Sure." By this point in the timeline, Alex had become so desperate to lose his virginity that he began posting on websites like Craigslist and MySpace in search of partners for casual encounters. At this stage, he had essentially lost all hope of finding a traditional girlfriend. Instead, he started browsing MySpace for and people interested in casual relationships.
Why is he trying to get a
hoping
girlfriend
someone might
before his
offer him
game is even
without
done?
any
Like,
emotional
focus on
commitment.
that. Why
He
would you
reportedly
want a
missed several
relationship?
women there trying to initiate conversations.
Like, why would you want to like go out on dates and try to maintain a relationship when you have like so much of a workload on your shoulders? It's like, it seems odd.
Platforms like Craigslist.
Almost like he never even really wanted to finish the game.
He even posted personal ads. In one of those posts, he wrote, "I am shy, timid, and a little awkward. I am not handsome, witty, or charismatic, but I have been told that I am very sweet and kind-hearted. If your fantasy is to let a sad, lonely guy experience heaven for a few hours, then I'm your man." Initially, Alex seemed hopeful that someone might actually respond to his posts, but just a few days later he realized that was not happening at all. The responses he had hoped for simply never came. That realization quickly turned into bitterness, and he returned to complaining about his lonely life once again. At one point, he even wrote, "I don't see any girls volunteering to devirginize
Just
me."
before
These
it blew
events
up?
appeared to
Oh,
send
okay.
Alex into a deeper spiral of frustration. His desperation reached a new level, to the point where he began openly discussing the idea of paying for. He wrote, "Some people are unattractive, boring, have no charisma or wit, and are simply unappealing to the opposite every way. These people have absolutely no hope of ever finding a partner or having with another person, unless they pay for it. I don't believe it's shameful if these people pay for." If Alex had stopped there, the statement would have simply sounded like a sad reflection on his situation. But unfortunately, he continued the thread with a far more disturbing. He wrote, "After all, it's not as if they could ever have the normal way. For these people, there will never be any volunteers. There are only two options. Or pay for..." What do you think? The fact that he even presented the first option is deeply unsettling, and as disturbing as this might sound, later parts of this story will reveal even more about Alex's mindset, and suggest that the way he thinks has not changed much at all, even after all these years. One of the creepiest moments from Alex's activity on this forum came when he actually messaged an underage girl, in his intense desperation for a relationship. He even went as far as posting a picture of the girl on the forum, openly admitting that he was drooling over her and sharing the message he had sent to her with other members. Well, people on the forum quickly realized that the girl was still in high school. Based on what users could gather from the information he shared, many believed that she was probably around 14 or 15 years old. Naturally, the members of the forum called him out almost immediately. Several users pointed out how inappropriate his behavior was, and suggested that he had probably scared the girl away with his actions. But unfortunately, that was far from the most disturbing thing Alex posted on the guide. When he was not complaining about being a virgin or describing himself as completely unappealing to women, Alex often used the forum to rant about his parents. He would frequently insult his mother online and speak about her in a very disrespectful way. His anger toward his parents appeared to be extremely intense. In one of the most infamous posts attributed to him, Alex even described violent fantasies about his father. Disturbingly, he did not stop there. In the same discussion, Alex also mentioned similar violent thoughts about his mother. When another forum user suggested that he could simply move out of his parents' house instead of entertaining such extreme ideas, Alex responded by saying that he could not survive on his own, and therefore had no choice but to continue living with them. However shocking these posts may sound, they were not the end of Alex's disturbing online behavior. From around 2004 onward, he became active on a variety of other online forums as well, the Orson Scott Card Forum, Newgrounds, and several other online communities. Across most of these spaces, the pattern remained largely the same. Alex would complain about not having a girlfriend, rant about still being a virgin, and frame these issues as if they were the greatest tragedies of his life. But there was one particular forum where Alex appeared to be even more aggressive, more open, and far more disturbing than usual. We are talking about the Losers message board. His posts there were so extreme that even other members of the community were visibly uncomfortable with the opinions he expressed. For instance, he once created a thread. Inside the thread, Alex discussed the character Jody from the webcomic Losers. He described the character as and explained that her behavior bothered him deeply. According to Alex, his childhood had been very sheltered, which meant he had grown up believing that women were generally passive in relationships. When he later discovered that women could also approach men or openly express interest, he claimed that the realization caused him serious emotional distress. Ever since then, he began expressing strong resentment toward women he considered or overly. He wrote, "To me, being a is on par with being someone who commits terrible crimes and sins. It bars me from being able to love or respect that person, and I cannot see being a as just being human." On top of that, inside the post, Alex posed questions like, why do girls think that good thing? Girls seem to want to have bodies or clothing, or have guys think that they're... I don't understand the purpose of this.
Huh?
He also wrote, and why do girls seem to like the idea of the... I don't understand the purpose.
Why would you want someone to be interested in you because you sexually arouse them? They'd see you... Okay... Why do girls attempt to make themselves look sexually attractive? They'd be attracting the wrong types of guys.
Of this. He also wrote...
Like, that would only make sense if, like, only bad guys like good-looking women.
And why do girls seem to like the idea of the...
Also, a lot of times, like, a lot of women, undersell their bodies because they don't want that attention.
So much.
It's not, like,
this
universal.
line of thinking comes across as pretty hypocritical when you consider the things he had posted not long before on the AMV forum. There, he openly admitted to staring at a girl's chest at school, and even complained when she began wearing clothing that covered it up. In other words, the same guy who could not stop ogling someone's body was now pretending to be confused about why anyone would want to appear attractive. But unfortunately, this wasn't the end of Alex's increasingly incel-like behavior on the forum. At one point, a female user commented on his thread and casually mentioned that she had just slept with her boyfriend in a car. That single statement was enough to set Alex off. He responded by saying that the comment disgusted him and made him want to vomit. On another occasion, Alex described his idea of a perfect girlfriend on the forum. His description was unsettling, to say the least. In his own words, he wrote, "I have always wanted a girlfriend who acted youthful, babyish, innocent, naive, childlike, pure, uncomplicated, unsophisticated, trusting, charming, pleasant, sweet, lovable, cute, cherubic, malleable." Most people on the forum were naturally disturbed by comments like this. His posts started attracting more and more negative attention, and many users began openly criticizing him for the things he was saying. Eventually, people became so tired of his constant rants that they would simply tell him to shut the hell up. But of course, that did not stop Alex.
I'd really prefer
he
it
continued
if you'd
creating
be
new
quiet.
threads, repeatedly trying to convince others to agree with his belief that s***s were morally wrong. He would write more enraging things like, "If a girl's experienced, she is off limits to me. She may as well not exist because she is not a choice, so she does not make me angry. But a girl who is very experienced is not only not a choice, but also something that disgusts me, because of how I thought the world was supposed to be." Once again, the hypocrisy here is hard to ignore. At the very same time he was posting comments like this, Alex had already been begging experienced women on platforms like Craigslist and MySpace to sleep with him. There was also another comment where Alex argued that it was actually sexist to say "You would never hit a girl." According to him, that statement implied that women were weaker than men, which he claimed was discriminatory. By this point, the members of the Losers message board had become so exhausted with arguing against him that many of them started trolling him instead. Rather than debating his opinions seriously, some users began asking him increasingly provocative questions just to see how far he would go. One user asked him directly, were the schools justified? Seriously, be honest and don't sugarcoat shit because you're afraid of the mean forum members. Unfortunately, Alex almost always took the bait. He seemed more than
maybe
willing
the
to share his
bullies
opinions
deserve to
whenever he was
die.
given the opportunity. In response to that question,
Obviously,
he wrote
the
that he
bullies I've
believed
described
school
don't deserve to
shootings were
live.
acceptable, as
Whoa,
long as the
they should be
victims were bullies.
exterminated.
According to him, he had no problem with that scenario. In another discussion, he even said that if there were a button that could instantly all the mean people in the world, he believed every good person would press it, because it would make society better. Unsurprisingly, comments like these were met with outrage from other users on the forum.
Oh no.
But perhaps one of the most disturbing posts Alex ever made involved his idea of something he called a license. In that thread, he argued that a single age of consent could never properly apply to all human beings. Instead, he proposed a completely different system. According to Alex, people should be required to pass a test.
I didn't know he
whether
was
they
this
were meant to be
creepy.
ready for activity. If they passed this test, they would receive what he called a license. The most alarming part of this proposal was a suggestion that these licenses could potentially be granted to individuals as young as 14 years old. Of course, after all of this, Alex became a massive
Just
pain
if
in
you're
everyone's
educated enough, you get to have sex
People literally
earlier.
started calling him out on a daily basis, and not always in the nicest way. The constant criticism clearly got under his skin, and it didn't take long for things to explode. On March 23, 2007, he created a thread titled, "Everyone in this forum is an idiot," where he basically blew up.
You're all idiots, all of you! Oh my god, it's like Phil. Everyone in this forum is retarded. You're all idiots, all of you. There's not a single intelligent person among you. You're all foul, despicable human beings with immoral values and idiotic mentalities. I've had it with this place. It's full of the most stupid people I've ever met. Dealing with any of you is like trying to get a child to understand something way over its head. A sadistic and promiscuous
I'm
child.
up here. You're down there.
A promiscuous child. Oh dear. You're all just so damn stupid.
Where he basically
why is the word cotton panties written under your name?
Blew up and threw a
You're all
full tantrum
dumb.
over people
Oh
refusing
my
to understand
God.
his point of view. In the thread, he ranted about the community, complained about how everyone misunderstood him, and dramatically announced that he was leaving the forum for good. He wrote, "I'm so through with all of you. There's not even a reason to continue typing. What's important is that I kicked your ass. Now I'm over this worthless hole of a forum." But as we've already seen,
I won!
Alex simply couldn't survive without posting his thoughts online.
Oh.
He constantly needed some kind of outlet for his frustrations, his ideas, and all the bizarre opinions he wanted to share with the world. And while online forums were one way he expressed himself, there was another place where he could really let his imagination run wild. Writing fan fiction. Alex had actually joined fanfiction.net much earlier, back in August of 2005. Between 2005 and 2012, Alex wrote a total of 7 fanfiction stories on the website under the username EvixFon. These stories were based on popular franchises like Resident Evil, Metroid, Legend of Zelda, Fallout, and Soul Calibur. But what really made them stand out wasn't the fandom they were based on, it was the themes. Many of Alex's stories revolved around extremely disturbing topics like psychological trauma. His most infamous fanfiction to date is a massive Soul Calibur story titled I Am Your... And when we say massive, we mean massive. The story is about 350,000 words long and spans 60 chapters.
Soul
To put
Calibur.
that into perspective, the entire first Harry Potter book is only around 76,000 words. Even the first Game of Thrones novel sits at roughly 292,000 words. So Alex's fan fiction is actually longer than the first book in the Game of Thrones series, and more than 4 times the length of the first Harry Potter novel. In other words, this wasn't just some short, edgy fanfic. It was basically the size of a full-length fantasy novel. The story itself is extremely graphic and contains explicit content throughout. Eventually, people on the site started confronting him about it. In response, Alex defended the content by arguing that dark subject matter existed in mainstream fiction as well, pointing to authors like George R.R. Martin as an example. Years later, after people discovered that EvixFon was actually Yandere Dev, Alex quietly updated the bio on his fanfiction account in 2020. In it, he acknowledged the nature of his old writing, saying, "Have I written dark stories? Yes. Have I written stories with mature themes, meant to be read by adults only? Yes.
Yes.
Where people are forced into slavery in my stories?
Yes.
Sometimes. Have I written
Not all
stories
the
about the
time.
psychological trauma that a victim goes through? Yes. Well, we consider this explanation nothing but complete bullshit. But honestly, what kind of accountability can you expect from a guy who literally created an entire Twitter account dedicated to video game babes? Around 2010, Alex briefly tried to dabble in journalism by contributing to a small website called Examiner.com. During his time there, he wrote several articles about what he called video game babes in LA. These pieces mostly focused on female characters in video games and often came across as pretty creepy and uncomfortable to read. But he didn't stop there. Alex also created a Twitter account under the same title where he would regularly post about what he considered the hottest and sexiest female characters in gaming. And some of the things he posted there were honestly disturbing. At this point, it was already becoming clear that Alex's behavior online had gone far beyond just being strange or controversial. But what most people didn't realize at the time was that his personal interactions on the internet were slowly drifting into much more concerning territory. Unknown to the public, around 2009, he had already begun communicating with an underage girl who went by the username Sisefs. This situation traces back to the early streaming craze around 2009. Twitch didn't exist yet, so gamers used a variety of smaller websites and platforms to live stream their gameplay. Alex, who at the time had better gaming equipment than most hobbyists, managed to build a noticeable audience fairly quickly. According to a 2014 thread discussing his early online activity, the first time Alex ever streamed was in January 2009. Another major reason his streams managed to attract viewers wasn't just his setup, but also the way he constantly promoted them. Alex would repeatedly post links to his live streams across multiple forums and platforms to bring more people into his broadcasts. He did this so frequently that forum moderators eventually had to step in and report him for constant spamming. On top of that,
When is
while
Alfred
there are
coming
no
on?
surviving video clips of his streams from that era, there are a few written witness
really
accounts
picked
that
the
paint a
time.
pretty unflattering picture of how he behaved during them. According to those accounts, he was no better at gaming than DSP. He apparently struggled with games, sometimes used pirated copies.
He's
frequently
everywhere.
blocked viewers who tried to give him advice, rage quit streams when things weren't going his way, and creeped on women. One of the girls who later came forward in 2014 accusing Alex of taking advantage of her as a minor was named Sisefs. She published a blog post on Tumblr where she described in detail everything that she claimed happened between her and Alex back in 2009. In her post, she explained that as a teenager she struggled with serious self-esteem issues and lived in what she described as a toxic household. Because of this, she often turned to the internet to find validation and emotional support. She also said she frequently visited Alex's streams, and once he realized she was a girl, his behavior toward her changed dramatically. After a while of chatting on MSN, they formed a relationship. According to Sisefs, Alex knew very well that Sisefs was 14 years old. Despite knowing that, he asked for from her, forced her to have video on Skype, and engaged her in multiple conversations. Later, Sisefs published a detailed blog recounting her experiences. She included images of herself with "I love ever" written on her fingers, photos of her live streaming, and a number of screenshots from Alex's streams. While the screenshots did not provide definitive evidence of the claims she made,
he's going
as
under
there
the
were no
jail.
explicit chat logs or
All
direct
right, get
proof,
in the wood chipper.
they did confirm that Sisefs was a real participant in Alex's live streams at the time. Many observers found her account credible, in part because Alex reportedly changed his explanation of events multiple times over the years. It's also important to note that when this story resurfaced online, Alex was already publicly known as Yandere Dev, and development of Yandere Simulator was well underway. His established presence in the gaming community meant the situation attracted considerable attention. Throughout 2015, Alex publicly denied the allegations, maintaining that nothing inappropriate had occurred. Initially, he said this: "Sisefs was a girl who flirted with me online. I flirted with her back. She seemed cool at first, but it turned out that she wasn't cool at all.
Cool. She
did a bunch of bad stuff, like she lied about her age, and she started a website to give people a place to say bad things about me, and her parents took away
Why is
her
he talking like a
internet
kid?
privileges because she was
Did
taking
bad things.
pictures of herself and sending them out to people. She sent me her pictures, and she sent them to like 100 other people too, and somehow this means Evexef on request from minors. I deleted all of her photos as soon as I discovered that she had been lying about her age the whole time. She was not a good person at all, and I'm very glad that I don't know her anymore." Later on, he completely eradicated the term minor from his story and wrote, "The second allegation is that I am a offender. These accusations are almost too silly to dignify with a response, but I will respond nonetheless. About 6 years ago, I knew a young woman who did a lot of inappropriate things in order to get people to pay attention to her. One of the things she did was to send pictures of herself to a lot of people. I was one of the people to whom she sent pictures. Months later, I learned that she was too young to be doing that sort of thing. I deleted her pictures immediately." He also emphasized that he never said she was a minor. He just said that she was a young woman and too young to be doing that. He also changed the fact that he knew her and flirted with her to the fact that she just happened to send everybody her n***s. His refusal to stick to one story made him sound guilty as hell. Then there's this screenshot that came from his own team member who was working on Yandere Simulator with him, where he clearly accepts that the girl was underage, and he received n***s from her and deleted them. Well, despite Sysf's not providing much proof of Alex's misconduct, the internet largely believes she is telling the truth, mainly because Alex is not exactly new to lying. He has denied other things in the past as well, which later turned out to be true. For instance, he once denied owning a doll. From his AMV days, it was already pretty clear that Alex was obsessed with the idea of owning a doll. He even posted on Reddit a few years ago, asking whether he should consider buying a real doll. Well, he finally got to act on that fantasy in 2014. Reportedly, he bought a doll that year, and it arrived sometime in 2015. After that, he joined a website called Doll Forum, where he regularly posted pictures of the doll and referred to her as my waifu. There are even a couple of pictures of the doll dressed up as Zero Suit Samus. When it first became known that Alex owned a doll, he immediately came forward and denied ever owning one. Well, internet detectives got to work almost immediately. They entered the email address Alex had used across multiple forums into Doll Forum, and boom! They discovered that the account on Doll Forum actually belonged to him. Not only that, but there were also several posts suggesting that Alex had actually broken his first doll within 24 hours and possibly bought another one in 2018, using money from his Patreon. Speaking of all this, there's also a voice clip of Alex shouting, "Anything can be a doll when you're creative enough."
Anything is a doll if you're creative enough.
With everything that later came out, that audio clip definitely did not age well. Interestingly, while all of this was happening, Alex was slowly trying to build a name in game development. Around 2009, Alex actually graduated from Santa Monica College, earning an Associate of Arts degree in Animation, Interactive Technology, Videographic, and Special Effects. After completing college in 2009, Alex joined a company called Kung Fu Factory and began working there. On paper, this might sound fairly impressive. However, the digital footprints he left scattered across various online forums tell a very different story. While Alex lists a degree in animation on his LinkedIn, he later admitted on forums that he learned almost nothing during college, and essentially wasted 3 years there. According to his own statements, he believed he was much better at coding than anything related to animation. Alex has also said that he largely taught himself, programming through the software GameMaker, and that he later improved his skills while working at a gaming company. In October 2013, shortly before he began developing Yandere Simulator, Alex made the following claim. "I worked at a video game company for 3 years. I was a programmer for 2 of those years." However, that statement doesn't seem to fully reflect the reality of his work there. According to archived discussions and threads about his employment, Alex initially handled relatively minor tasks at the studio, such as syncing subtitles to cutscenes, assisting with localization work, and tweaking small gameplay variables. He only reportedly took on lead programming roles for a couple of smaller mobile games. Later leaked chats also showed Alex admitting that he wasn't even a full-time employee at Kung Fu Factory.
Lead.
But did that stop Alex from continuing to make games? Not really. After leaving Kung Fu Factory in 2014, he began working on several independent projects of his own. One of these was a game called Booby Clicker. Another project was titled Super Deep Throat 3D. However, one of his most infamous early projects was a fighting game prototype.
Booby Clicker!
Because it ended up sparking a strange one-sided rivalry with Mike Z. If you're unfamiliar, Mike Z is the programmer who created the well-known fighting game Skullgirls. Ironically, Alex actually saw Mike Z as an inspiration. At the beginning of 2014, after creating his fighting game prototype, Alex joined Mike Z's IRC chat and showed him his project. Over the course of about a month, Mike offered suggestions to Alex about improving the project, instead of giving him any ass pats. But the conversations quickly became frustrating. Mike pointed out several problems with Alex's code and gave him advice. However, Alex often ignored those suggestions while still hoping Mike would be impressed by the game. Eventually, Alex became upset when the feedback wasn't the praise he expected. Some of his responses became quite dramatic. At one point, he wrote, "Everyone hates my fighting game, it's the opposite of what I envisioned." In another message, he said, "Nothing has validity anymore. I started making a game because of Mike Z," and then he personally shat on it. Meanwhile, Mike continued trying to give advice as politely as possible, but after weeks of the same arguments, his patience started wearing thin. At one point, he replied, "Well, yeah, that's because I've been giving you advice for the last month, and you've been telling me I'm wrong." The situation became so frustrating that Mike apparently assumed Alex must have been a teenager. In reality, Alex was already 25 years old at the time. In the end, Alex's refusal to accept criticism irritated Mike and left Alex feeling deeply resentful. Because he didn't receive the praise he wanted, he became extremely bitter about the entire interaction. On April 22, 2014, Alex created a forum thread where he ranted about how Mike Z, someone he once admired, had criticized his game, and told him that code written like that would never get him hired. At the end of the post, Alex wrote, "I turn my depression into a burning hatred that fuels my desire to develop indie games." This was posted on the video gaming
King of
section
Hate.
of the 4chan forum, the same platform where Alex pitched the idea of his next game, Yandere Simulator, not long ago. We can safely say that Yandere Simulator to this day remains one of the main topics of discussion and trolling directed toward Alex. There are many reasons for things to be this way. For instance, Alex presented the idea for this game to the 4chan forum on April 1st, 2014, but even after 10 years, the game is still not complete and appears far from being finished. When Alex initially proposed this idea, however, the reaction on the forum was surprisingly positive. Even to Alex's own surprise, many forum members were genuinely excited about the concept. They waited for updates, offered their own suggestions, and actively rooted for the project. At this stage, he seemed willing to do almost anything to build an audience for the game. Just a few days after proposing the idea, he was already creating additional threads on the forum to share updates. He also launched a blog where he began posting regular development updates. He even created polls to ask people for suggestions and feedback about the game. By April 4th, 2014, he had already created a Yandere Dev YouTube channel, where he uploaded a prototype of the game. The video showed the main character, Ayano Aishi, targeting her first victim. After that, he continued uploading more videos to update people on the progress of the project. There was one problem, though. From the very beginning, it did not seem like Alex fully knew how he was going to build the game. Even 3 months into development, he admitted that he did not have any proper design documents outlining how the project would work. On top of that, he acknowledged that many of the game's assets, such as 3D models and animations, were purchased from online asset stores. The school environment used in the game was also something he found for free online. He even mentioned
That's
that
why
he was
his characters
considering
could be
asking
stolen,
volunteers from the community
which
to
I did.
contribute additional assets if they were willing to help. So,
can't-
from the very
can't
start,
steal stolen
Yandere Simulator relied heavily on borrowed
characters.
assets and volunteer contributions. Initially, Alex also expressed discomfort with the idea of creating a Patreon or accepting donations for the project, saying that doing so would make him feel guilty. However, sometime later, he appeared to reconsider that stance and posted the following question online. Hypothetically speaking, if I made a Patreon for myself, would you guys call me a greedy, money-grubbing sellout, or would that actually be understandable? After this, he eventually created a Patreon. By that point, Alex had already released a very simple playable prototype of the game, and many people were eager to see him actually finish it. In September 2014, however, Alex suggested that a full release might not happen until the following year. He explained that Yandere Simulator was only a pet project, and that he was working 2 real jobs at the time. Around this period, he continued returning to the forum every other week, sharing small updates about the game and asking users for advice or suggestions. But there was something most people on the forum did not realize yet. Evek Zephon and Yandere Dev were the same person. That changed in January 2015 when a forum user exposed the connection by posting a DeviantArt link titled Komish Yandere Simulator for Evek Zephon. This immediately revealed that the person developing Yandere Simulator was the same Alex who had previously been active online under the Evek Zephon name. After that, the thread quickly turned hostile. Many users began calling him out and criticizing both him and the project. One commenter wrote that the game was hard, not only because of its cringeworthy design, but also because of its cringeworthy creator. Another user complained that Alex constantly relied on the forum for help, saying he can't stop asking people for advice, and accusing him of being unable to come up with his own ideas while trying to pander to V as much as possible. All of this happened around the same time that the doll controversy surrounding Alex began circulating online, which only intensified the trolling directed at him on the forum. In February 2015, one of the 3D modelers working with Alex on Yandere Simulator decided to leave the project. According to statements he made at the time, he became uncomfortable after discovering Alex's earlier online activity under the Evek Zephon username. He also expressed concern about the overall direction the game seemed to be taking. Despite these internal issues, Yandere Simulator was beginning to receive mainstream attention on YouTube. Around July 18, 2015, PewDiePie uploaded one of his early gameplay videos featuring the game, introducing it to millions of viewers. Because PewDiePie was already one of the most influential gaming creators on the platform, his video immediately exposed the project to a massive audience. Once he played the game, a wave of other large creators followed. The game's bizarre premise made it perfect for reaction-style YouTube content. The Starnage mechanics, exaggerated anime tone, and often unintentionally comedic bugs made the game extremely watchable. In many ways, Alex had anticipated that something like this might happen. The game's concept was so unusual that it was almost designed to attract attention online. As more creators discovered it, the audience for Yandere Simulator grew rapidly. This surge in
There's still
visibility had a
fans.
direct
Crazy.
impact on Alex's own platform. His Yandere Dev YouTube channel quickly gained
People still make
hundreds of
fan art
thousands
of
of
this game.
followers,
Still.
and eventually crossed into millions of subscribers. The project now had a large fan base. With this growing attention came a new opportunity: streaming. Alex began experimenting with live streams on YouTube, sometimes streaming for long stretches of time while interacting with viewers. At the same time, his original 4chan threads had become increasingly hostile, with many users openly mocking both him and the highly sexualized features of the game. Instead, Alex continued engaging with audiences on other forums, including 8chan, where he defended some of the more controversial features in the game. By this point, Alex was earning a considerable amount of income from multiple sources. His Patreon, YouTube channel, and the constant exposure generated by large creators meant that money was coming in, even though the game itself remained unfinished. For many observers, this period marked a noticeable shift in priorities. While development updates continued, Alex was also spending large amounts of time streaming and interacting with his audience, sometimes for hours at a time. And when people questioned him about the game, he would be very pissed off. In one of his threads, he said, "When I'm playing video games, like a normal person enjoying leisure activities after his workday ends, people are asking me questions about Yandere Simulator, and I'm answering. It is like a non-stop Q&A session. There's not a single hour of my day not affected by Yandere Simulator." Well, his frustration is apparent here. But soon after, it bubbled into something that people like to call the email saga. At this point, Yandere
Stop
Simulator
sending
heavily relied on
me
volunteers. and Alex was
emails.
actively recruiting new people to help with the project.
Every email
To
you
make that
send
possible,
delays
he
the
publicly
development
shared
of
his
the
email
game
address
by
so
another
interested
day.
volunteers could contact him. However, the outcome was not what he expected. According to Alex, he began receiving a huge influx of emails. For some reason, he insisted that he personally had to go through every single one of them. He began writing heated blog posts explaining how this constant stream of emails was affecting the production of the game. In one post, he claimed that from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., he was doing nothing but answering emails. And we are not talking about just 1 or 2 posts. For nearly an entire year, he kept publishing new blog entries trying to address the issue. He repeatedly described the situation as a major obstacle to development. Yet the problem persisted, largely because he refused to adopt solutions that people suggested.
TBF, if other people
For
had
example,
access to the
he did not
email,
want
they
to
might
hire
see
someone to
all the
manage his
nudes he
inbox,
solicited.
even though the game was already receiving donations. He also did not want to create a dedicated forum or structured system where volunteers could submit their work. Instead, most of the time he simply moaned about the overwhelming number of emails he was receiving. Eventually, the situation became so severe that he frequently cited emails as the main reason he could not work on the game itself. In one blog post, he wrote, "I hate to say this, but it is looking extremely likely that I might not be able to implement very much new content into the game on July 15th, because I now spend 90% of my time writing emails and 10% of my time writing code." What made things even worse was that on the 2-year anniversary of Yandere
Just sounds like he's
Simulator being in
making
development,
excuses.
instead of delivering a major update about the game's progress, Alex uploaded this video.
Pretty convenient. I can't work on my game because, like, you guys keep giving me things I asked for.
Happy birthday, Yandere-chan. I think that this is the appropriate time to make a video.
It's not
about
really
the
birthday if
biggest
she's not
obstacle
born
that
yet.
I am facing.
It's like,
if this one obstacle could be removed, I would have much more time to work on the
I
game.
would have much
and the game's
more
development
time.
would go by much faster.
Much faster.
The problem
is
email. This is a problem that I have mentioned various times
Very
in previous
autistic to
videos and
speak in
blog
such-
posts. You're
Ludwig
probably
Simulator
sick
OMG.
of hearing about it by now. I'm certainly sick of
I
talking
am
about
tired
it.
of
I'd
the
love to stop
emails.
bringing up this subject, but that can only happen when it stops being the biggest
Why do
problem
people
I'm
think
facing.
I sound creepy?
I receive an avalanche of emails every
I paid for
single
this
day.
animation out of my
Well, sometime
Patreon
after this
budget.
fiasco, more persistent and far more damaging, problems than an influx of emails were waiting for Alex. On January 22nd, 2016, Twitch actually banned Yandere Simulator from being streamed on the platform. This meant that streamers who played the game risked getting banned themselves. The decision pushed Alex into a complete frenzy. He He wrote several blog posts and uploaded multiple YouTube videos complaining that Twitch's decision was completely unfair. According to him, there were far more violent games allowed on the platform, so singling out Yandere Simulator made no sense.
Broadcasting Yandere Simulator on Twitch may result in your account being suspended. So, why was Yandere Simulator banned? Twitch support hasn't responded to me on Twitter, and Twitch hasn't responded to the email I sent them over 24 hours ago. When journalists contacted a Twitch representative to ask for details, the representative merely linked Twitch's rules of conduct. However, they won't specify exactly which rules Yandere Simulator is breaking.
Here's the thing. Making a violent or game is one thing, but making a game centered around schoolgirls is another. Alex had previously tried to argue that the setting was not technically a high school, but rather a post-academy high school. However, the setting still clearly resembled a school filled with young students,
Yeah, and
which many people found disturbing.
The thing is, like, that uniform,
on top of that,
that specific school uniform is much more associated with middle school than high school, so he kind of fucked up on there too.
Alex repeatedly refused to remove the shot feature from the game. He also insisted that the Twitch ban had nothing to do with that feature. For more than a year, he continued urging his fans to pressure Twitch into reversing the decision. He asked supporters to contact Twitch directly and question the ban. He even encouraged anyone attending TwitchCon to approach Twitch staff members and ask why Yandere Simulator had been banned. At one point, he expanded this effort by appealing to other game developers as well. In one of his videos, he called on fellow developers to speak out about the situation and question Twitch's policies. Finally, in February 2017, Twitch responded to Alex through an email. In that message, they outlined several reasons for the ban. However, the most important point was that Twitch stated they would be willing to review the game again once it was completed.
We are not prepared to commit to ongoing comprehensive re-evaluations during game development. It's a moving target that we do not feel comfortable revisiting until the game is more complete, especially given the circumstances of the initial suspension. In the future, as Yandere Simulator becomes feature complete, we would be happy to review it again.
Well, here's the thing. Everyone knew that Alex was nowhere near finishing the game. At that stage, the project was not even 50% complete, despite already being in development for several years. Alex himself likely understood this. It is very possible that he was aware of his own limitations when it came to coding and managing a project of this scale. So around February 2017, he began exploring other options. Among them was the idea of treating Yandere Simulator more like a hobby project, or alternatively hiring someone else who could help him handle the technical side of development.
I've already been approached by multiple companies who have expressed an interest in getting involved with Yandere Simulator's development in exchange for a cut of the game's profits. They've proposed deals that involve me giving
He
up
banned it to try and get him to
50% of
finish
the
it.
game's profits, or losing ownership of the game's
He
intellectual
loves putting his
property,
thumb in the
or
scales, doesn't
removing
he?
certain features from the game. These terms are all very unappealing to me.
Despite the hesitation, in March 2017, Alex announced that he had partnered with a game development company called TinyBuild. In a blog post discussing the partnership, Alex emphasized that working with TinyBuild did not mean he would lose creative control over the game. He reassured his audience that he was not giving up the rights to Yandere Simulator, nor allowing anyone to exploit the project. But the concern from the community was not really about TinyBuild exploiting the game. In fact, TinyBuild was already a credible company, known for publishing and developing titles such as Hello Neighbor and several other indie games. When the partnership was announced, many people were actually more worried
I
about
think that's the reason, the biggest reason Josh from Kiwi Farms is so hateful towards Yandere Dev is because just how much he squandered this really beneficial, generous opportunity that he got from TinyBuild.
TinyBuild themselves. Critics warned the company that Alex had a long history of controversy and mismanagement. Some even told him directly that working with Yandere Dev was probably a really bad idea. Despite these warnings, the partnership initially moved forward. Alex began sharing monthly updates about development progress. In July 2017, he happily announced on his website that the team had successfully converted Yandere Simulator from JavaScript to C# and had also upgraded the project from Unity 4 to Unity 5. He also published a list of tasks that TinyBuild would be helping him with. Unsurprisingly, many people noticed that the list mostly consisted of very basic technical improvements, features that arguably should have already been implemented, considering that the game had been in development for 3 years at that point. For a few months, Alex's partnership with tinyBuild appeared to be going smoothly, but then something strange happened. Alex suddenly stopped mentioning tinyBuild altogether, and whenever people asked about them, he seemed irritated or unwilling to discuss the subject. Later, it became clear that the partnership had actually collapsed only 6 months after it began. Not only did the collaboration end, but it reportedly ended on very bad terms. According to reports that surfaced afterward, Alex attempted to avoid paying $31,000 that he allegedly owed the company for their work. There were also claims that he threatened them with a smear campaign during the dispute.
Yeah.
Once the partnership with tinyBuild ended, Alex was once again completely on his own. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he was once again relying on the mercy of his many volunteers. As we mentioned before, Alex's game had relied heavily on volunteer contributions since the very beginning. After tinyBuild left the picture, he started reaching out to volunteers once again. You might be surprised to learn that more than 50 volunteers have worked on Yandere Simulator in one form or another over the years. But let's take a look at how Alex actually treated these volunteers. Despite not being particularly skilled in coding himself, he expected a very high level of proficiency from people he was not even willing to pay. In a 2015 blog post, he clearly described the kind of volunteers who were not allowed to contact him. He wrote, "Don't volunteer if you're still in elementary school. Don't volunteer if you have no examples of previous work to show me. Don't volunteer if you openly admit that you have no skills whatsoever. Don't volunteer if you have less than a year's worth of experience, doing whatever you're volunteering to do." Keep in mind that he was not paying these people. In another post, he also mentioned that he might consider paying certain volunteers, but only if they met a strict set of criteria. He wrote, "As I stated in the blog post when I first announced that I would begin paying volunteers, I would only consider paying a volunteer if they met certain criteria, contributing to the game on a daily or almost daily basis, contributing to the game in an extremely significant way, are in a position where they have to stop contributing to the game if they aren't making money from it." For years, critics argued that he was essentially taking advantage of these volunteers. Not paying them was one thing, but Alex often did not even give them proper credit for their work. In the comment sections of his videos, volunteers were frequently seen complaining that he failed to credit artists and contributors who had helped create assets for the game. Despite relying heavily on volunteer labor and receiving nearly $5,000 a month from his Patreon, the development of Yandere Simulator was still far from smooth. The game continued to suffer from constant bugs and technical issues. At times, Alex also added updates that many players considered unnecessary. For example, the main character of the game, Ayano Aishi, eventually ended up with more than 200 different hairstyles in the game. Then there is the strange case of Senpai's
autism.
toothbrush. Reportedly, this toothbrush is one of the heaviest objects in the entire game file, despite being nothing more than a small decorative item. The model itself was originally designed by someone else for CGI commercials, but Alex decided to include it in the game anyway as a simple prop. Speaking of borrowed, or allegedly stolen
replace the
assets
brushes with
by
just a
around
block.
2017,
It's textured.
critics began pointing out that large portions of the game appeared to come from external sources rather than being created specifically for the project. One blog post circulating online even attempted to document many of the assets used in the game, highlighting models and textures that appeared to have been lifted from the Unity Asset Store or taken from other creators. One of the most commonly cited examples is the gymnasium used in Yandere Simulator, which looks almost identical to another pre-existing gym model available online. Similarly, Ayano's bedroom, the living room in her house, and even the street behind the school gates were reportedly taken from external sources. But perhaps the most famous example involves a grass texture that Alex allegedly took from another artist. He slightly modified the texture and attempted to remove the watermark. As it later turned out, the original artist had actually asked Alex to remove the texture because he did not want his work to be associated
barely
with
anything,
Yandere
though. Come
Simulator.
on.
During
It's
his
like just a
period,
bunch of
He spent so much
brushes.
time adding
pushing
references
Alex's
from
own
other
fan base away
anime like
from him.
JoJo instead
Yeah.
of working on the game.
Development of
The
Osana.
JoJo
In
reference
October
took him 5
2016,
months
Alex
to
decided
make.
that Yandere
Yeah, you kept
Simulator
making
needed a
Easter
more
eggs, and
prominent
it's like,
character
you need to
besides
finish it
Ayano and
first.
Senpai, so he proposed adding a female rival named Osana. At the time, Alex claimed that creating this character would take
Osana.
hardly a month. However, things did not unfold the way
The
he
legacy
predicted.
of Osana.
Throughout 2017
Never
and even
finishing.
2018, Osana kept getting delayed. Alex continued posting updates about her development, but the release date was repeatedly pushed further back. Each time he provided a new explanation for the delay.
And I also can't say exactly how long it will take to implement Osana either. My goal for this year has always
first
been
rival.
to get Osana into the game fully functional before 2017, and I'm going to do my best to make it happen. Progress continues on Osana. I still can't give you an estimate for when Osana will be ready. I'm aiming to complete her before 2017, but she might require a little more time than that.
Ironically, he would
She
also
might
sometimes
require a
downplay
little
the
more
importance of
time.
Osana, even though he had originally presented her as a crucial milestone for the game's progress. As these delays continued, many of Alex's supporters gradually turned into critics, or even outright trolls. By June 2018, fans had grown visibly frustrated, and were constantly asking when Osana would finally be released. In response to the growing pressure, Alex posted a video addressing the situation.
Oh, wow. We need to have a talk. It was
It's your
huge
fault,
mistake for
man.
me to put
You're the
so
one who
much
promises
emphasis
shit
on
and doesn't
Osana in the
deliver.
past.
And now everyone's like,
Because
oh
it
my
created
god,
the
you're
false
fucking
impression that Osana
annoying
should be
me.
my one and only
Oh my
priority.
god, I didn't know you
As far
cared
as
so
most
much.
observers could tell,
Just
the
like,
video
do your
did not
fucking
go over
job,
well
man.
with the audience. At that point, many viewers had simply run out of patience.
Ugh.
Some members of the community began openly declaring that they were done waiting for the game. The backlash became so intense that some critics even started encouraging people to boycott his Patreon. As criticism and hostility continued to grow, Alex did not respond by taking responsibility for the delays. Instead, he doubled down. On November 11, 2018, he uploaded another video claiming that an organized group of people was deliberately trying to him and bring down the project. But even after
You have
making
to
that
censor
claim, Alex
sabotage?
was still not finished confronting his critics. He later purchased control of the Yandere Simulator subreddit, which had become one of the main places where people discussed and criticized the game. Once he had control over it, he heavily filtered the subreddit, banning users left and right for what many considered minor or bizarre reasons. Eventually, the subreddit became almost completely cleansed of criticism. At one point, he even told people that if they had personal criticism, they should message him privately instead of posting it publicly on the subreddit. But amidst all of this drama, an obvious question remained. Was he actually still working on Osana?
Thank you, Roberts. Thank
According to
you.
Alex, the answer was yes.
I'm
Throughout the 2019,
alive.
he repeated the same pattern over and over again. He would publish blog posts and videos telling fans that Osana was almost finished, yet the character still never appeared in the game.
I know that you've been waiting for Osana to be complete for a very
Which one
long
is coming
time,
out first?
and I'm sorry. if it's
Cyberfrog,
disappointing that
Yandere
you have to
Sim,
wait a
the
little
Spoonie
longer.
movie,
I
or
hope it's
Project 7
uplifting
reboot?
to hear that Osana is so close to the finish line. I'm at the stage where I'm basically just tying
I don't
up loose
know.
ends and
Alex,
Around the same
know
time,
what you
other
should
indie
do instead
developers
of
began
buying the
creating
forum
fan
and
projects
censor it.
inspired by
Yeah.
Work
Yandere
on the game.
Simulator. Two of the most well-known
Work on
examples
your
were
game.
Watashi no Mono and Lovesick. These projects attracted attention from players who were frustrated with the slow progress of Alex's game. When Alex eventually learned about these projects in 2020, he reportedly reacted very strongly. According to several accounts circulating online at the time, he contacted some of the developers and warned that if they continued working on their games, he might himself. The situation quickly spread across social media and led to the creations of the hashtag RIPYandereDev on Twitter, as people debated whether the statements were serious cries for help or an attempt to pressure the developers into shutting their projects down. At this point, people were constantly on Alex's case. Criticism of him had spread all over the internet. People were making memes and resharing his old posts from his Evic Zephon days. At one point, some users even started joining his Discord server just to post phrases like, "Are you coding, son?" Both of these were direct
Are you
references to an
coding,
extremely
son?
cringy and almost incomprehensible video he had posted years earlier. Alex, of course, did not take the trolling well. He would often lash out at anyone who dared to bring up his past. Sometimes his reactions were filled with so much anger that he would even tell his trolls to themselves, often in
fuck
extremely
yourself.
graphic and disturbing ways. But by this point, almost nobody was taking him seriously anymore, no matter what he said.
Bummer.
The reason was simple. People had discovered that he had previously posted his face on Gaia Online, where he openly talked about how desperate he was to find a girlfriend. Once that information spread, the internet did what it does best. People began creating deepfake videos using his face. Along with that came countless memes, many of which featured his face edited into different situations. But perhaps the worst thing that happened to him came on July 4th, 2020, when his mail.com account was hacked. Remember the subreddit he had
I
purchased
am
earlier?
null.
That was compromised as well, through the same breach. The hacker removed all of the moderators, unbanned everyone Alex had previously banned, and left behind a message. Even after that incident, the trolling did not stop. Once people realized that
Roberts.
Alex's Discord server had become heavily moderated, where users would be banned almost instantly for saying anything critical, a new trend emerged. The Discord server banned speedrun.
The
concept was
speed
simple.
run, the getting
People would
banned.
join the server, post something provocative or critical, and then wait to see how quickly the moderators would ban them. In many cases, the bans happened within seconds.
So this is gonna be my personal attempt at getting banned really fast. Alright, so it started.
Speed running.
And I got... Did I just get banned? Wait, there's no way. Wait, what? Did I just...
New record!
Your name got you banned!
Yo! Let's go!
Amidst all of this extremely heavy trolling, Alex finally decided to release Osana in August 2020. However, the update did not land the way he hoped. Many players described it as buggy, awkward, and underwhelming, especially considering that the character had been delayed for years. Around the same time, the tightly controlled moderations of his Discord server also began to unravel. One of the moderators was reportedly discovered to be a pedophile, while another moderator was removed after revealing that they had dissociative identity disorder. According to various reports circulating online, that particular moderator was deeply devoted to Alex and even looked up to him. However, Alex allegedly belittled him and removed his access to the entire server. The situation reportedly made the moderator and Alex ultimately criticized him in front of the entire moderation team. For many observers, this incident reflected the level of empathy, or lack of it, that people had come to expect from Alex. Unfortunately for him, the years that followed were not much better. In October 2021, Alex released the 1980s mode of the game, which featured 10 rivals added in a condensed storyline meant to speed up gameplay. However, many critics pointed out that the rivals felt largely copy-pasted and underdeveloped, and the mode did little to revive excitement around the project. At that point, Alex was clearly going through a difficult period. The game's popularity had dropped significantly, and his Patreon earnings had fallen to less than $2,000 a month, a steep decline compared to the earlier years of the project. From 2014 onward, Alex created his fair share of chaos on the internet through his game, his incel-like behavior, and his constant refusal to accept criticism. Over the years, he was noticed by many big YouTubers, and several lengthy videos were made about him and his controversies. So what was left now? Well, one thing we know about lolcos is that they rarely learn from their mistakes. That is precisely why there are thousands of pages of discussions about such internet personalities on forums like Kiwi Farms.
Is Skay streaming
After a few
today?
months of relative silence,
No.
Alex suddenly found himself back in the spotlight. On September 20th, 2023, a video surfaced that dragged him once again into controversy.
I urge everyone to please, when
That's
this video comes out,
one way to
please
pronounce
watch the
lolcow.
video. Not just
I
this.
didn't
I'll
catch
have
that
it linked
one.
in my bio. Please save this video and put a timer on for like September 22nd or something. Just please watch the video. It's very important.
This was a teaser video posted on TikTok by a creator named Bug.Cell. The teaser suggested that a much longer video was coming soon, one that would allegedly show evidence that Alex had tried to g a minor. However, before the full video could be released, the person described as the victim went to the Osana subreddit and posted the following message. I am the victim. Please drop the situation. Yandere Dev isn't a saint. We all know this. But he didn't seek me out. He wasn't trying to me, and recording his calls with me was very, very illegal in my state. I've spoken to him about court, lawyers, everything. At this moment, he is not taking any legal action against me and is not actively threatening me.
Oh yeah, he uploaded a video too that said how much he hated that people were comparing him with lolcows and showed himself inside a cage with DSP and Chris Chad.
That's worth
Never
watching.
verbally me. At the same time, other posts on the Osana subreddit suggested that Yandere Dev might have been pressuring the individual to withdraw the allegations. In response to the situation, the original TikTok creator Bug.Cell promised to remove the videos, writing, I posted those TikToks with your permission. I asked if certain ones were okay, and if you were okay. If you ever told me to take down a video, I 100% would have no questions asked. I'm extremely worried about you, and you're minimizing what he did. Like this creator, several other people on TikTok, Reddit, and various online forums expressed concern for the individual involved. To many observers, the situation appeared troubling. Amid all of this, another creator named AliMCC, who had originally planned to release a detailed evidence video, announced that the video would still be published, though with some adjustments.
And he also
This
made a
development
cartoon
prompted
version of Dylan
yet
Thomas
another
because
post
at
from
that
the
time
individual
Dylan
involved,
Thomas
this time
started
on a
covering
different
Yandere
subreddit.
Dev.
In that post, she explained how the
Wonder if those are
situation had
backed up.
started. According to her account, when she first began talking to Alex, he seemed very distant, but over time he relaxed and began making jokes. She claimed that his jokes were so bizarre and entertaining that she started recording their calls, initially intending to turn clips of his voice into soundboard buttons for fun. She later shared some of those recordings with friends. One of those friends allegedly became concerned and concluded that Alex's behavior seemed predatory. After that, the recordings eventually made their way to Ali, the YouTuber preparing the expose video. However, the victim later stated that she was uncomfortable with the way the video was being made, and she attempted to withdraw from the situation. Despite that, Ali continued working on the project, and as promised, the creator eventually released the video anyway.
Be honest with you, I
despite
thought
the
he
individual
died.
saying she no longer wanted to publish.
Yandere
The
died?
video was finally uploaded on September 24th, 2023, and contained harrowing evidence of Alex's misconduct.
Might as well.
The voice recording of his call with a 16-year-old victim is highly inappropriate and deeply unsettling. In her video, Ali also included several screenshots, some highlighting that Alex was indeed threatening the victim to remain silent and even instructing her to lie online. Not only that, in some of the screenshots, he could be seen practically begging the victim to spare his life, insisting that he had not done anything so bad. There was also a very detailed log of his Snapchat
remember hearing
conversation
that.
with the victim, which involved explicit content. In one message, Alex wrote, "The only thing for me to get out of this are pictures and videos to f to." This message alone is evidence that Alex requested inappropriate content from a minor and engaged her in highly conversations. He even offered to send her his own pictures. What is most troubling is that Alex, at 35, consistently communicated in a pattern characteristic of guilt-tripping the victim into believing she was the one at fault. That is exactly what Alex did, telling her she was traumatizing him while he, a 35-year-old adult,
He's
was
the
interacting
groomer.
with a 16-year-old girl. In September
I'm being groomed by a
2023, Alex
16-year-old!
also posted a blog on his website titled, "I Am Sorry," in which he did not deny
You
talking to the
groomed
girl
me!
and attempted to take accountability, but ultimately failed. He wrote, and we quote, "Her friend pressured her into providing the recordings to a drama YouTuber who began producing a video about the situation.
Guessing
A
that's
preview of the video
Dylan.
revealed that the intention of the video would be to characterize me as a predator by presenting clips of the conversation that sounded." After this, Ali's original video was taken down due to copyright strikes, possibly filed by Alex, the victim, or his friend Cameron, who was defending him heavily at the time. Alex naturally suffered a heavy blow from these allegations, as some of his team members who were still working on Yandere Simulator distanced themselves from him. One of the voice actresses, for instance, publicly announced on Twitter that she would no longer be associated with the project. During this period, people also discovered that the victim remained active in Alex's Discord server, regularly interacting with others. There was some
classic.
speculation about her age, with Cameron previously claiming that she was actually 18. However, Ali later clarified that the victim is indeed underage, confirming she was 16 years old. Finally, around January 2024, Alex released a 15-minute apology video, which was later taken down. In it, he addressed the situation. The video did little to repair his credibility or fully account for his actions.
Hello, I'm Yandere Dev, the developer of Yandere Simulator. Last year, an extremely serious allegation was made about me that I would like to address. The accusation
using
is that I
filters,
attempted
too.
to an underage fan of my game. I will take accountability and admit that I did discuss inappropriate topics with
Was this one, that's pretty funny. There's Phil there with the Sonic hat, and there's poor somehow Yandere Dev there with Christian. This would not go well. This would definitely not end well.
fan. However, the accusation that I deliberately attempted to this fan is false. In this video, I would like to apologize for what I feel I should apologize for, but I would also like to give you the full story so that you know what is true and what...
Honestly, the video did not really feel like a proper apology to many. Yes, he admitted that talking to a minor the way he did was a mistake, but most of the video was spent arguing that he wasn't actually killing anyone.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the whole
Instead
thing.
of fully owning up to what happened, he kept explaining his side and trying to clarify the accusations. And somehow, after all these years, Yandere Simulator is still not finished. More than a decade has passed since Alex first pitched the idea on 4chan, yet the game remains stuck in development limbo. The few people who still download
Well,
and
if
play
it
it
finishes,
often
he
say
doesn't
the
get
same
any more
thing.
money to finish
It's
it.
buggy, unfinished, and frankly, not very good. Meanwhile, the internet has moved on, but Alex's reputation hasn't improved. Even 2 years after the 2023 controversy, many people still view Alex Mahan as one of the creepiest and most infamous developers the internet has ever seen.
Nice. Should come up with an outro. He seems to do some curation when it comes to the censorship, but for some reason doesn't care if it says like live instead of live or live instead of live.
Brow audience.
Oh, rewind. Imagine.
Imagine yourself in the following situation. This is
Oh
you.
no, I don't have empathy. I need to learn it from iDubbbz.
Question: is the Sonic hat the new Sonisha Metalition?
It is very iconic.
This is every single message you've ever posted to the internet over the course of your entire life.
every forum post, every tweet, etc. Most of these messages are pretty harmless. However, a few of them make you look bad.
Hell
Some
yeah.
of those messages might be something dumb you said when you were younger.
I don't
and less
regret it.
mature. Some
Own
of those
it.
messages might be something rude you said when you were in a bad mood.
It was a
And
good
some of those
reason. I had
messages might only
You didn't see the other
look
guy.
bad without context.
He deserved it.
These embarrassing messages make up less than 1% of everything you've ever done or said over the course of your life. And none of those
Again, this
messages
is-
accurately represent
This
who
is
you
a guy damage controlling his own fucked up, unspeakable past.
really are.
Everyone does something sometimes, right?
However,
Don't judge me too harshly. One time you said the N-word.
Imagine that someone decides to take all of these embarrassing moments from your past, put them into a list,
no.
and show that list to his friends.
Like he spent
Smokim just uploaded a new video about Andy Ditch.
Smokey, you're cool. It's like he spent so much money and time on this as just a way to like attack people. At the same time, just like none of those resources went towards the game.
Then he claims that this
Look
list
at these trolls.
represents
Why
you.
type it, just say it.
His friends believe him and develop a twisted mental image of you. They perceive you as a caricature of who you really are, with all of your flaws greatly exaggerated.
Sure.
Unfortunately for you, their hobby is ridiculing and shaming people, and they've decided that you would be a fun target.
For no
And
reason.
so they start stalking you. They follow you everywhere you go.
What?
Taking pictures of you,
Funny
recording
thing is,
videos of you.
that video didn't cover the psychotic underage fans of Yandere Sim.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother video.
And digging through your trash to look for anything embarrassing you might have thrown away.
Again, like we're getting out of the realm of metaphorical here, because if you're talking about this literally, then these are things that you can call law enforcement about.
Times they even try to directly provoke you. Because
Okay, well, if they're literally like trying to poke you with a stick, that's illegal, and you should call the cops. So
they think
like,
it's
so. This is all just figurative. This is all just a metaphor for something.
funny if they get a reaction out of you. You might try to speak with them and explain that they have the wrong idea about you. You might try to explain that they're developing a false image of who you are.
I mean, like if it is a false image, you'd be able to make some leeway, some headway. Probably not a whole lot, because you're right. They do already have a negative misconception of you. But if you have a convincing argument, they have no choice but to take it into account.
However, when you try to do this, they'll just laugh at you.
Oh
You
no!
see, they don't
They're
care at all
laughing.
about getting to know the real you. They want to maintain their twisted perception of you because they're having a lot of fun ridiculing and shaming this image of you that exists in their minds. Even if you make
Well,
it
if it's not
perfectly
that
clear
accurate,
you are
then it's not that fun.
100% willing to answer any questions they have, they simply won't ever contact you to get your side of the story.
Wow, he is just
Because
like
they're not
DSP.
interested in any information
Don't believe
that
you.
might
Why would they go to
debunk
you?
the narrative they want to believe in. They've
course
placed
they're
you
gonna make
into
us-
a category,
There it is.
and once you're in that category, they're convinced
Oh,
that you
no!
belong there forever. They are also convinced that you don't
So this is like DSP's worst nightmare and Chris Chan's dream.
deserve any empathy or compassion.
This is what Chris Chan wants to be, but it's not where Phil wants to be.
Whatsoever, and that the only thing you deserve is mockery and humiliation. If you try to explain that they've miscategorized you and that you're not any of the things
I'm
they
not
think
a bad
you are,
person. I'm a good person.
you're only going to be ridiculed further.
Yeah, well, that's a dumb thing
You
to
might
say.
try to prove that they're wrong about you.
I'm a
So
good
what did this
person.
guy do that compelled him to make this video?
So I think the allegations weren't completely public at this point.
Yup, he really hated when people compared him with DSP and Chris Chan.
I think this is really just about the game.
By remaining on
Or, I don't know what it is really addressing. That's the problem with it.
your best behavior for as long as possible. But it won't help. Anytime you ever say anything, no matter how harmless, they will interpret.
Is it saying the description? It's like, where was this even coming from? Ugh, got some weirdness in this model.
What you've said in the most negative manner possible. They'll even stretch the truth as far as they possibly can, so they
It's
can
so
continue
long,
believing
too.
that you are the monster they want you to be.
For example, let's say you announce that you're going on a diet, but once a month you allow yourself to have a single piece of candy. They will stalk you and take pictures of you on the one day when you're eating a candy bar, make a collage of those pictures, and then claim that you're a fat pig who is constantly eating candy, even though the pictures are...
And common symptom of autism is an inability to formulate coherent analogies. So you just throw out a whole bunch of analogies, don't make any sense, they don't really convince anyone you're right, but man, they sure do feel validating to you.
Real, the conclusion they are trying to reach is false.
Wouldn't they be able to tell that like you're wearing the same outfit in every photo?
Say that you announce that you're going to stop eating junk food, but in a selfie that you posted to Twitter, there's a
But then like, why care then? Like, oh no, you think I'm eating candy. Damn it.
Candy wrapper.
Now what am I going to do?
In the background. They'll conclude that you've been eating candy. But if they simply spoke to you, they'd learn that you frequently have guests over at your house.
And they
that you
ate the
keep some
candy.
snacks around in case your guests get hungry.
If only they
Everything
knew!
they believe about you could be debunked if they simply spoke to you and asked for an explanation.
Well, they don't believe you!
They have no interest in doing that.
They don't trust
they
you.
Only
They
want to believe
assume you're
whatever
lying.
allows them
Why would they go to
continue
you?
talking trash about you. No matter what your profession is, they will convince themselves that you're bad at it. If you're an artist, they'll claim that you're bad at painting.
Okay.
If you're a chef,
well, then,
they'll claim that you're bad at cooking. And
how
if you're
does
a
that affect
programmer,
you, though?
They'll claim that you're bad at writing code.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you can explain why you chose to use acrylic. Claim that you're bad at writing. Chef, they'll claim that you're bad at cooking. And if you're a programmer, they'll claim that you're bad at writing code.
Well, maybe you are. Maybe they're right. Have you ever thought about that?
Of course, you can explain why you chose to use...
Like, if they're right, they have a point, and it's not harassment, and if they're wrong,
LWO,
then why
let
care?
me derail this. If a blind person looks at a Medusa's eye, do they turn into stone regardless?
That's a tough one. If it's Super Blind Man, yes, because he's not actually blind.
Acrylic paint instead of oil paint, or why you chose to use margarine instead of butter, or why you chose to use if-else instead of switch case.
Ah, there it is!
But they won't ever bother to ask you. They're not interested in...
The reason is because you're retarded, that's why. That doesn't really, like, stop the ridicule. I use if-else because I don't know how to program, that's why. Oh, okay, I guess I'll stop making fun of you then.
Hearing your side of the story.
The explanation is that you're a moron.
They're only interested in having a narrative that facilitates shame and ridicule. You might say to yourself, oh, who cares if there's a bunch of weirdos who gossip about me? Who cares if they believe a bunch of nonsense that isn't true? Whatever, I'm just going to ignore it. Well, it would be really nice if the story ended there, but it doesn't. These people aren't content to simply gossip with each other. They don't just want to talk trash about you, they want everyone else to talk trash about you too. And so they will invade websites. Tumblr, Reddit, YouTube. They'll make blog posts, forum threads, and videos about you, painting a nasty, ugly picture of you.
Look how ugly she
depicting you
is!
as an exaggerated caricature of who you really are. And they will try their absolute best to convince people that you are a monster who deserves shame and punishment. Unfortunately, there will be people
And
who
they
will
turn
fall
into
for
a
it
troll
and
too!
start to believe everything they hear about you.
And you're turning
there will
into
be monster who
This is such a fucking... This is a DSP video if you could, like, pay for one and make one. Did you know that this person is a bad person? And then they go, oh no, I didn't realize they were a bad person.
Deserves shame and punishment. Unfortunately...
Now I agree with you, and I am becoming a
Xander
troll
Dev
like
wants
you.
to build a wall and have the people that don't like him pay for it.
It's so juvenile. It's like so childish.
This is
There
the
will be
origin of the T. Troll. Virus.
The troll virus. Now I'm like you.
Who will fall for it and start to believe everything they hear about you, no matter how ridiculous or outlandish it is. After enough people have been convinced that you're an
the transformation
awful,
is
terrible person
complete.
who deserves to be ridiculed and scorned, you will begin to receive harassment.
This sounds like this kind of shit will drive you insane, man. This will drive you literally crazy if you actually think there's like a spreading zombie virus of not liking you. Like, come on, man. People don't care.
Prank calls, weird things being mailed to your house, getting spammed with pictures of animal abuse and bestiality, being
But why
stalked
does
in
he
real
use the Yanderasim character as his avatar? Ludwig 24 think hard.
Probably because he's a creep, but also probably because he thinks it increases empathy. Which, I mean, it kind of does, I guess, but it's whatever.
receive harassment, prank calls, weird things being mailed to your
I just don't get why she's so flat.
You will begin to receive harassment, prank calls.
Like they tried to make her look androgynous, but she's clearly not. So they just gave her no boobs.
Weird things being mailed to your house, getting spammed with pictures of animal abuse and bestiality.
And I'm all out of storage space to save them. God damn
You
it!
will see why she is flat.
Oh, you're gonna make me buy another hard drive to save all these. Why don't you just block the account, idiot?
Stalked in real life?
Again, like, this doesn't happen, and if this does, you have options to deal with this. You're not hopeless against this. This isn't like people talking about you. This is something you can actually get something to do something about it.
They'll try to get all your social media accounts banned. And they'll even call
Well, make sure you have 2FA on
the police and try to convince them to send a SWAT team to your house. They'll do everything they can think of to make your life a living hell.
Why do you animate this one? Like show her fighting off the SWAT team. That would make this video interesting. And also, no.
Some people will even...
I don't even think Yandere Dev has ever been swatted, ever. So this is just like, it's just sitting here just making shit up.
Impersonate you and behave badly in your name to try and harm your reputation even more. If you ever attempt to defend yourself or clear up misunderstandings, you will be laughed at. If you ever express anger at the people who are tormenting you, you will be laughed at. If you ever try to put a stop to the smear campaign against you, you will be laughed at.
I hate being laughed
no matter
at.
what you do, they will always invent some new reason to keep ridiculing you and harassing you.
Because you're ridiculous.
Well, if we're going to keep talking about these people, we need a name for them. We can't call them trolls because many of them aren't interested in provoking you directly. We can't call them liars because they actually believe all of the ridiculous things they say about you.
What?
And when they try to paint a twisted picture of you using cherry-picked information and out-of-context screenshots, they are technically using words.
So how are they evil then? If they genuinely think these things are true? What?
Words you've actually said.
Okay.
And we can't call them critics because they aren't judging you, they are judging a twisted image of you that only exists inside their imaginations.
So they're trollidics. Let's just combine all the words and be super duper autistic.
So what do we call them?
They're trollidics.
Well, during World War II, there was a series of workplace safety posters.
Communists
that featured little
genuinely
creatures
believe
called
that communism
gremlins.
will work this
Gremlins
time.
were depicted.
Huh. Yeah. It's true. It's hard to think about.
Sabotaging aircraft and machinery. Because these people are sabotaging your life,
They're
we'll call them gremlins for short.
Gremlins.
Now, think back to the first sentence of this video.
Big ups, fellow
Imagine
gremlins.
yourself in the following situation. Have you been imagining how you would feel if you were in this girl's position? How do you think you would handle it? You might say, I would handle it with dignity and grace. I wouldn't let them get to me. I'd prove them all wrong. Well, that's how everyone imagines they would handle a difficult situation.
Well, how about not
In
give them
reality,
that much
it's not
ammunition?
simple. If you are treated like
Try
garbage
that.
for an extended period of time, it's going to
There's
affect
only
your
so
mood.
much
You're
they
going
can
to become
talk
stressed
about.
out. You're going to become frustrated. You're going to become depressed. Over time, your original personality will melt away and be replaced with an angry and bitter attitude.
And like the entire premise of this is that this person has done literally nothing to deserve anything, when it's like that's never the case. It's never the case that someone completely innocent is subject to ridicule. It's like, name one. You can't.
Anger will cloud your judgment. Sometimes you'll be rude to people. Sometimes you'll lose your temper. Sometimes
just the idea of accountability is not, just completely absent from this entire scenario.
You'll get caught up in drama. You might find yourself saying
Kill yourself,
nasty
retard!
things that normally you would never.
It's my
You might find yourself.
It's me when I log off every stream.
Saying.
It's me on Twitter after closing OBS.
Nasty things that normally you would never say. This will make the gremlins very happy, because it provides them with new material to gossip about, and it convinces them that their beliefs are valid. It's ironic, because if it wasn't for their constant harassment, your mental health never would have deteriorated in the first place. It's very easy to explain how a gremlin thinks.
Okay.
Their goal is to say abusive things about other people.
Right.
But first, they require justification, so they can feel like their target deserves it. Whenever you do anything, they will view you through a warped lens
Say
that
it
twists
again,
you
I love it.
into an exaggerated
It's
caricature
weird, like,
of who you really.
It's
I
bizarre
don't have
because he keeps
self-control, and that's your fault.
he keeps like going back and forth between saying that the gremlins are like they truly believe what they're thinking and what they're saying, but at the same time they're also being deceptive, and they need false justification because they don't actually believe what they say.
They are.
Like, you can't really have it both ways.
They will perceive everything you do as cringy or lazy or evil or whatever else they want to see in you. They will ignore facts, logic, reality, truth, and counter-evidence in favor of perceiving you the way they wish to see you. The way they portray you will lead others to harass you, which will affect the way you behave, which will provide them with more reasons to ridicule you. It becomes a...
Like, there are very few accusations that are, like, or unable to be disproved, right? So, like, you're talking about very specific accusations. Everything else, like, you should be able to do something about.
Self-sustaining cycle.
Like, if they honestly believe what they're... if they're not being disingenuous, then you should be able to present something. Would you claim they're not being disingenuous? You claim they actually believe what they believe.
This scenario sound like hell yet?
This is cute and all, but where we at on that game?
Yeah.
Let's say that you're just working on a big project.
It's all cope.
I mean, a seriously ambitious project.
The game.
I really can't overstate how huge the scope of this project is. It's going to take you multiple years to finish simply because that's how large and complex this project is. There are hundreds of thousands of people watching you because they want to see your project succeed.
They want to see a game where you kill other schoolgirls.
Right in the middle of the project, a bunch of gremlins decide that you are going to be their next target. After multiple years of being tormented and harassed in a variety of ways, you'll become severely depressed. You won't be able to find the motivation to keep working as much as you did before. Your productivity will plummet.
Like, if you have a large group of people who are rooting for you to succeed, why don't you just focus on them instead?
This will make the gremlins very happy. Because,
like, if a small minority is able to dominate the majority of your headspace, then just change your priorities. Just care about them proportional to their numbers, at the very least.
Now they can accuse you of being lazy or incompetent or a scam artist or whatever other fantasies.
A scam artist. It's definitely not a scam artist. That's a lie.
Their smear campaign, your productivity never would have declined in the first place.
Again,
your supporters won't understand.
Again, you can't call it a smear campaign if they really do believe what they're saying. That's just news reporting.
Why you're not as productive.
That's literally just reporting the news.
To be, and they will begin to doubt you. They will look for an explanation, discover the gremlin propaganda, and fall for it. Slowly, your former supporters will start to turn into gremlins.
Oh no!
Let's say you're working on a project.
The gremlins are everywhere!
On receiving feedback from people. So you interact with your fans all the time to get their feedback. You have
what's funny is, like,
interactions, and most of them are
like
pleasant.
He's completely misinterpreted the etymology, like the root of this whole gremlin idea. Like the whole point of the gremlin in those old World War II posters is to make
Are
you
the
super
gremlins in the room with you right now?
It's to make you super duper sure that everything is worked and fixed and working, and then there's nothing wrong with anything. Because the idea is that you're assuming that there's these little creatures going around just fucking everything up constantly. So the idea is to be vigilant. That's the counterpoint. But he's completely misinterpreted it as like, no, we can't call them trolls because they're worse.
But maybe 1% of them are negative. The gremlins could compile a collage of just the times when you had negative interactions and try to depict you as someone who can't take criticism. If enough people are
That
tricked
sounds like
into
gremlin
believing
propaganda, suggesting that
people
it's
will
not
stop
people
providing you with
intentionally
feedback and
sabotaging him.
No, it's the idea of it, the spirit of it, is that the gremlin is a result of your lack of vigilance. That's what it is. That's what the gremlin is. It's your inability to cross your I's and dot your T's, as they say.
Criticism, and your project will suffer. This is just one of the many ways the gremlins can
You're the
indirectly
gremlin.
sabotage your project.
That's the point. You're the
even if they
gremlin.
never speak to you directly. Tabloid magazines are small newspapers filled with gossip about celebrities. The stories in tabloid magazines are often false, and the headlines are designed to be as sensational and outrageous as possible in order to grab people's interest. It's like clickbait from before the internet existed. Celebrities usually ignore
It's like
tabloids and don't bother
TMZ.
to respond.
Everyone
to the
hates them, right?
ridiculous
I'll just call
claims
you
of some of
that.
them.
That way everyone will hate
Tabloids
you
are
too.
Come on,
widely
Ludwig.
considered to be
Just drink
trashy
the Kool-Aid.
entertainment for a
Or better
lowbrow
yet,
audience.
become chalice.
Unfortunately, there
Let's
is
have
a
a toast.
YouTube equivalent of tabloid magazines.
So
channels that are
I
dedicated
still- okay,
to
there's Dylan
ridiculing
Thomas.
and shaming other people. These YouTubers make
Who,
money.
by the way, ended up kind of being a lolcow himself. So
There's Dylan Thomas.
yeah, again, if you just focus on your own thing, all these people are just going to melt down on their own.
Oh man,
Because-
if he can't handle Gremlins, then Gremlins 2, the new batch, is gonna destroy him.
It's okay, he's got Hulk Hogan on his side in the sequel.
by degrading, debasing, and defaming others.
So I guess the whole point so far, we're barely like halfway through. I guess the whole point is just like never make fun of anybody. Never ridicule anyone. Never believe anything about anyone that's true in order to like think something about them. Just don't think anything. Just turn your brain off or else you're going to turn into a gremlin.
Eventually, these YouTubers will hear what the gremlins are saying about you.
No!
And then they will start making videos about you. It doesn't benefit them to portray you with accuracy and honesty. It benefits them to exaggerate your flaws and depict you as a cartoonish caricature of who you really are, because that would be more entertaining and will result in more clicks and views.
Isn't that kind of what you're
maximizing their ad
doing?
revenue.
Isn't that kind? He's projecting, right? He's creating a caricature of his critics that he's using to like diminish and degrade and dismiss. Like he's doing what he's complaining about.
If they really were interested in telling the truth, then they would contact you directly and ask you for your side of the story.
You said this over and over again.
None of them will ever do this.
He said this like 3 times now, and the answer is still the same. They're not going to come to you. They don't trust you. They don't believe you. They assume you're going to lie.
Don't feed the gremlins after midnight, or else they gonna post on the internet that you're not coding your bad Hitman ripoff.
They'll call you a bad programmer. It's like, oh no. Maybe you should have listened.
Character assassination.
Like this is character assassination. Alex?
Videos smearing your reputation will flood the internet, spreading the gremlin propaganda to hundreds of thousands of people.
Gremlin propaganda.
This will lead to further harassment. But more importantly, it will cause your supporters to turn against you.
And again, the whole thing about like, oh man, no one's coming to me for answers. I have all the justification for everything I do. You just don't want to know why. But it's like, again, they don't trust you. And if you do have anything that would actually be important to contribute to the conversation, you don't need them to give you the platform to do it. You have your own platform. Just, if you have evidence, present it. And if they ignore it at that point, then what else can you do, I guess? At that point, they don't actually believe what they're saying.
So they roll up.
So gremlins roll up. I don't think he even got how much he fucked up his own argument by saying that the trolls actually believe what they're saying.
I am reminded of the wise words of one PP Bernal.
Yeah.
A lie is still an answer.
It doesn't matter if it was true or not. It's still an answer.
Will stop hanging.
Like, how there are people anyways left is baffling.
Out with you. You'll stop receiving fan mail and start receiving
No, not
hate
fan mail!
The people who were financially supporting your project will withdraw their donations. The people you relied on for assistance will
And again, this is
abandon
all for nothing.
you. Your remaining fans will also be attacked and harassed.
You're supposed to assume
until
this
they
is
stop
all for
supporting
no
you.
reason.
Although celebrities don't even bother
Like-
to respond to tabloid magazines.
Like, this is an extremely difficult analogy to relate to because you're supposed to believe that this is all happening for literally no reason. And it's like, I can't imagine that happening. I've never seen anything like that before. I need some real example to ground this analogy to.
You don't have
But
that.
if you have severe autism, you don't need to
Wait,
ground it to reality.
wasn't your goal to stop receiving fan
Yeah,
mail?
stop sending me emails, and now they're not.
That luxury.
Well, now he's getting hate mail, and that's worse.
Everything is falling apart for you. You are being stalked and harassed every day. Everything you've worked hard to build is crumbling, and the people you rely on are abandoning you.
Okay.
This isn't a matter of mean words.
What
on
did
the
you
internet
do?
hurting Your feelings. Your reputation.
What did
has been
you
torn to
do?
shreds because of misinformation.
Am I
is not
allowed
only
to ask?
jeopardizing your project, but also the rest of your career. And
No,
by extension,
you're just supposed to
the rest of
assume
your
it was
life.
nothing.
This isn't something you can just ignore. Staying silent is not an option. You have no choice but to speak directly to your audience and
Okay.
address everything that's been happening to you. But what if the act of speaking about your experiences actually makes things worse?
Because you're bad at it.
Some people enjoy gossip and drama, but other people think it's trashy to spend your time ridiculing and shaming people. A certain portion of your audience will have no interest in rumors.
Like, if you
drama,
gave your
or
explanation-
trashy videos. If that portion
Just put the game in the bag, bro.
Like, if you gave your explanation and they just didn't listen to it, then what are you gonna do, man? Just you did your part. It's out there. They can take it or leave it. And if they still have an issue, then they can take it up with God, or just do your own thing.
of your audience is the majority, then things will turn out okay.
Which is so weird. This is like, it's like a fucking TED Talk PSA for content creators. But if you're even just like any normal average content creator, you have answers to all of these objections. Like you understand this way better than he does.
But if that portion of your audience is the minority, then you're in trouble.
Like, if you've been doing this for like a year or two, you know that, none of this makes any sense.
You have no clue how much of your audience...
Like, how much of a newbie would you have to be to watch this video and just take it at face value?
...has been exposed to the drama. Maybe it's 90%, maybe it's 50%, or maybe it's only 10%. If you speak to your audience about what's been happening to you, you will be exposing 100% of them to the drama. A lot of them will become curious and go looking for gremlin propaganda to learn what it's all about. Some of them will dismiss what they find, but others will swallow the gremlin propaganda without a second thought and stop supporting you.
Stop
So
doing
just
that.
The act of talking
You just have
about
like
it
a
could make your situation
gremlin
far
mutation
worse
fetish
than it already is.
You just want everyone to be a gremlin.
Or maybe the worst outcome will only happen if you don't address the rumors and lies. Maybe you should tell your audience what's going on. It's impossible to know the right course of action because there's no way to know how much of your
impossible?
audience is the type of person who can be swayed by tabloid-style content. There's also another
That's
factor
so
to consider.
insulting.
Gremlins
You don't know how
crave
much of your
attention
audience is
more
retarded.
than anything else. So the moment you publicly acknowledge them, they will experience orgasmic pleasure.
Ugh.
And they will increase their
God,
activity
bro.
in an
Come
attempt
on.
to make you keep acknowledging them.
The way he said it.
In other words, simply mentioning them could add fuel to the fire and make your situation worse.
Unless they
Also,
did
if you
something
publicly
bad, then you can
acknowledge the
call them
drama,
out.
You will
and
keep the drama fresh, which will
get
probably
everyone on
result
your
in
side
more
against them.
tabloid-style videos
No,
from people who
shut
want
up,
to
Gizmo.
capitalize on
Alex
what's
will
happening to
finish
you.
the game.
And finally,
One
there's
day.
one last thing you need to consider. It's possible that attempting to clear your name might be a complete waste of time, because the people who hate you will simply refuse to listen to anything you say. It's
Well,
not
why
fun
do they
to
hate
admit
you?
when you're wrong, but it is fun to ride a hate bandwagon and use
What
abusive
do they
language.
hate?
They don't want to lose the ability to ridicule you and shame you because they're having way too much fun doing it. So they will convince themselves that anything you say in your defense is a lie. In other words, there is absolutely nothing you could ever do that would make them change their minds about you.
It's a
For all of
Suffa
these
Saturday,
reasons, it
bitch.
might be a huge mistake to even acknowledge the drama. But you're at your limit.
I don't
It's
even know
impossible
what
for
he's
you to be
accused of,
productive
Yeah.
but
or make
after all
progress
this,
on your
I'm
project
100%
when you feel
convinced he
like
did it.
You don't have a future anymore.
Right? This doesn't
You need
exude
to talk with your
innocence.
audience and explain what kind of situation you're in. It might sound something like this. I'm the target of a smear campaign, and I'm receiving daily harassment because of misinformation and lies.
Call the cops.
Everything I've built is in jeopardy because there are people who are spreading a false narrative and portraying me as someone I'm not. Is this really how my project dies?
Well, what are you?
Is it really this easy for internet gossip to destroy years of work? I need to know if there's a
soft,
reason to keep going.
guess.
I need to know if I'm already doomed or if I should keep pushing forward. I need to know how many people out there will turn on someone.
Just
because
finish
of
and let it
internet
speak for
slander.
itself.
When you hear rumors and gossip, do you roll your eyes and ignore it? Or do you actually take it seriously and let it twist your opinions? The people who are attacking me are not a credible source of information. They grasp at straws and stretch the truth to depict me as something I'm not. They allow themselves to be tricked by impersonators. They judge me for things I said over a decade ago. They take my statements out of
Well, it
context.
was pretty
They make
bad,
up
man.
outlandish theories and pretend
pretty
that their
fucking
theories are
bad.
facts. Half the time, they don't even know what they're talking about, and they just make stuff up. I need to know what I should do next. Should I spend my time
You should
debunking internet rumors
finish
that
your
nobody should be
game.
gullible enough to believe in the first place? Should I spend my time working on my project?
It's like, you'd be amazed how...
Man, this episode of the Level 1 podcast is
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, DSP went all out. Yes. He got Lummox to make this for him. The thing is, like, people will look past a lot if you finish the game and just put it out, you know? Like, as sad as it is, it's probably not the best thing to admit, but, like, a lot of people just won't care if you just make a good game. They'll look past it or not care or just, like, leave you alone about it. Just focus on your game. Let the output speak for itself. Stop letting haters derail your mindset, your grind set.
Or
how simple is that? Just do that, man.
Am I already so screwed that I should just give up and...
Well, with that attitude, yeah, probably. If like if already you can't handle this, then maybe you shouldn't move forward. Maybe this isn't the right profession for you. Maybe you should
Is
be
this
a...
the morning show? Wow, what prediction it has.
It really is. It's like another DSP rant, isn't it? Thankfully, it's almost over. But it's like, yeah, maybe you should leave. If this is too much for you, if just a little bit of criticism makes you depressed, then yeah, just do something behind the scenes. Don't be a front-facing entity.
Let's go back to that sentence from the beginning of the video.
Imagine
yourself in the following situation. Targeted.
It can't be. He seems to really not understand what empathy is, because
to be shamed and
it's like, by the way, guys, think about it. Empathy.
Ridiculed by a bunch of gremlins. Because
and again, it's impossible for me to empathize with this character because I don't know what they're talking about.
You did some cringy things when you were
I don't know what the thing is. If it's really that not big a deal, then it shouldn't be a big deal that people make fun of you for it. But if it is a big deal...
He had that opportunity when TinyBuild offered to take over marketing for him.
Yeah.
But he didn't like the people they sent to try to help him code.
It's many such cases. A lot of people, they want to be famous, but they can't handle the amount of attention that they get by being famous.
And tormented every day until you're...
So they don't really understand what they want or what they're asking for. And it's that thing, like, careful what you wish for, you know, you might get it. You want to be like this rock star game developer, but you don't want anyone to not like you. It's a complete package, man. You got to take it all.
Personality melts away, replaced with anger and bitterness. Accused of being lazy or incompetent.
Lazy?
Because you are depressed and demotivated.
Lazy and incompetent. Those are the closest things that we've gotten to an accusation now. Well, yeah, if you're focusing on this shit, you are lazy and incompetent.
Thanks to all the harassment. How would you feel if you were in this situation?
The same video, but sped up.
Question. I genuinely want to hear your answer. How would you feel if you were in this situation?
Well, I don't know what the situation is. You haven't given me enough information. You're leaving out very important details that will allow me to give you an answer. So of course you're not going to get a satisfying answer. How do you... Oh my god, how do you not figure this out?
The big reveal. Get ready.
Okay.
What would you do in order to get out of it? How much of this do you think you could take? How long do you think you could last until you've had enough? At what point would you consider abandoning your project because it's not worth the abuse you're receiving?
And then what? He takes the wig off and it's Alex.
You've probably realized who this video is really about.
That's so gross.
What am I supposed to do in this situation?
Guess what? It's a girl the whole time.
A poll in the video description. I'd appreciate it if you'd vote.
That's so cringe. How about not waste so much fucking time? How about that? Quit wasting your time. Was that an option in the poll? Could I have voted? Did you?
He is gay.
Yourself, you moron.
He's gay.
He transitioned.
Probably doesn't help. Okay. All right, Tamir. How's life?
Whenever I refuse
You wanna play the fucking game?
to become cybernetic.
Oh, what?
Whenever I
we are in. All right, we're off to a good start. What?
Whenever I refuse
to become
cybernetic.
Okay.
Whenever I refuse to be
monsterized, roboticized,
to be deprived of my humanity, and turned into a servant robot.
POV, you're one of the forest animals in the.
Worthless! 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 Worthless!
POV, you're one of the forest animals in the Sonic universe. Before Robotnik put me in metal shell.
It begins to violently attack my ass and inside my butt cheeks.
Oh, ass.
To accuse me of being gay.
Thought he said S. Like, what does the S stand for?
To accuse me of being gay.
Sorry, very rarely do we even see his ears, so when they make an appearance, I have to point it out. Guest appearance, ears! Woo!
According to him.
Make sure to close the door.
According to him. Not wanting to be deprived of of your life.
We need to stop talking about ears. We don't want to make RTU hungry. If he gets hungry, he'll eat all our eyes and our ears.
Turned into a machine.
Turned into a machine.
It means
that's not gonna happen, right?
It means that you don't like
nobody's gonna be able to transfer their mind into a machine. Like the best it's gonna be is like a copy of your mind, and your original mind is made of fucking baloney, so it's just gonna rot.
So according to him,
this is him coping with not wanting to get a prostate exam. Who knows what he's complaining about?
Heterosexual people.
I will not be a cyborg.
Are supposed to become cybernetic.
I sure do hope whatever machine Tamir's mind has
They're
ears.
supposed to become. They're supposed to have some sort of a chip in their brain, and they're supposed to.
Are you sure about that?
They're supposed to become servants of the system.
Sweet. Awesome. Good
What
to hear.
does sexual gender has to do?
What?
With being systematically integrated.
I wish I could see where he gets
and
this
turned
from.
Into a machine.
Yeah.
Out of state. Actually, exactly.
Oh, he stumbled into Mark of the Beast territory.
Your body manipulated using technology, and perhaps having technology
It's like
inserted inside
Game
your
Trekker's
body.
cult. That's where he's getting this from. So
What does that have to do with sexual orientation?
So if you're heterosexual, you get turned into a cyborg? That's the...
You can
That's
you
the
can
worry?
like women, you can like men, you can like futanari.
Oh, God, no!
You can love you can be sexually approached on the couch.
No!
You can enjoy
You can enjoy the couch.
every day.
Every day.
And it would never have anything to do
No.
with the idea of you wanting to retain your life.
Okay, all right.
Look at animals.
Look at animals.
Animals are mostly heterosexual, right?
Sure. And they're not cyborgs.
They
unless they're in Sonic.
They live and they breed in the wilds.
Hi, just drop the F
Nobody
word.
expects them to become cybernetic.
What?
Nobody expects them to
I don't
serve the
know.
system
I saw
in
someone
some
give
way-
a snake
in
legs
some way
the other
to
day.
Sacrifice their
They're not
lives,
cyborgs
or,
unless they're in a China zoo.
What the evil AI is doing to me just now, it making everything to be reflected on my body in order to prepare me to become the system that manages the world.
Not sure about that, bro.
Wants me.
I saw a video the other day of like a snake in a tube, and the tube had feet, and the snake was just chilling in the tube, and it was a walking snake, man. A cybernetic walking snake. So I'm not sure about your theory.
It wants me to be his successor.
China has a zoo with robot animals.
I've
Only a matter of time.
been already
One of those robo dogs would be fun to have.
suggested that numerous time that I am meant to be his successor. That at some point they will turn me into
Maybe
a
someday.
machine that will manage.
They'll turn you into a shin?
At some point they will turn me into a machine that will manage society, and I will be his successor, and I will be deprived of my life, and I will be turned into a machine. He wants
Wait.
to prepare me for that by making everything to be felt on my body.
Yeah.
So when I become that system, I will get used to that. Everything will be made to make me affected in some way. So I will
Okay,
feel
cool.
like everything.
I was
is
worried you were
about me and
confused for a
everything
second.
affects to turn me into a
machine.
mindless machine. Does any of those? Because
he's not mindless currently.
Anything here sound like sexual?
Oh no,
gender
Dicker's
has
another
anything
victim.
to
He
do
has
with
no
not
eyes nor
wanting to
ears.
become a
Blind.
machine? Animals, they're not gay, right? Most of them.
Most.
They just live their lives. Nobody expects them to become cybernetic. So why is it that humans would be expected to become cybernetic?
Because we're better.
Can't just humans live their lives?
Because
we're
touched by the machine god.
This either somebody being turned into a machine that manages the world, or being forced
the entire
into
world. I don't want to be a machine that controls the entire planet,
AI with
Mom.
and with the rest of the citizens. It is not a natural state. It is not how life is meant to be.
What do you know?
You're not even supposed to get into a discussion if it's good or bad, because it's not the natural state of life. It is something artificial. It is a system of slavery. You see, I'm not even saying control, I'm saying slavery. And in my case, when he tries to prepare me to become his successor, he actually prepares me for complete and utter nullification of my humanity and my being as a life form.
By giving you sensations on your body, they're roboticizing you? It seems like the opposite.
I don't think that has anything
Wouldn't they want to make you more numb?
Orientation.
I guess I didn't think about it hard enough. Doesn't make sense. Damn it, Tamira. You're such an enigma. Someday I'll figure it out.
'Cause I'm on my...
It's detox. Let's get as little DSP in here as possible. Can't take it right now. Yeah, Smokey. OBRB.
Hey, I want to show you this.
Oh, no! 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 No!
Nice and warm, too.
Oh, man!
Won't be hard feeling, too, and nice and warm. I'm gonna sit in
That was... What an intro. I'm leaving.
I want to get my sneakers since you fucking called me a fucking thing! And you hurt me! I want to get my sneakers, please! Fucking thing! You bullied me and it costs longer to do it to me! Fucking thing! And you hurt me! And you hurt me!
It's a banger.
And you hurt me! Fucking thing! You bullied me! I'm calling the police if you're not letting me get my sneakers! Hey!
Oh. No.
I feel like over the past few months, I've been dropping a bunch of Andy Ditch videos where he just harasses the shit
I need to
out
drink.
of the local police department. And today's video is a lot of the same. Well, actually, that's not entirely true, because by the end of the video, you're gonna be like, dude, what the fuck is happening here? But it's not just the police he has at his house today, it's also crisis services. And if you've watched any Andy Ditch video before, you'll know just exactly what kind of hell he puts these people who work for crisis services through. Andy will call them all hours of the night and just ramble and rave, and he will accuse them of bullshit they're not doing. It's horrible to be someone who works at crisis services and to get a call from Andy Ditch. There's nothing worse. And well, maybe there is something worse. Maybe the worst possible thing that can happen is Andy demanding that you, yes you, person who works at crisis services, to show up at his group home and confront him there. And for some reason, they actually go ahead and do it. Now, Andy, being the dick that he is, has them come to the house and then kind of just goes, "Oh, I don't want you here no more. Can I have your name, please? Because I'm going to report you to your supervisor, but yeah, I'm just going to ignore you while you're here and type on my keyboard." He does a whole lot of that, and it's just clear that he's trying to waste these people's time. crisis services, the local police department, it doesn't matter who you are, an ambulance, like an EMT worker, Andy will waste all of the resources that could go to other people who actually need it because he has a fetish for this type of shit. He gets off on ruining people's day. And that's not me speculating or just giving you guys an educated guess on what's going on here. Watching enough Andy Ditch videos will show you just that. Because at the end of the day, remember, this is a man who fakes autism. He also fakes many other health ailments so that people will have to treat him like a baby. He loves getting off on the fact that someone out there might have to wipe his ass one of these days if he convinces them that he can't do it himself. His doctors, the police, his own family all knows this to be one big game, one big gag Andy does, and that's what leads to these events you see on screen like today. He believes that he should be taken care of better. He should have people at this group home with him all hours of the night just in case he can't cook food or he needs to wipe himself. And it's all things he could easily do himself, but it's all a big game. He just wants to fuck with people's days. And so get ready for a bunch of Andy's bullshit. And like I said in the beginning of the video, just wait around to the end because something Andy posted is just so crazy. And he's known to post a lot of crazy bullshit, but this just takes the cake, man. I promise you'll never see this one coming. He's gonna stop those bladder problems for good.
Hi, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Allie from Price.
Could you come over here so I can see your face better?
No, I don't give you consent to record me.
Well, Alex said to me earlier, and I have him on recording, and police officers are here. He told me I can run away, and I did exactly what he told me to do. But I didn't go running away. I was just sitting out there on the couch that's outside of my house.
You
and
go to the hospital for
no.
mental health?
I don't have a mental health issue. I have autism. You guys said that's not mental health.
Okay.
You guys have said, and I have a caregiver now, and you guys should have thrilled to me last week, and I feel this is retaliation, and I'm making a new complaint with the Civil Office of Civil Rights.
Okay.
Because this is definitely retaliation because of my complaint.
Are you having any thoughts of...
No.
Are you having any thoughts of hurting anyone else?
No, I just wanted to show you guys that you guys tell me I get to make my own decisions. I'm an adult. You guys tell me all the time I fake and I don't need any help, so why do it now? Why don't we do it after my complaints?
Are you seeing anything that's not actually there?
No, I see you. No, I'm right here.
Okay.
I only hear your fucking voice and what you guys say, and that's going on YouTube.
Okay.
I have everything recorded for discrimination and civil rights. And I am not seeing anything or hearing things, and I am autistic. And I am not able to take care of myself, but I have a caregiver to help me. So, sorry. What's your name again from Crisis Services?
She went to the car for a second.
I'll get that from the recording.
So if you notice something, right, every time he says to the police or whoever, oh, you guys say I fucking fake, they don't say, no, we don't. We never said that. They don't say, oh, we would never say that because you clearly have autism. They just say nothing because they all know it's a big fucking gag for him. They know that if they do say, yeah, you do fake, he'll just completely melt down. He's done it many times before. But he seemingly called Crisis Services out here to file a complaint in person or some shit like that, saying that they discriminate against him. Why? Because he has autism, of course, and they don't take it seriously. Again, no he doesn't, and so they have no reason to take this shit seriously. They're just asking him if he wants to hurt himself, if he wants to hurt others, and Andy's like no, that's not what you're here for. I am not crazy. If anyone's crazy, it's you for not believing my health problems. If you don't believe me, ask my doctor. Oh, he said it's fake too? Well, he's fucking crazy. No matter what you tell Andy, unless you say, dude, you're like so autistic and I believe you, it'll never be enough. And in Andy's mind, all these videos we're seeing right now, like the past 2 minutes of shit we just watched, this will someday be used in a court of law because Andy's gonna sue for apparently discrimination or whatever the fuck. He thinks somehow this shows, this shows the cops and the crisis services people, this shows them in a bad light. Andy, he's completely normal. Yeah, he cursed him out at one point, said, like something about your fucking name. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he dropped an F-bomb right there, and that's how you know that you're getting under Andy's skin. And the woman wasn't even doing anything. She's just asking routine questions. But again, if you're not just coddling Andy, it's not good enough. In the next video, he's talking to some cops outside of his house, and he immediately starts asking, "What's your name? Excuse me, what's your badge number? What's your name?" Like he's again, he's such a prick, and I really feel for these cops and whoever they are, the crisis services people, the doctors, just the people the caretakers who have to work at this house, maybe go over and supervise Andy. Dear God, have mercy on all of your souls. This is just unbearable.
Talk to you guys. What's your names? Have a good day. What's your names? What's your names? No, I'm always told I was given permission to sit out here and sleep out here by 8 p.m. so I'm an adult, and that's what I'm doing.
Any suicidal thoughts?
Nope.
No homicidal?
This isn't hurting me. I'm not mentally. I'm autistic. I'm unable to take care of myself, and I was told by crisis services that I could be out here. I'm an adult, and my caregivers told me no, it's not safe for me. Yeah, because I wanted to leave and run away. And they tell me, like you guys tell me all the time.
You tell crisis you want to get hit by a car?
No, I record the call, and if you're saying that's what they said, and I'll put that my conversation on YouTube with the crisis services and you guys. No.
Andrew, do you want to go to hospital?
No, because I'm not trying to hurt myself. I'm proving a point that I'm making a decision. I'm an adult. I'm doing this to myself. You guys said this the other day. What's your name?
Heritage, Officer Heritage.
What's your ID? What's your name and ID? Okay, any further communication if I'm not be detained or suspected of a crime, I would like to be left alone with it, and I will remain silent, and any further communication, I'm going to request an attorney. Because I'm a person, I'm an adult, I'm capable of making decisions. Thank you.
So he says he's doing all this to prove a point, and in his mind, I think that's exactly what he's doing. The healthcare people or whoever told him, Andy, or the caretaker, said, Andy, you can do some shit by yourself. You don't need help with everything. And he's like, oh, really? Then I'll go stand in the fucking street then. I mean, we've seen him do this before where he purposefully will burn food inside the house just to go, oh, woe is me. I don't know how to cook, so it's really dangerous for me up in here. And now he's doing it here again by saying, oh, I'm just gonna sit on the step. Nothing wrong here, officers. Yeah, I probably am wearing shorts and a t-shirt and it's snowing all over the fucking place, but I'm cool. I'm not freezing. And they're just like, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital or anything? They don't want to deal with Andy's bullshit again, and I imagine most cops in this town know the protocol with him. They know it's going to be a big waste of their time, so they just go over there, make sure he's alright, offer to take him to the hospital, and in most situations, they leave. But as they brought up, Andy called crisis services and apparently said some shit that had a person from crisis services come out there. From what the cops said, apparently Andy told crisis services that he was going to stand in traffic or whatever, and Andy vehemently denies this and says, oh no, that didn't happen. I have it on recording. But knowing Andy and the type of shit he'll say on the phone, I would guarantee you he said something like that. Like, oh, if you guys don't care about me, then I might as well just go lay in traffic. And he's doing it right here. He's like, look, you guys don't give a shit. I'm an adult. I can make my own decisions. And because I can make my own decisions, I will now sit out here and freeze. Which, actually, I won't freeze because due to Andy's autism, he can't feel cold. That's apparently one of the symptoms. It's so wacky, this whole Andy Ditch bullshit.
Is there a reason why you called crisis then?
Because you guys and crisis services says this is, I'm faking, I'm doing this on purpose. So that's what I'm doing. I'm showing you that because of my autism, I can't feel cold.
Okay, well, if you call crisis, they're 90% time going to call us to check up on you.
Well, they never did before, only after my complaints, my criminal complaints, And because you guys are threatening me to go to the hospital, that'll be against the Olmstead Act, because I'm not mentally ill.
I was just asking if you wanted to go talk to somebody.
No, I'm good. I'm an adult. I'm just sitting here.
I'm not saying you're not an adult.
Are you going to arrest me or 302 me?
I'm not going to arrest you or anything.
Then I'm going to stay here and I'm going to be fine. Have a good one.
You're going to stay on the cold t-shirt on?
Yep. Yes. Isn't it my decision
For what?
to sit out here?
Yeah, you can, but I mean...
Unless you can't make decisions confidently.
But I have no guardian.
Well, you have a caregiver.
Seems like this caretaker is your guardian. He takes care of you.
I will only go inside if I be forced out of 302. Cause you guys said, and I have you guys on recording, and it's on YouTube, and I made officer complaints about that, cause the other day, you guys should have 302'd me. I'm doing this on purpose to prove a point that I have a disability that you guys ignore.
If you have a disability and you start showing this stuff, then you might get 302'd.
I'm doing this as a point to show you I can't feel cold.
The point is that you're going to do this and you're going to get 302'd, then you're going to go to hospital.
And then they have to discharge me
They don't have
because...
to discharge you until you're cleared.
I know, but they'll clear me.
But if you keep doing this stuff, then this is probably going to get you 302'd.
And they'll just...
You said you're autistic?
Yeah, and you can't 302 me for having
Ability to
autism.
care, yes, we can.
Well, you guys refused to do that last week.
That's not us. There's different...
Yeah, I have the officer on camera.
Was that me or a different...
No, a different officer.
Okay, well, I'm talking to you today.
Is Sergeant Brown working tonight?
I don't know. He's not here today.
Oh, that's why things are different today, because he's the one that allows the officers to not follow my ISP, even with APS.
Andrew.
Hey, thank you for doing your job. I'm going to go in the house because that's... Yeah, because I'm only doing this to try to get people to do their job.
Okay, well, that's what I'm here for.
I know what Crisis Services has done and what you guys have done to me is against the law. Because at the end of the day, I want you guys to keep me safe.
Yeah.
But when I go running away, it's not safe for me. But you guys have
That's what we're trying to
done
do,
this.
I'm not here to jam you up. I'm here to help you.
I know. You're doing your job. But the last week, you guys did not do it.
I can't speak for any other officer besides me. You know,
I know.
Everyone does their own job.
Hey, the whole point is Crisis Services doesn't want to do their job to help me.
Okay.
You guys didn't want to do your job.
If we have Crisis Service come out here and talk to you, would you talk to them?
Yeah, if you want to, but there's nothing they can do because I'm just trying to prove a point.
They just want to talk to you and see what's going on.
They didn't want to talk to me earlier when I wanted to make a
prove?
point. I just wanted to make a good point that they were not doing their job to keep me safe last week.
Okay.
Andy just loves hearing the sound of his own voice. He talks over these cops constantly and just tells them that he's trying to prove a point because they didn't help him last week, so now this is going on. And he's such a liar because eventually he's like, all right, we understand each other, now I'll go back inside. No, that's not why you're going back inside. It's because you're fucking freezing out there. And look, I know I say this a lot over the course of these videos, but at the end of the day, the point Andy's trying to prove is that if they don't take his fake disabilities seriously, then this is going to continue to happen. It also seems like he just really wants to be taken away, saying, oh, well, I'm not going to move unless you 302 me, but hey, if you take me to the hospital, they're just going to discharge me anyway. I don't know what he wants. I don't think these cops know what he wants. I just know that they probably want to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. And then they ask Andy if he wants Crisis Services over there, and he says, yeah, but I don't know what they're going to do. Well, then say no. Just say, no, I'm good on that. But no, Andy's like, yeah, no, sure, send them by. It's just like, what a complete and utter waste of time. That's really all these Andy Ditch videos are. It's him just wasting so much of people's time.
Well,
and that's the point.
Like I was telling you out there, I can't speak for anybody last week who dealt with you. This is my first time dealing with you.
Go on YouTube, Andrew Ditch.
Okay,
You'll see that.
Okay.
You see the short video of that.
So would you like to talk to Crisis today here?
No, because I'm fine. I just was mad because my dad didn't want to talk to me and cause me problems, and then I called Crisis Services knowing that they'll tell me I can go sit outside with some adult, which is what he said, and that's what I did.
That's true, but it's a little too cold to be sitting outside today.
It's not safe for me being without supervision, especially when I can't feel cold because
that's why
of my
your caretaker's
autism.
here.
But my caretaker heard what Crisis Services said.
Okay.
And I have on recording.
And it's a little too cold to be sitting outside today. I'm sure Crisis Services told
Hey,
you
it was
to sit
too
outside.
cold on Thursday, too.
But it
Thursday
wasn't
night.
snowing like it was today.
No.
It's a little colder today.
It
than
was
on
snowing,
Thursday.
actually. It was snowing.
Not as bad as this.
And it was very windy that day.
It feels like -2 out there right now.
But it was actually very windy that day, which
I'm
actually
sure
was about the same
It was
as
windy
winter.
that day.
He keeps wanting to talk about the weather and how much colder it was on like a prior day when the real topic at hand here is why do you just keep going outside and sitting in that -2 degree weather? Even if they say that you can do what you want, why is that what you choose to do? It seems like that's what the cops trying to like figure out too, but Andy just keeps falling back on, well, they told me that I don't have any disabilities, so why not go sit out in the fucking cold? He also brings up his dad and says that that's another reason he called Crisis Services is because he didn't want to put up with his dad's shit, but that's a crazy statement to make considering every time we've heard phone calls of Andy and his dad, Andy's just talking and talking and talking, and his dad can barely get a word in edgewise, kind of like the video we just watched. It's crazy. Andy will claim that people are like overwhelming him and shit like that, when at the same time all he's doing is giving people like information overload and not letting them process a single thing he says. And you know, for all the times that Andy says that his dad overwhelms him or his dad annoys him, where do you think Andy always ends up back at when he gets kicked out of these group homes? That's right, he's right back at his dad's again. And that's where he's at now, at least at the time of recording, and this will all come back into play later on when I talk about that crazy bullshit we need to get into. But let's continue on with this video first.
Hey, I'm an adult. At the end of the day, you guys are adults too.
Yeah.
And nobody has to follow the medical orders of doing guardian shit. So I'm just trying to say, hey, I need help, that people don't think I need help.
And that's why I offered to go to the hospital if you wanted some help.
Yeah, but what I need help with is long-term care, like I have with these people.
And that's like I said, that's something you should talk to somebody at the hospital for.
I have long-term care. I get 24-hour care. I was just doing that because how everybody has been doing, telling me all along. Would you want to hear the recording for Crisis Services?
No, we'll just talk to them, and they know they keep that track too.
Because their conversation's going on YouTube.
Okay.
They record my call, so it's two-party consent, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, you're not feeling suicidal today?
No, I never have.
Okay. Well, they called in because they're concerned that you're out there not dressed appropriately in the cold.
Only
and you
because
said you're going to go into traffic.
I never said I was going to go into traffic.
Okay. Well, I'm just telling you what they told us.
And that is a false police report. Isn't that not a crime to falsify a police report?
They must understood you on the phone then.
Oh no, they heard me perfectly fine.
Okay.
I'll record phone calls if you want to get their recording, and I'll put my recording with this on YouTube.
I believe you.
So, like, wait, what the fuck is he even complaining about then? Because he's saying at the beginning of this clip that, no, I have 24-hour, like, long-term care. That's all you've ever fought for. You got it. Like, why is this still going on? But he even says right afterwards, well, it's to prove a point. And I think that's because somebody, somewhere, whether it be Crisis Services or the police, told him, yo, you don't have autism. And he's like, well, time to really stick it the fuck to you then. And he keeps saying that he never said anything to Crisis about him laying in traffic or waiting for cars to come by, but it is so tough to believe that when Andy has the type of track record that he does. This is a guy who's notably laid in traffic before, a guy who makes threats to lay in traffic all the time, a guy who says that he can't do virtually anything outdoors because he just may get hit by a car. And that's why all this is taking place to begin with. It's because Crisis heard him saying, oh, well, he might hurt himself in some way. And now he's just like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I never said that. You totally fucking said that. I would put every cent I own on Andy in some way, shape, or form threatening himself with motor vehicles in some way when he was on that phone call earlier this day.
I will put this on YouTube.
And you don't want to talk to Crisis Services today?
They can't talk to me because Alex said I make complaints about them.
Okay.
What did he say?
Crisis Services on their way here to talk to you.
Why is that? I make complaints. They can't talk to me.
And see what's going on.
They can't. Conflict of interest is I've taken legal action against them.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I gotta change my clothes.
Yeah, you do, because they're a little wet. Here, close your door and you can change your pants and then...
Yeah. This is bullshit, YouTubers. only after my civil rights complaint and my complaint to my supports coordinator and APS are they now taking my inability to care for myself and making and being a normal functioning adult. And because I was told by crisis services I could go outside and lay in the snow, I did exactly what he told me I did, and I have it on recording going on YouTube. Because we're done with this game. I already shared the conversation with my supports coordinator. Oh, by the way, I already shared the conversation with my supports coordinator with Alex.
Okay.
So
it might not be Alex coming out. I don't know who's coming out. Could be somebody else.
I don't really need to talk to you then, do I?
They just want to reach out to you.
Do I legally have to talk to them?
You said you wanted some help.
I don't need their help. They're mental health people.
Yeah, but
I don't have mental health. I have autism. That's not mental health. They said that over and over again.
Okay, number 1, you do not have autism, and number 2, you probably do need help with mental health. And it's so rich that he says this, that, you know, why would Crisis want to come out here? Why would they want to help me? Why would they even care? It's because you call them all hours of the night and just bitch to them. He constantly thinks he's owning these cops by saying things like, well, I'm going to record all this and put it on YouTube, just like I have the phone call recorded, and it's going to go on YouTube. And this is fucking bullshit, YouTubers. Can you guys believe this? And he thinks he has some groundswell of support over on YouTube, but then he posts videos like this and people are like, Andy, God, you suck. Andy, do you know that you don't have autism? Andy, stop wasting the police's time. Yet he'll still upload more of these and be like, hey, YouTubers, you should see what the police are doing to me. No, we're not seeing what they're doing to you, but we're clearly seeing what you're doing to them. It's also hilarious to me that he's like, no, I don't see why Crisis needs to show up. It's like, I do. I think anyone watching this video does. You call them frantically, you make threats against yourself, and then you're like, well, I don't want to see them, I don't want to talk to them. And it's like, at this point, Andy, you've made your bed, you've shit in it too, and now it's time to lie in it.
So, I don't need to talk to them, do I?
They would like to talk to you.
But if I don't want to talk to them because I'm taking legal action against them?
The reason they want to talk to you is because you keep calling them and telling them the stuff you're going to do.
Because they told me I could do it.
It's concerning to them.
Do you want to hear the conversation?
No, that's fine.
All you do is ask her.
What legal action did you take against them?
Failure to protect me last week, Thursday.
What's the docket number?
What?
What's the docket number for the case?
I have not gotten an attorney, but I have every plans of trying to get an attorney to sue.
So you haven't taken it?
Because I did get hurt from it.
He's thinking of every excuse in the book now that he hears the Crisis is on the way over to his house, saying things like it's a conflict of interest because I have a lawsuit against them. And luckily this cop calls him on it and is like, okay, so what's the docket number? When was this lawsuit filed? And Andy just immediately, well, I'm going to sue them. No, he's not. We all know he's not. And also, do you guys notice that he says it's their fault that he got hurt? I said that I wanted to go lay in snow and they told me I could do so. Those evil fuckers telling me that I have free will. Well, just 5-10 minutes ago, wasn't Andy saying, you're an adult, I'm an adult, we can make our own decisions? Well, Andy, you know what you're doing, bro. Just because you can make your decisions one day and then you can decide the next that you don't know how to, doesn't make it anyone else's fault when you, the dickhead that you are, goes out and lays into snow and gets sick or gets I don't know what happened. I don't know if you got hypothermia or something. Nonetheless, this is where you need to hunker down and be like, man, I gotta, do this for my own health. I can't just go lay out in the freezing cold to prove a point. But this point Andy wants to make, the point that he has autism and he can't make his own decisions, it's more important than his own life to him. That's why he does so much of this dangerous bullshit, because he knows, God forbid, if he gets hurt, he really will say, oh, I'm suing you. It's all your fault. He's trying to do it here right now. He won't take responsibility for anything. And I'm starting to get a little nauseous. He's moving back and forth too quick. Look at this. And now this side, and now back to the grate, and now let's go back up to the hardwood, and now back to the grate. My stomach's turning, man.
But I have taken civil rights complaint about that to the Health and Human Services. If you'd like to see my complaint, I can show you. Because that was filed today with the OCR HHS, and that's civil rights. Would you like to see that complaint? Because that was made today.
No, there's nothing to do with me.
Well, you asked me what my complaint number is, and
I was talking about legal, criminal, not civil.
it's civil. I'm taking civil action.
It has nothing to do with us then.
Yeah, exactly. But making a false police report.
That's why I asked about the criminal one, not the civil one. You're the one asking me if I want to see the civil one.
Because isn't it? But you asked me if it's criminal, and no, it's not criminal. It's civil.
No, you said you filed
Criminal
charges. But
oh,
you didn't.
I meant a civil complaint. Sorry. But isn't it a crime to falsify a police report?
Who's falsifying a false report?
Crisis services.
What's what?
Go file charges.
I would like to file charges because they're wasting police resources. They said to me that I can go sit in the snow, and I did that. And now they send you guys, and I have a recording.
Okay, we'll ask him when they get it.
Because that's illegal. I would like to file charges on Alex. He told me, and I have the recording. I'm going to get my tablet from the other room to continue my recording, you guys, while I show you guys the recording.
What a dick. He's now trying to turn this on crisis services and say, well, I'll try to file a police report on them because by you guys being here, they're officially wasting police resources because they tell me I can do whatever I want and then I get hurt. So therefore, it's their fault. Definitely not Andy's fault, the guy who has free will and is the one calling crisis services all day. He has to find somebody who's the villain in the situation who isn't him. But now it's time for Andy to go get his tablet and show the police the recording of him in crisis services where he totally doesn't say that he plans to lay in the street or get hit by a car. None of that stuff comes out of Andy's mouth.
I never said that, and I have on tape, and I have you on tape, 2 recordings now.
I'm just telling you what they told us.
Here, I'm going to play the recording. You want to hear the recording?
You have the recording with Crisis?
Yep.
Today's?
Yep.
Okay.
Right here. Never said I was going to lay in traffic.
Not lay in traffic, you're going to go in.
I never said I was going in
You
traffic.
didn't describe how you were going to do it.
I never said that. It's right here. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Your body cam on?
Yeah, it's on.
Is your body cam on?
Yes, it's on.
I said that to my caregiver. They were giving me permission to go outside and sleep outside. That's what I told her while waiting
I
for the
can't hear
answer.
the phone if you keep talking.
Hey, who is this?
My name is Alex. What's your name?
Andy, can I go running away?
Andrew, how can I help you today?
I'm going to go running away and sleeping on the streets because I get to do that, right? I get to make decisions, right?
What's your home address?
I don't have a home address. I'm going to be sleeping on the streets because you guys think I'm thinking.
Okay, I'm gonna look up your address. I'm just gonna send police over to your house.
See, because of what they have said in the
That
past.
you're doing unsafe things. I'm gonna send police over there.
You're showing unsafe things and inability to care for yourself.
I believe this is a Fourth Amendment violation for continuing talking to me at this point.
Bro, like, oh my god, he's the worst. This whole video, he's been building up to this by saying, well, I never told Crisis that. And then within seconds of getting on the phone, he's like, oh, I'm gonna run away and lay in the street. I'm telling you, I'm gonna go sleep in the street tonight. And they're like, all right, we're gonna send cops over. And the cop even says, well, yeah, I can understand why they wanted to send us over. You're making threats against yourself. And of course, because now Andy feels backed into a corner, he says, you know, they shouldn't even still be talking to me. This is kind of like a Fourth Amendment right. He's only doing it because now the cops can see that everything he's been saying has been a lie, which was obvious from the jump, but now they have proof on it. And so now he needs to find yet another way to vilify crisis services. Man, you know, we need to sue these people. They're just not... For what? For what? This whole time, apparently they're the reason the cops are at your house, which technically, yes, they are, but also, technically, it's only because you threatened yourself. And now he's saying they shouldn't even be talking to him in general. Then stop calling them. Phones work 2 ways, Andy. If you don't want to talk to these people, then just shut up.
They said it before.
If you're an adult, you don't need permission, right?
Yeah, because they
So why'd said you
it
call
before.
Crisis?
Because they told me before.
Who
And
does
now,
not sound like a mentally competent person?
but they said before, and I'm recording, that's discrimination because I'm competent. I'm
15
aware.
people go file a complaint.
I am aware that they have said in the past, and you can take my phone for evidence if you would like.
No.
For all the recording, or get the recording from the crisis services.
We'll get it off YouTube.
Or, off YouTube, exactly, as you guys bully me online, like I see. By the way, I don't want you guys in my house at this point. Can you guys leave? Or am I being detained?
We're waiting for crisis services.
Why do I have
they
to
can
wait
talk
for
to you
crisis services?
because you're showing signs of inability to care for yourself.
I have a caregiver.
Well, you're still
Hey
outside.
YouTube, I have a caregiver and they're saying that I am inability to care for myself, which is a
And you
false
called
start.
crisis to say you're going to run away.
Because they said I could do that. You guys said
He didn't
that.
tell you anything on there. He said
He said I could go do that. You heard him
So
say
why
that.
were you calling them to ask permission for him?
Because you guys said before, like they said, I could do that.
Or are you calling crisis services asked to get an answer that you might get 302 if you do run away? Is that what you're asking for?
And by doing this, you're violating my rights. You guys did this to me last week, said I could do it.
Does that look like me or no?
Hey, you can't pick and choose.
That doesn't look like me.
You can't pick and choose what is inability to care for yourself and
You're showing me a different officer.
Well, why is it okay for him to...
I can't speak for him.
When I should have been 302 on that day, but today I don't need to be 302.
I can't speak for that officer.
I'm just doing this to...
So what would you get 302 for that day?
Because I was without a
care.
Yeah, and without a caregiver at that point.
So similar things to that.
And why did this officer send home my caregiver that day?
I can't speak for the officer.
Because he had no ability to send home a caregiver.
So you're well aware of what inability to care is. Because you're saying...
I'm able to repeat
You're saying
things,
you should have got
and
302 that
I'm
day.
using what I've been told by professionals who I've made complaints to in the last year and a half about not having the help I need.
And I'm trying to get you the help you need, but you're refusing.
I don't need to go through that.
That's why we're having crisis come out and talk to you.
I have a support
And they can determine
coordinator. I have a support coordinator and I have a caregiver.
Okay, but you're saying you need more support.
I
And we're trying to get that.
I don't need any more
We're
support
trying to get that
today.
for you, but
Well, when I didn't have the support officer, you guys didn't want to do it. Now when I have the support, you want to take me out of my home and 302 me? I think that's illegal. Can I have your supervisor? Because I like to file a complaint at this point.
No.
You know what? I don't have to go through your support. I'm going to do that online. I'm going to file an online officer complaint. So now he's trying to file complaints against the cops. At the beginning of that clip, they said, oh, well, you don't sound like you're mentally competent. And Andy starts talking again, then goes, oh, by the way, that's discrimination, and I fucking recorded you, and I'm gonna report you. Like, he's so malicious in everything he does. Like, he'll repeat over and over that, oh, you guys say I fake, you say I fucking fake. And the cops will say, well, we didn't say that. I didn't say that personally. If they dare say, well, you know what, Andy, I think you do fake. There's no record of you having autism. You'll get situations like we got when Andy went to Cleveland. He's in an ambulance and screaming his head off saying, you say I fake! You say I fucking fake! And it's like, yeah, you do fake, but we can't outright say it. You know, we can't speak the truth because it will drive you insane. And these cops just being here, just going back and forth with Andy a little bit, well, Andy can't handle that much either. He's not screaming at them, but he is telling them, okay, you can leave now. You know, you can leave my house. And by the way, this is like harassment or whatever. Now he's asking for their supervisor. But it's so funny when he tells them, get out of my house. I'd like you to leave, please. And they're like, no. No, we have a crisis on the way. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. And I'm like, fuck yeah, cop, stand your ground. And I think one of the biggest reasons he wants them to leave is because they keep bringing up that, Andy, you know, you keep calling crisis. You're the one who keeps, like, getting yourself in these situations, and it's because you're competent, right? You're an adult. And, of course, Andy will be like, well, yeah, but I still need my care, and you're being discriminatory. Please leave. Like, he wants them, anytime they press him on anything, if they don't agree with whatever Andy's trying to sell them, that's the end of it for old Ditch. And eventually, crisis does show up, and I think I showed a bit of those clips in the beginning, but nothing really happens there, nothing too much of note. But the rest of this conversation between Andy and the cops is absolutely golden. In the beginning of it, you get to hear like Andy's whole rationale behind this. It's just so he can fucking sue people. And I guess it's crisis services and the police that he wants to sue, considering these are like mainly the two people he does this to. And I guess his dad as well. He probably wants to sue the shit out of old dad. But then Andy and the cops get into an argument about the weather.
and Andy calls some dude who's like, I guess he's just in charge of telling people what the current temperature is, and it's just so outrageous. It's so stupid, but of course Andy finds something else to latch onto the second the conversation becomes too hard for him to bear. And then after this, I want to get to showing you guys that crazy post Andy made that I was telling you about in the beginning. Again, I probably shouldn't say this, but if you have any guesses on what Andy's going to do to help himself from soiling his diapers or not being able to control going to the bathroom, let me know in the comments, because that's what he's about to tell you guys in just a few minutes here.
It's nice how you can sit out there, but when it's -2 and you're in a t-shirt sitting on a snow pile, and it's not okay.
It's not okay? I'm an adult, and you can't. Are you discriminating against my decision?
No, but you call crisis to ask them if you can go outside and sit. Why would you call crisis to ask them to go outside and sit?
Maybe because I'm trying to sue them.
How can you discriminate against your decision to go sit outside?
Maybe because I'm trying to get evidence to sue people for not helping me when they should have been helping me.
They're trying to help you, that's why they call the police.
But I don't need your help today.
So you're trying to set them up.
Well, they already been documented and recorded for doing what they were doing.
Why do you need more evidence then?
Because you guys had done the same thing. Why do you think I made officer complaints about the other officers?
That's the other officers, I can't talk to them.
I came inside, I have a caregiver. That's not inability to care for herself. I wasn't out there for 5 hours like I was the other day.
Yeah, but it's a little more colder today than most 5 days ago.
And I have the official National Weather Service forecast. And I will call the National Weather Service right after this. Actually, it's 1 degree warmer than it was on Tuesday, sir.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's -2 outside.
It is not -2.
Feels like -2.
It is 23 degrees out. And the wind chill? There is no wind chill.
So what's the feel?
There is no wind chill. I have the exact weather right here, sir. Would you like to look?
No, I saw it on my phone before I came here.
Yeah, well, you're hallucinating, because what does that say? 24 degrees, no wind chill.
I mean, some websites make people put anything up.
Well, okay. You want to call me a liar?
I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
you are.
Media can put anything up in the.
It's not the media, that's the federal government. I will call for a request for temperature. Sorry, I am a Skyward Storm spotter.
I think I know the temperature. I don't think you need to call them for it.
Then you don't have to exaggerate and make up lies, because that makes your 302 very inappropriate. Hey, Andrew Ditchcon, what's the current temperature out of the Erie, PA station?
Sure, just be a moment.
Thanks.
It's 23 degrees.
23 degrees, okay. And what's the wind chill?
Ask them what it feels like. I have to look at that. It'll be another feel like.
Okay, thanks.
You said it was 24, so you were wrong too.
That must have been the last hours.
Now you're telling me some lies, Andrew.
Well, now it says 23.
Now you're telling me some lies.
I never lied.
Call me a
We're
liar.
recording it. It says 20. You said 20.
So then, right after that, right, he ends the video. Like, the cops are like, oh, guess you're wrong, Andrew. You're a liar. And he's like, no, I'm not. No. And fuck it. And just ends just ends it. That's the last frame of the video right there. And he just couldn't handle being wrong. And him, he really lashed out at the beginning and gave up everything, like his entire plan right then and there. Maybe it's because I'm trying to sue people. Maybe it's because I'm trying to gather evidence on people. It's like, okay, well, that's exactly why you're calling crisis so much. You're just trying to bait them into saying something wrong, or at least something that you think is wrong, which like 10 times out of 10 isn't actually wrong. You just view it as a slight at yourself, which it may be that, but they're not wrong, because all you want is an autism diagnosis that you don't actually have. It's gotta be so tough to be fucking cops in whatever town Andy Ditch is at. Like, imagine being these cops and having to explain to their wives or whatever when they get home, like, hey, honey, how was your day? Well, you know, we had to go to that Andy's house again. She's like, oh, that guy? Like, what was he doing this time? Was he burning food? Like, no, this time he was saying he wants to sue Crisis Services and calling the National Weather Service to try to stick it to us. He's just the worst type of person to any law enforcement, any doctor, any father of his. He sucks, Andy. That's kind of what you can take away from this video. Andy Ditch sucks. However, that is not the end of what we're talking about here. I said it all throughout the video, but it's now time to talk about Andrew's, it's basically what he's going to do to get accidents to stop occurring. And this is a tweet I saw posted by the Busen Faker. Shout out Busen Faker, what a goat. And Andy has said that he's just, he might just cut it off. Like he's, all right, you know what? All bets are off. I want to stop having accidents. How can I do that easily? I know how. How can one have an accident if one cannot even physically urinate, you know? So Andy is going to take it amongst himself to just get that pesky thing out of there, and that's that. I obviously don't think he's actually going to do this. However, in like a rage one night while on the phone with Crisis, he may just go, all right, you know what? You know, he said fucking fake. I'll show you fucking fake. And it might not be so fake anymore. Who knows, dude? Who knows what's going on here with Andy? But that is a weird post right there. I'm not going to show all of it, obviously, because he says a little more descriptive words that I don't really want to throw out there regarding this situation. But yeah, it's gonna be wild to see what happens next. But I'd imagine he's gonna be just A-okay. And that story right there, this kind of ties the whole video together, brings everything full circle, because it shows you that he'll sit there and go, I didn't threaten myself, I didn't say I'd sit in traffic, but then, like, right here, he's threatening himself again, just because he's not getting what he wants. He's like, well, I'll hurt myself if you don't give me this, and then before you know it, the cops will be right back at his house again. It's gonna happen to the end of time, it seems like. But, my friends, that's all I got on Andy Ditch today, but I gotta thank you for making it to the end of this video.
Great video.
You did, because Andy Ditch ones are always they're pretty rough watch. And before I go though, I do want to remind y'all, I don't know if you heard,
I stream.
We've been on a bit of a hiatus on Too High for Stupid lately.
Yeah.
And that
I don't
ends
stream.
This Monday, 4/20, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're gonna be live over on Kiwi's channel. It's gonna be a good
yada yada yada. What do we got here? No face cam. Okay. Nope. Bro, you're at the beginning of the level. Holy cow. Oh my, holy shit, dude. It's not even like you're at a boss fight. The game just, like, this is level 4, I think. It's near the water, so it's like pretty deep into the map. Holy shit! I've never gotten this angry playing Cuphead. I've gotten close with some games, but I'm definitely not on camera. This is like Stevie level. Stevie's had some bangers come out lately. We haven't caught up on the Stevie stuff.
Ignore that it's Gremlin propaganda.
But it's Gremlin, you know. You're just turning into a gremlin, okay? I'm turning into a flat-chested girl.
Now Gremlins, you are not allowed to say that he's crashing out.
Steve's getting thick, yeah. He's such a glutton. You know, the whole Stevie situation just blows me away, because it's like, he makes a bit of money at his job, because his dad gave him one. Like, he's like a total Nepo baby, which, I mean, what else are you gonna do, right? It's Stevie. You can't get a job with anyone else. But, like, they just throw him at the bottom of, like, whatever job there is, you know? They can't really trust him with anything. So he's like, he ends up, like, cleaning up bugs and shit, and he gets really mad about it. And he gets so pissed off. Ugh, it's a whole thing. It's like, yeah, man, you don't really have any skills or talents, sometimes you're gonna have to clean up the bugs. Like, one of the things that was rough for me is like working at a movie theater and having to like clean the toilets, you know, like around the toilets, because that's something that needs to be done occasionally. And it's like, fuck, man, I'm literally scrubbing shit. I work in a movie theater. Like, I'm here to like serve popcorn and like sell tickets, man. Tell people, well, yeah, Shrek is in theater 3, go to the left. It's like, but here I am just like scrubbing dookie. Maybe that's why I'm just like so anti-scat. You know, like, I hate scat fetish people because like I hate poo. Like, is that a controversial opinion? I don't know. Whatever. What else we got here? We got like 20 minutes. Maybe it's just trauma. We're still successfully detoxing. Enough of Blade.
I know that feeling. You'll just leave it at.
Yeah. Thanks. 10 minutes. Can you handle 10 minutes of Phil? I can't. I'll do it tomorrow. I can't even handle 10 minutes of Phil right now. Are they a locale? Oh.
Welcome to a new series, everybody. This is Are They a Lolcow? So this is obviously...
Oh, no, it's Argent. Oh, my God. Fuck you. Fuck Argent. I didn't realize. I thought that was like a... I thought that was... fucking like Agent. I thought it was Agent Proper or like LTG or something. Oh, fuck. I only follow this guy because he's a lolcow. He's an absolute... Are you a lolcow? Yes. Fucking Argent. You know, I haven't talked about Argent forever, but we're not even gonna get into it. Okay, this one.
Speaking of fatigue, I'm a little fatigued.
I heard that voice and I was like, wait, what? Hold on. Okay, what do you got, Sarah? Will Burger? I went to the... What? Huh? Who is this? This Argent? It reviews. Who? Wait. Who are we talking about here? Oh, it's the person who gave Mouse 6 out of 10. Yeah, I did read that. I think, didn't someone in the Discord post that? Also, I'm trying to join more Skybrow's Discords. Trying to be more creative and shit. Wait, where is it posted? I need to do this meme. I'll do this meme tomorrow, I promise. I'll do this meme. I was gonna do it, and Lee linked it to me and was like, hey, maybe you just want to do one of these. And I'm like, I can't do it on my phone. I tried to, I wanted to. I'm like, yeah, sure. But I couldn't do it on my phone. I'll do it on PC tomorrow. But yeah, I have answers. Where is it? I did see it. I'm revealing the top secret Discord. Why even have a gate if I'm just gonna fucking scroll?
Fatigued on the elites too.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Speaking of fatigue, I'm a little fatigued.
He's a little tired. He's fat. He's tired. He's tired.
So if we go,
by the way,
Okay. He's zooming in
and these
to
Chino
stop.
guys are just—they're like literally the embodiment of like troll.
Yeah.
They're just trolly. They make fun of everybody, and for like the dumbest, silliest, most like
Well, I was looking for the
asinine things.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking for the reasons that they gave Malice a 6 out of 10. I think the reasons they were saying is like too many arenas where you fight a bunch of enemies, when it's like, yeah, that's what a boomer shooter is. It's like I was playing Forgive Me Father the other day, and it's like, yeah, some maps are gonna have arenas where you just like kill a bunch of like waves of enemies. That's one of the most fun parts of a boomer shooter. And also a bunch of like cheese references, and it's like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of cheese references. It's a mouse. It's a game about mouse. Game about mice. What was the other one? Too many like corny cornball references, and it's like, yeah, it's like in the 1930s. And also another complaint was what was the other one? Anyways, I'm just brain farting all over the place. So 8 out of 8. So All right. Let's look at some of these. Black Myth. He gave Black Myth Wukong a 6. Oh no! What the fuck? Dude, I'm falling into streamer lingo. I played Dustborn on stream. You watched me play it. I fucking hated it. I hated Dustborn so much. Dude. Like, when it got to the point where you're just like...
Well, all opinions invalidated.
When you kidnap a child and, like, bring it onto your bus, I'm just like, I can't even, like, make this funny anymore. I don't even... This is pissing me off. This game is literally making me angry because, like, are you fucking kidding me? You're just, like, kidnapping children? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, it's just like... It makes me sick to even think about. Yeah, well, I mean, the Battlefield re-release had a lot of flaws. That's not too controversial to say that one was bad. Remember Phil playing the Battlefront collection? That was funny.
Should show Siru the demonic Kirby Grok image.
Oh. Sure. So you're not really,
It do be like that, Mr. Borger.
To set you apart from, like, generic typical Kirby, we got Siru Kirby, okay? We got the face paint, we got the headphones. So we include you in a montage, or like a collage, I guess. A lineup, the usual suspects. I'm trying to look for a good generation here for my video. For some reason, it keeps making Repsy a girl. Was not my intention. We got like that. See, I put in this reference image, which is obviously a dude, and then it just turned into that. Just becomes more and more unhinged. You know how it goes. We got our AI haters in here, so we're gonna move on.
And it's fun. It's funny. They are funny, but I
We
feel
should
like
give the context that they were like iDubbbz was one of their main targets, right?
iDubbbz, they've been heavy on iDubbbz,
right?
Although nobody's really talking about him anymore, which
Yeah,
is
now nobody's talking about him.
yeah, which I can understand why. But they're very funny. But when watching,
It's crazy how $30 a month gets you infinite generations on Grok, like actual infinite. Like there's no limit. Like holy cow, Elon is really killing it with the compute. You know what's funny about the whole AI thing is we got Sam Altman, we got Google, Gemini, whatever his name is, we got Musk, and then we got like the owner of Nvidia, who's just like this Sweden, right? Everyone wants to work with the owner of Nvidia, but Elon Musk doesn't want to work with Sam Altman. There's so many like lines in the sand. It'd be so much easier to beat China if everyone was just like on the same page. If we didn't have Nvidia as the bridge between these AI data centers and these like coding companies, we'd be totally fucked. I like this one's like, I like the vampire teeth, and then it becomes like a cat mouth. This is the one I was showing earlier. I think this is the one they're talking about. I'll post it. I'll upload it to the Discord.
content, I'm always like surprised when people respond to them, because that's clearly the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
Because they live for that shit. They're trolly. They're there for the drama.
China has a
for
unified government
they
forcing
are the trolls
cooperation.
that they say don't
the
feed.
U.S. not
That's
so
them.
much.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they force cooperation, but we don't, which is kind of like, it would fucking kill us, right? It would destroy our competitive edge, but we make it work anyways, somehow, despite our combative nature. Maybe there's something about that. Maybe there's something to it. Yeah, isn't enough noir. That's the one I forgot. And a game inspired by Mickey Mouse cartoons. There isn't enough noir. And the game isn't serious enough to be a true noir. And it's like, why It's like it wasn't supposed to take itself too seriously. Yeah.
And, you know.
I don't know. I haven't even bought it yet. Instead, I got Forgive Me Father 2 on sale. I'd rather play that first. Wait till Mouse goes on sale for, in December. It'll be like $10 in December, you know.
And these guys always end up feeding them, and it's always a disaster for them. It's impossible to respond and win. The only way to come at it, an interaction with them, and not lose
is not engaged.
To not respond.
Right.
You automatically lose the second you talk about them.
He's right.
So, and they know that too, and they even say it. But anyway, so Jeremy makes the fatal error of trying to engage with them.
I believe their names are Andy and PPP.
PPP.
Yeah.
PPP.
PPP.
I don't understand what is the PPP. Do we even know?
People's Populist Press.
I heard it at one.
People's Populist Press, which was his Catholic LARP. Basically, I don't want to be mean.
I call him Triple P.
But he was at one point like a preacher, a pastor, and you can see it in his presentation. And it's part of the reason why he's so successful as a streamer, because he has that sort of barn burning stage presence, that presentation. RTU deleted his last stream because everyone in the comments was bringing up him kissing dirty feet.
You're waiting for the king's verdict to see if the game is worth it. I know.
I already know he loves it. Of course he loves it. He got wailed out. The Asmin Fookers are not leaving. It's funnier. The video was... Okay, wait, what?
No one likes r.t.u.
Nobody, man. Oh, he didn't delete it. So he didn't delete it. It got removed because of sexual content. Gross. This is why Shroom and Saru are so like crazy, because they have to watch that shit. I don't. That's why I have a good head on my shoulders.
Point during my research, but I forget.
Which one is which?
The big guy is PPP.
Okay, got it.
He is tall. That's not a reference to necessarily his width. He is tall, I believe.
Okay. He's like 6'4" or something, I believe. 6'5".
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I don't know why I know that in my new detail.
Did you know about everybody?
Yeah!
I mean, and
Look
that.
at Hannah's
Bro,
face. He's in South America.
He's looking for Iran. This guy's been doing politics for a decade plus.
That's the Atlantic Ocean. That's the Atlantic
They should have been flagged his shit for sexual content all the times he flashed those titties on stream.
I know. Like, why? I just want the rules to be applied equally. If I cannot make money on YouTube, neither should he. Either neither of us should be able to make money off YouTube, or both of us should be able to make money on YouTube. It's like, shut up. Shut up.
I couldn't. He's looking for Iran. He doesn't.'s not even. Buddy, are you f***ing Andy had a better idea. At least Andy knows where the Middle East is.
And I'll say of PPP, from what I've seen, surprisingly intelligent guy. He's very smart. He knows a lot. I do not, you know what I mean? You got to not engage.
They go all out with costumes. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Dude, on Halloween, they did a new elaborate costume every day. For
Every
a whole
day,
month,
yeah.
And I was like, that is some hustle. Put in effort.
On Easter, they were talking about the quartering dressed up as the Easter Bunny and
a carrot.
They always
impressive
deliver.
costumes.
Yeah, they always deliver.
Yeah, so here's a little clip.
Yeah, that's hot.
Jesus Christ.
This is what I'm saying. These guys live for this. He's got a f***ing triangle.
It's the retard alert.
He lives for this shit.
You know what cracked me up when iDubbbz included.
You know what's crazy about this? I don't think everyone realizes that this is a South Park reference. Like, it's become its own thing that nobody even thinks about being a South Park reference. They think it's a PPP thing.
I mean,
that's impressive. You know, that's like meme ownership.
Video,
right.
Which was like a huge deal. Like, he made a video. On
One of
his
my
main
oh my
channel.
god,
I mean, it was
Sarah. Since you're here, one of my favorite fucking things was when RTU got a triangle and he couldn't use it. He couldn't figure it out. Oh my god. that blows me away. He like tried to like swirl the stick around the inside of the triangle, thinking it was like fucking some kind of wind instrument. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, you absolute retard? You hit the triangle with the bar, you moron.
Mainly about them. In their response video, they had a giant triangle.
Oh, he
You know
got a
the
big
triangle that he
triangle.
holds
He got a
does
massive
this? He had
triangle.
a giant one.
They were in tuxedos.
Yeah.
They went out for a nice meal.
Yeah.
And they had every right to celebrate because that was the best thing Ian could have done for them. And I'm sure their channel probably grew considerably from that massive shout out.
I see.
I mean, like with Sam Hyde, I had no idea who they were until iDubbbz talked
Yes,
about them.
that's
Same with this guys. We didn't know who they were
That is
before.
why Ian is ultimately the biggest fucking failure of all time. Like,
He really might be.
he is such a fuck up. When he tries to be like I want to do good in the world and call out the bad guys, he makes them
thank
more
you.
popular. I mean,
Thank you, Ripsy. Ripsy's got the clip on lock. He's got it in his bookmarks.
Wait, how does this thing work? I've never used one. Ocean World.
Dude, I apologize. I'm not going to have a lot to say about this. I'm speechless.
Retard, how do you do it?
His problem is also that he has a noise gate on, because which is probably blocking it.
DSP's top detractor, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Number 2, just beneath Tevin.
This thing sucks. It doesn't work right.
It doesn't work. I got a broken triangle from Temu. God damn it. I gotta return it. It's made of plastic.
Wait, how does this thing work? I've never used one. Ocean World.
What the fuck? I'm pretty sure Kino watched this on stream. They had to have.
Retard, how do you do it?
How do you do it? Well, first you have to like turn off the fucking music. Secondly, you need to turn off your NVIDIA noise canceling. Because it's picking that up as noise, not voice, you absolute reject.
Like,
also, he's just like, you can see like what I'm saying. He's like swirling it around in a circle. He's not just like hitting one side or the other. He's not like bouncing off the inside like you have to.
It for me when he did a content cop about me. Although I'm not a bad guy, I'm awesome. I'm really moral, and thoughtful.
Yeah, other people in the chat are saying they also never knew of them before I do.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Jeremy Hambley's twisted, bull, sordid criminal history exposed! It turns out not only is Jeremy Hambley in league with the Nexium cult, the number 2 woman in the organization is a good friend of Hambley's. Not only does he have a sex-swinging, degenerate bull over at his house, but the bull has a long, sordid, skinning criminal history of domestic
I was hoping we wouldn't talk about a long anything else.
Oh shit!
He broke into somebody's fucking house. This sick fucking freak. Like apparently,
That's
there's a
not good at
battery
all.
charge against him from his fucking wife. There's a restraining order from a woman.
From his hot wife or his former
from
wife?
an older
I think
female
former.
family member in this guy's history.
The not hot one.
He's one sick
Formerly hot.
puppy
Yeah.
that Jer is inviting into his household. For what purpose? Must be to f his wife. I don't know. Why else?
By the way,
else would you
I
be
will say,
around a criminal
PPP
sex-
is one of the most dedicated, passionate trolls I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
truly, would the worst.
I think we need to like reclaim the word troll, because like PPP isn't a troll. Who does he troll? Who is he like trying to get a rise out of? Like this is basically just news reporting, man. Like sensational news reporting. He doesn't like try to fuck with anyone. He doesn't try to manipulate anyone. Oftentimes like their best work is not doing anything. With Ralph, like they knew that Ralph was like having a big spiral and meltdown, and they knew if they started talking about Ralph, that Ralph would like take their advice and, you know, pump the brakes a little bit. But they were like, no, we're just not going to give him attention, and that's going to make him want to be more like abrasive and inflammatory, and it'd be a bigger dumpster fire. And then it spilled over into him getting arrested, and now we have body cam of Ralph in a fucking airport detention center. You know what I'm talking about. We watched the whole thing, and they're just like, dude, now you see why we didn't say anything. So they're like counter trolls. They're like the opposite of the trolls. Giving people oxygen is what hurts them in their case.
Guy to an antagonist.
Yeah, they're local commentators.
I missed out on watching.
Like I think that the word troll needs to mean more, but that's the shitty thing about language. Once it gets degraded, it doesn't come back. Like, you just have to come up with a new word.
Wrestling growing up, and I never cared. Watching him, I'm like, I kind of wish I did, because
he has that passion.
he totally has that announcer.
Yeah. He is so passionate about what he does, and that's what my mom taught me. You know, it doesn't matter if you're a garbage man or the president. Be passionate about what you do.
Yeah, it's funny. That's the plot of Shaolin Soccer, is that everything can be a martial art.
And he's an internet troll, and he's passionate.
Swinging bull, a sex fucking cult. What the fuck is going on in Hambly Land, buddy?
Oh, so presumably they have credible.
Oh, okay, it's 4. We're only halfway through this. What I want to show you guys is what I've made in terms of progress over on the music video. There's Raw Phil over there. The pink cami. I didn't make a whole lot of progress. Most of today was just like experimentation, storyboarding, a lot of A/B testing internally and mentally. After I'm done with this section here, it should be a little bit easier to figure out what to do next.
Thanks for the stream, LWO.
Sorry for the jump scare. We're like deep into the song now. I love this one. I like this one. Even if me and Anlead aren't always on the same page, I still like the look of this one. So that's about all I got. Literally like maybe 10 seconds. Not a whole lot of progress for today. The gay boys, exactly. The effeminate man, as Pastor Eric liked to say. I tried so hard to get this one to look good. I put in like 20, 30 generations to try and get this one to look right. All of them are bad. All of them are bad. I don't know if you could hear me in the background, the boyfriends. I don't know if you could hear me in the background just grunting and growling and getting mad and getting frustrated. This is why. This is why you heard all those noises. I don't just make noises randomly. Like, my autism isn't that severe.
What a punk ass bitch.
Effeminate man. Exactly.
Punk ass bitches.
But yeah, this was really pissing me off. That's why the progress isn't very far. Like, isn't even perfect too, because I was trying so hard. Yeah. Wait. What? I guess it's spelled different. I tried so hard to not get the candles to be lit. It's too lit. As you can see, there's no flame on the first frame. It just ends up adding it over time. Just because somehow it recognizes it as a candle and thinks that candles should be lit in their default state. When it's like, no, the candles have been blown out. If the fire on the candle comes back, you're breaking continuity. But fucking AI doesn't care about continuity. That's why everyone complains. It just comes out of nowhere. I went out of my way to Photoshop the frame so there's no flame. I framed out the flame, but it comes back anyways. It's like one of those candles. Yeah, exactly. I thought about it exactly the same time as you did. Maybe it's one of those prank candles that it doesn't let you blow it out. It is. It's an AI prank candle that won't let me blow it out. The eyes turned out kind of okay. I wish the eyes were like more ominous and were more just like small little dot eyes. Like if they were all more like this and less like these, I would be happy with it. But instead I'm like 90% happy with it, but what am I gonna do? Am I gonna fucking fuck with it all day? Like I did today? I guess so. Whoops. So I artificially, as you can see there, I artificially added in a few impact frames. Impact frames, you know how they go. As an animation scholar, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just a video editor. I just use AI as a crutch. So I'm a hack. I like that. You can see Repsy, you can see me, you can see... Very sinister. I like it. I don't know, I might replace it with something later. It's a little self-indulgent, I admit. If I come up with a better idea, this generation better worry. So he's running through.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's running through here. So there's a lot I can go. There's a lot of places I can go from here. So he's just like running through darkness. Maybe he can just like leave the room entirely.
Exactly.
And end up outside. I don't know. I still have to figure it out. Let me zoom out a little bit. Whoop. So this right here is the entire song from beginning to end. Here's the end of the song right here. Here's what I have so far. So what would you say? 35, 40% left? The problem I have is that the game. Why did I say game? I'm fucking game brained. The problem I have is that like the song really amps up. It gets really, really hardcore at the end. Like to the point where it's like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do here.
I'm too desperate, baby. Couldn't see now every dark night. Empty chair by my side. I stare into.
Wait, what? Nightbot unable to authenticate with Twitch's API. The channel owner may need to fully log. Alright. Thanks.
To the void, whispering why I try.
Like this. I like the chorus there. I want to put some singers in there. But anyways, you're gonna get tired of listening to the song if I keep just showing you updates of it. Let's see who to go raid. Today's been a day. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's a lazy Sunday. DSP will be back. We'll have a restream. We'll have whatever the fuck is going on. Yeah, blah, blah. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, everybody, man. You guys have been so generous lately. It's rough being demonetized on YouTube. It's rough knowing that, like, I can't make money anymore on a platform that has been pretty consistent for me since 2018. But I'll try. I'll keep trying. We don't give up here. Let's do a spin wheel. We haven't done that in a while. How about Kershey and Kevin? I'm on Patreon. I make about $30 on. Make about 30 a month on Patreon. I don't. It's my fault. I don't update my Patreon. But if I can't upload videos to members only, then might as well put them there instead. Kershey Turvin. Oh my god. You don't know how many times I thought about, like, there are so many people who make money on art commissions, but the thing about art commissions is that you're often asked to do things that are gross to you. But if you're able to look past that, you're able to make a lot of money. And I'm just like, no, I'm not going to do that. There she is. Let's see. Oh, unmute. Just like, of course. Get ready for some crazy shit, because this is what she looks at. I'll see you tomorrow.
I have like a million windows open just because my AC is broken, so I'm hoping it's just someone
Whoa.
in a fire pit outside.
Okay.
I just got
Have a good one. May the good Lord guide your way.
Oh my god, am I cooking? No, I'm not cooking. What have I had time? I've been here the whole time. Immediately Google if her house is on fire or not. Google, is my house on fire? Gears is a constant source of stimmy goodness. Stim. Also, echolalia goes hard with Kier. What is an echolalia?
And as you can see, the faster you spin the tube, the higher the note. Tempting to write a piece of music for this, but it's already been done, of course. One could revive them, perhaps, and have a performance by the orchestra of the Whirling Professors.
There's an orchestra of whirling professors? You could scare the shit out of someone on the Appalachian Trail with one of those, man. All right, what did he call it? The fucking something of whirly professors? The orchestra of whirly professors.